not even trying anymore. This is a little too much. We gotta get that. It's good though. It is good though, but it's a little too much. A little too much for today, I think. Today, hello computer. I come to you on a monumental occasion, potentially speaking. We're here. We're in our secure private chamber. I'm locked into my recording studio. It's like democracy now. We're locked. They've locked all the doors. We've placed ourselves in a subterranean bunker because it's time for this yet again. Hello computer. Welcome in, welcome back potentially, or welcome for the hi, hello. We're on here again. Can we hi everyone. Hello computer. Today it's good. I have to wait. I'm all discombobulated. What is this? And today it's good because the pressure is on. They've placed us into the pressure cooker. They've placed us into the instant pot. We're in there. We're being subjected to, the level of pressure that would be on the sea floor, in the deep abyssal trenches of the world. Do you ever think about this, computer? That there are places that are just totally inaccessible, right? And that they exist like they're in our reality, right? You can just like. There are these places. I don't know. This is maybe one of them. Hello. Who all is here? First of all, the first order of business, as always. Who on earth has decided to arrive at LCOLONQ broadcast today, May 16th, 2025? Hello. Okay. Who? Hi, everyone. Welcome in, first of all, to Pre-Gang. Hello, Compiling J. Hello, Tayumisi. Hello, Prodsy Pods Robots. Hello, Bridgewater. Hello, F Mega. Hello, Mu Dane. Hello, Control O. Hello, Exor Xavier. Hello, Venerock. Hello, MX Aulex. Hello, Caddyshot. The inimitable Caddyshot and the inimitable MX Aulex. Hello, Real Nyston. Also inimitable, but I'm not going to say it because the word is kind of hard to pronounce and I don't want to say it 100 times. Hello, Steeled Shield. Hello, Blazy Knights. Welcome in Remblanc. Welcome in Ron Moo. Welcome in Dolphin Burb. Welcome in, who else is here? They got plus R27 on this today. Oh damn, it's going to be a good one. You know when we have a plus R27 underscore broadcast, things are about to get things are going to be a little bit different around here, I think, soon. Hello, Devs DE. Welcome in. Thank you for 1 year. This is highly appreciated, my friend. Thank you very much. Hello, FN underscore Lumi. Welcome in. Also, Kotaru Complex. Welcome in, Tomater. Hello. Also, Goofy System. A thumbs up. Lips. Yeah. Maybe so. Hello, Prowl Cash. Hello, Fizz Buzz. Hello, Pwoof. Congrats on the packing. I'm glad you have been able to I think you mentioned that you live in a hikikomori chamber, so I hope this was not too terrible. I hope this was not too grievous a blow. Hello, Jen Dude. Welcome in Sen underscore Shizuko. Welcome in Ascento. Welcome in Christopher. Welcome in Salad Forest. Hello. Welcome in Kalinoscopy. Welcome in Kotaru Complex. I've said this already. I've said this 3 or 4 times even, potentially. Hello, Tomater. Thank you for the resub. Very, very much. Is this true? Yeah, this is a real voice reveal. Unlike the typical allegations, I'm actually using an inverse. I'm using a voice changer to make my voice sound more badass and masculine and things like this. This is my today's technique. This is the technique of the day. Hello, Violet Marmalade. Welcome in. Good to see you. And Abstract underscore Noise. This is huge. Hello. Thank you. Welcome in also Otter0 underscore. What's up, Slime? SLATT Slat Slime Love all the time. This is kind of good. Did you coin this, Otter0_? Is this a new one from you? I kind of like that a little bit. Hello, Bridgewater. Welcome in. Thank you for the 155 streak. Welcome in, Ashing87. Welcome in, who? Thank you for the streak number. Thank you for. I never know if I should, like, what do I, what do you say about this? It's someone, like, there's so many numbers, like, they need to get rid of these. Twitch television, there's so many numbers going all the time, right? They're throwing at you the level of data. They're throwing datums at you all the time. They're saying, like, okay, there's these two numbers and they're in relation like this, and here's four different numbers and they're assorted in this fashion. Here's like, I don't know about that. I don't know about that, quite frankly. Hello, Masico. Welcome in. I see you. I know your Gambit. I know your Gambit. Hello. Welcome in, Dream Deck Up. Hello, Ashing87. Hello, Cabbage McGravel. Welcome in, Regent. Hello. Thank you, Regent. Welcome. This name reminds me of what is the guy? This is like Dutch. What the algorithm, Regindale. This is AES. This is AES. This is the guy, right? Regindale. You have like the prefix of this. Hello, Sight Soul. Hello, Bitomancer. Welcome in. Thank you for hi. Thank you. We do love Bitomancer. Hello, Tired Algorithm. Welcome. Hello, Jake Out. Hello, Astatin Chan. Hello, Diamphidia. Welcome. Hello. Thank you for $100,000, $1 million even. Sen Shizuko. Welcome. And hello, Hellpie. I unfortunately was not originally supposed to be part of this work, as I was already allocated to a different epic, as you have seen on my Confluence page, so I am largely unaware of the progress done and of the new requirements for this epic. I did read the new Jira ticket I was assigned to, but I think it would be best if I were brought up to speed on the general process of previous work done before continuing with this bi-weekly sync. Well, we'll cover this in the stand-up section, Hellpie. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about this. Hello, Amado Eyes, also welcome, and Ashing87, thank you for thank you for Fibonacci. Thank you for Fibonacci also, and Sundemoniac, welcome in as well. Welcome home. It's good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. Like Rayandal, this probably is the proper way to say it. The problem is, I think there's probably something to be said about, like, English. The words are so messed up that, like, people just try their best anyway, right? Like, I just kind of like it's so easy to be wrong that, like, I just kind of go for the default wrong assumption, which is just like, if I pronounce this phonetically according to English, no one is going to get mad at me, at least, right? If I try and do something a little jaunty and be like, oh, this is how I imagine that this Dutch thing is maybe pronounced, then it's like, well, I don't know. Am I gonna make a mockery of the fine Dutch language? I don't know about that. I don't want to be getting up to any of that. So it's like, I just have to default yes. Yes. It's not even a real word. It's a portmanteau kind of thing. It's a mix of guys or something like this. Hello, Not a Furry Yif Lover. It's good to see you, Not a Furry Yif Lover. I hope you're well. Thank you for always coming by. And Crespian C also, and everyone. They got everyone in this. And Timidus as well. Hi. Okay. We have to swear some solemn oaths to get today, computer. I know this is a frequent topic around here, that we're always swearing oaths on various things. We're like what's the guy? We're like Dan Giesling on Big Brother. We're constantly swearing oaths on the Bible or whatever, and then breaking them. We're swearing oaths on our wedding ring. But we have to okay. I want to show off what I'm doing today, computer, but I also want to know what you are doing, right? So you have to hold me to account. This is your responsibility. I don't think you were expecting to have a responsibility placed upon you when you came here today, but you do have a responsibility here. The responsibility is to hold me to account and not to allow me to instant meat. I would break them all day. I got like a $35 piece of tungsten. Yeah, this is probably the way to go with these things. The tech lead, no one reads these anyway. The only thing people read is the technical solution description, which ironically I am the one who usually writes it. I'm usually the one who has to implement it too. Yes, in my experience, managers do this planning and stuff, and then there's like the idea of what the manager thinks should be happening, and then there's like what the people on the ground actually know, and this is almost always just like an implicit understanding between them. But maybe this is just an artifact of the particular. I don't know. Maybe it's not like this everywhere. Hello, hi, we're here. They got us here back again. They put me on this once more. What are we supposed to do? So if I start rambling for 10, you know, you'll know it when you see it. Abstract noise. Hello, Peercoin also. Found by NDA, an early access product from Google, and a shitload of problems would not exist if anyone other than Google had coded and documented the early access product. I see. Noita related tool using observable framework. Someone else would have built it in an evening. I've been working on it for like half a year, lol. I mean, like, I don't know. You can't compare yourself to others to such a degree. Hello, Woot, and the Zomo also welcome in. Can we shout out? What's this? If you like Noita, by the way, we have a friend. We have a friend who plays that occasionally. On occasion, at least. Hello, Mookie Sticks also. Wait, this is Jabroni Mike. The Zomo's into this. This is kind of a meeting of the mind. I would say this is a merging of worlds even. I don't know. That's crazy. Hello, Mookie Sticks. Okay. So hi, hello. We're on. Hi, it's me again. We're here. Record everything I pack into a spreadsheet. Of course. Sorry, we're not trying to blow your cover if you're just hanging out. But whenever I think of Noita, I'm like, oh, Liquid Cake 1. This has become. Yes. Up and running. I see. I have been missing so much Greg. There's so many clones, Lumi. We've established that we are at least 5 months behind on the clones because like I want to like I just keep the more I wait, the more imposing a thing it becomes. So I need to like we're gonna do like the clones will probably be like a big event, I think, potentially, where we add substantial new feature to the clones. I kind of think I want like we've talked for a long time about like maybe having like a thing that's kind of like hello Scott LA 21_XOX. We have kiss hug kiss in the chat room. This is do you know about this Me Plaza from the Nintendo Wii? Have you heard of this? XOXO? I think this usually indicates I mean I kind of get why O means hug, right? Like this is what you mean. So like, when you type XOXO, right? This is like it means like kiss hug, right? Can we see the original? Can we see the original? I thought it was O is hug because it's like encircling arms. O is like lips. Oh, is this inverted from my expectations? This is shocking to me. Incredible finished certified game. They're making some good ones. This is just the creator. We need this. You've heard it both ways. I see. I guess this is a matter of debate. I was not sure of this. No, I was thinking of this. You see this? Hello, Diablo Project. Welcome in. I feel like we haven't seen you in a minute, Diablo Project. Welcome back. Hello. The so yeah, do you see this where they mill around and there's like little basic 3D models for these things, and you can drag them. You can drag them and stuff. I kind of want to do this for clones, and I feel like we can like kind of do this. We can kind of do this for the purposes of yeah, yeah. Like, I don't know. I kind of want to make something like this for the clones. So I would need to like, I feel like what we would require is like, I might even just steal the me model. X is kiss and O is hug. And each half of the X is supposed to be one of the faces. Oh, that makes sense, right? Like it's like two silhouettes almost facing each other. Hello, Kappa 5421 and Freefall, welcome in. Yeah, these were really cool. And also Gene Mark VGC, welcome in. Hello. Do you know Gene Mark VGC computer? We're kind of doing this. Gene Mark VGC, their name comes from, I think it's video game, it's Pokemon. Like that's the official Pokemon competition, but they also do a lot of programming on stream from what I'm led to believe. Can we do this? They're cool. I think I know them from Digi. Hello. No, not on the GBA. We would do this on the OOB engine, where we already have such niceties as this. I just moved to Moscow. Yeah, it seems like everyone's moving these days, right? It's kind of it's in the air, right? Like literally everyone we've heard about is moving. I think like Sun Demoniac's been moving, and Big Book of Bugs been moving, and Poof has been moving, and you know, like there's, I think Niche was moving. There's everyone's moving all over the place these days. We're spreading out. We're spreading out and getting some space to relax in a little bit. Okay, what are we doing today? Before I get too sidetracked and, you know, lose any semblance of composure. Not enough programming. Well, today, Cfon, we are having, look at this. Look at this. To Baltimore. Hello, Unforgiven Noctum. Welcome in, Cfon and Raymarch, though. 2 days, 8 hours remain for us to make a game in Lisp. I haven't gone so long. Well, welcome back. It's good to see you. 2 days remain. I moved back to France last month. I see. Well, that this is hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, thank you, Diablo Project. Thank you for the resub as well. I'm saying thank you, even, you know, I'm acknowledging circumstance, but this is what I must say. 2 days remain. Scrum standard report. Okay, look at this, Cfon Altera. Look at this. You might be inclined to take a little bit of a look at this. Look at, okay, so previously on the stream, last stream, I think last stream, like the last like 5 hours turned into me mumbling to myself while like looking at the debugger. But last stream we were able to accomplish a guy displayed on the screen, and he could scroll around a single square, a single chunk. Look at what we have now. This looks much the same. Also, the guy is now limited to, he doesn't move when I hold it down. We have to do, I'm going to do some animation stuff with him eventually. Now the guy, look at this. Look at this. We can traverse chunk borders. We can traverse chunk borders. There are multiple chunks. There are multiple chunks. You see them? And you're going to be like, why are these different colors? Why are these guys different colors? They are different colors. Yes, this is map loading. They are different colors by virtue. He's going to so many new places. He's going to be seeing all sorts of things soon. Hello, dumb moths. Welcome in. What we've done here is the way this works. Okay, can you do it, please? Go. Why do we even have that anymore? Okay, can I asprite tiles.png? Numeric designate. We can draw on these however we wish. Let me draw them like this. I can say 1, 2. We're gonna redo all of these today. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right? This is how it goes. Like choo choo rocket. This is good for sure. We're going for a different sort of thing here, though. I think. Of course, we can edit these tiles freely. If I go into, I think I have to go into assets to manually reload them. You can reload them manually, speaking. The 6 clockwise is wild. Mod yells at me all the time that I write all the letters wrong. Hello, Nerd the Ninja. Because in general, I think I write things from the bottom if I have to handwrite, which I mean, this is just how I've always done the thing. It just makes sense that you write them from the line, right? Like there's the line on the paper and you have to write them upward, right? She is correct. Hello, A2 31415. Are you left or right-handed? I am right-handed. I'm fairly decent with my left hand as well. I am somewhat ambidextrous in this way, but like I think it's more so just like I'm pretty clumsy with both hands versus being good with both hands. Might be the tech, TBH. Potentially. You are wrong nonetheless. Nonetheless, hello, A2 also. Okay, so if we reload this, right, you'll notice the thing works now. If I go, we have to go here, kill. We have so many things to show you. See how the blue, this is 1. It's 7. It's 1. It's 2. Right, wow. We can edit textures, but we've always been able to do this. This is not interesting. Hello, Party Cat, laugh out loud also. Also, why is this guy black now? Well, that'll be something to consider. That'll be something to consider potentially. It's possible that we're not properly extracting the palette and adding too many colors. As this should be true color mode. So we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. This is a problem for the future. What remains, however, is we can arrange these guys in any order. The way this works, Netflix announces adaptation. Is this hello? Can we go to world.el? I never wrote 8. We stopped at 7. But the thing is, they're beyond. Yeah, we stopped at 7, but they're not. It's not at the 0 position, right? They're not actually the proper number, right? But what we're doing here is we're just like repeating numbers, right? We can just like this one. This guy is actually index 10 in the thing. We can just give this any bytes we want and call add chunk and place these chunks in the world from Emacs, right? So if we can generate bytes like this that represent a map, right? We can freely draw things in here, right? I can say like, here's a smiley face, haha, right? Contain hex codes indicating the location within the chunk. Do you mean in the what would the benefit be of this? I guess to know where you I don't think so. I mean, maybe. We just don't have enough indices probably. Anyway, so we can do this. We can also change the dimensions freely. We can use artist mode for this. If I change this to 4.2, right now it's 3.3. If we change it to 4.2, I can rerun this. And now see that we have a smiley face. We have smiling face. And also the world is now long instead of short. Hello, Erze the Witch. Also, welcome in. The world has become long. Thank you for the resub, Erze the Witch. Welcome in. It actually occurs to me, Erze the Witch, I heard someone say your name differently the other day. I think it was Lane VT, and they said Ayers, and thinking about it now, that probably is that's probably the right thing. And in fact, I have been saying the wrong thing. I have been the fool in these interactions, and others have been correct. Any clarification on this front would be thank you. Hello, Wind Up Boy Fade. Also, hi. Pronouncing it like airs. Okay, yes, this maybe makes sense. Generating or making the map by hand. We are going to generate the map, Kappa 5421. And in fact, this is what we're doing today. Today. We're doing this. We are doing map generation. We are going to design a tile set. We are going to bring our artistic skills to bear. We are going to draw some simple tiles, and then we are going to design a map for the guy. Tiles on tiles. Yeah. Oh, someone asked, Otrasur_ said, are you familiar with the clothing brand Blown? I think I have seen this. I don't know where I have seen this. Perlin Noise Time. Yes, something like this. I don't know exactly what we will do. I'm Abby. Yes, this is true. Airs is how I say it. Okay, I understand this feel. It's always a little bit awkward to be. I apologize for subjecting you to this, because it's always a little bit awkward to be asked like what your name is pronounced, right? Like people do this to me all the time, right? Everyone's always like, and it doesn't, I'm always like, whatever. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Who really cares? Yeah. So that's why we have canonical pronunciations. Hello, SSCHR15 Chris, welcome. So yeah, this is the plan. I have also done other things. This name was meant for IRC. Hello Sigrun Record Daughter also. Yes. With words as their special interest care. This is true also. But I think I am definitely a word oriented person, right? We've gone over this many times, right? There was a thing on Twitter a long time ago where people were like categorizing things, where they were saying you're either a shape rotator or a word cell. I think they said this, and this distinction has stuck with me, and I'm definitely in the words side of these things, right? I am much more of a words person than I'm a shapes person, I think. I would never, right? It's important for the people that do care. This is true also. I don't want to diminish this. Okay, I have to show off one last thing that we've done. Look at this though. I think I have to go to settings to enable this on here because it's not enabled by default. You might notice we have a logging section on GBA. If I type enable info logging and log to console. If we hit them with info logging log to console and I restart the game, the awesome content. I'm really glad you like it, Sigan Record Daughter. Thank you. And I kill this. If we look at the console again, you might notice it says GBA debug hello computer. This is our code, in fact. Can I bring this up? Where is it? Where is it? In engine.yel. This is an emulator thing. It's emulator specific. I think there may be we are using ARM. Okay, so I don't actually know how the official hardware debugging stuff is supposed to work, because there are like dev kits of this, and I don't want to stray too far into this territory. But like ARM 7 TDMI is what the processor is, and the D stands for debugging, right? I've never actually bothered to look up like what what that is. Hello Talon 1024 also. Thank you for Shroud. Debug architecture on eWeb. I don't know. I assume you need like hardware for this. You can use this over JTAG, I guess. Thank you for the resub also, ABC123. Many greetings, friends. Hello. We have a convocation of the lispers here. So this debugging thing is MGBA specific. What you can do, blueprints, spoilers. I mean, you can't even make. What is this? What is this even set to right now? I can't. It's not in the. Can probably. Where's the? Is it in events? It's Ariana Katana. Antechamber head. OMG. Yeah. If we go and look at this, where is it? You might notice that we are saying call debug enable and then call debug print a length and data string test, which is the string hello computer. This debug enable debug print stuff is it's a thing that MGBA gives you. You can write hex code to a certain address that I think is otherwise unmapped or unused on the GBA. Then you can like there's another region of like unmapped memory that you can write to, like put strings there, and then you can like print put flags in yet another address and tell it how to print things, like whether it's a warning or an error or essentially a specially modded console. Yeah, the D is for debug. Yeah, it's true. For a full year. I mean, of course, ABC12. I mean, it's good. It's good. It really is good, I think. You can't complain about such a thing. I shout out Dumb Moths too. We have to do this. It's important to me. It's important to me as a person primarily. Where is the and brings the special D? It's true. Hello Jockey BR. Welcome. So we have this facility. It's not like inherently super useful just yet. Shoutouts. It's true. We love this. We love this. I like. I don't know. Dumb Moths is great. Dumb Moths is great. It's very good. It's very good. This is not super useful yet because we don't have a libc, right? Like normally such a functionality, such a piece of thing, like normally people call this from C, right? People are writing games for the GBA in C. And in fact, I think if I go GitHub MGBA, hello Miyu Lily, also welcome in. Thank you for Rat Dance. Thank you for Rat Dance. Welcome. It's good to see you. They got everyone on here. They got everyone on here. Hello everybody. Hi. Thank you for coming to our thing. Thank you for coming to our thing. They have this opt libgba thing in their repo. This is a C library that does exactly what we're doing. I just was like, we're not going to do the C library thing, right? They're just saying, okay, here's these addresses. So I just looked at these and implemented the thing, right? But you'll notice that they, for their actual useful debug print, they have this MGBA printf, which does a normal printf. But the printf, like most things that do this sort of thing, it's implemented on top of VSN printf, right? Which is a libc function. We do not have a libc. So anything like this, right? Like we have to kind of do shenanigans if we want to make use of debug logging, if we actually want to like print values, right? If we want to like print an integer, at the very least, we're going to have to like write some little utility function to like, I don't know, like build a string literal and like append, you know, like it's kind of awkward, right? But we can hopefully manage it at some point. We have like some amount of the infrastructure that we would need for such a thing. I think probably what we really want is we need alloc A if we want to do that, and I don't have alloc A yet, but like, and you've written these guys so many times in every language imaginable. Yeah, pulling the bytes along the floor with rope. I just want I want alloc A because I want to have a convenient place to put the strings. Just statically allocate 15 bytes. I mean, I guess that's true also. I could just have like a global buffer of like, you know, a kilobyte or something even, right? Like we are not exactly like stressed for space at the current moment, but like, yeah, we'll get there. Have known max length. Yeah, sure. I mean, for like, I think if I was doing printf in general and this sort of thing, because like it's probably not that hard to just like do a printf also, but like, well, I don't know. We probably won't do that in the scope of this project because we have only 2 days. We have only 2 days left, and we have to do so much. We have to do so fucking much. I'm not giving up this time. Also, you might have like we did this before in autumn. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Where is your stack anyway? The stack, I don't know where we are initializing it. I think it comes pre-initialized when we leave the BIOS to a certain address. I don't know where he lives actually. I implement this as format U32. Yeah. So let's work. Yeah, let's do it. Let's maybe keep like putting the pieces together here. Oh, before we do though, GDB can, yeah, I mean, like I've definitely seen it all the time. I just don't remember. Hello, attention span. Also, we swore on the SICP. The last game jam they gave you too little. Well, the last one was the same amount of time. I just like didn't go hard enough. I think I just kind of got frustrated around like day 8, and I was like, I don't want to, I don't want to stare at the assembly anymore. I want to play World of Warcraft or something, right? It was their fault. They didn't. Yeah, we'll decide on that. Hello, Meatloaf231 also in span. Hi. So, what's the we have other points before we get into this. There are other points of order. Points of order. I'm actually gonna do the cam rip thing. I don't know. We were talking about this a while back. I've obtained the equipment. Hello Ikatono. I've obtained the equipment. I bought a bunch of DVD cases, and apparently you can buy like 100 DVDs now for like $30. It's kind of crazy. I have a bunch of DVDs and a DVD burner thing. And I'm going to, yeah, which is sick. So I think I will probably upload a torrent to whatever. I don't know. I don't actually know what this process looks like. I assume I just have to like upload the torrent, like create the torrent file and upload it to some kind of public tracker. And also I'm going to give out a bunch of DVDs for this. And I also got more cartridges, so we really have to do this GBA thing now. We are no, this is different. The idea is I'm going to produce cam rips of the stream itself. This is the concept. I'm going to as a commemorative item, I'm going to film the stream itself on my TV, on my shitty ass broken TV in my living room with a camera that I am holding, and then yeah. So this will actually happen. Just upload the files to archive.org. Yeah, CRT. It's not a CRT, but on the other hand, there is a gigantic yellow line across the left side of it. Because it has received some kind of impact damage at some point. It is extremely busted. Yeah. So I think this is going to be ideal circumstance for this. I don't. I just want like a little knickknack to give out to people. This is the thing. This is the thing. Also, can we liberate ourselves from the accumulation of file? After yesterday's or last streams, excuse me, the last stream's audio incident where these were like, apparently it created so many files I couldn't delete them all in a single RM again. So we want to avoid that. I really should just fix that problem instead of continuing to shove it under the rug. But yeah, a direct line feed of the audio. No, there will be ambient echoes and like coughs and stuff, and occasional like people saying like I gotta go to the bathroom, like how you get in a normal cam rip probably. Run through the image twice an hour for the real cam. Yeah. So this is the concepts. They cost money to ship. Yeah, I would like to obtain a CRT for cool purposes, for purposes of cool mostly. But I have not been able to justify it because they're so unwieldy and heavy and like if I'm gonna get one, I want a good one, and they're like expensive. But it would be cool to have one on the desk. Mod. Yeah, this is it. This is it exactly. So rent a theater and do the cam. Can you do this? Like, can you rent a movie theater and play whatever you want? Like, I assume you can, right? How much does this cost? Rent movie theater cost. I live in like it says anywhere from 99. Okay. Host private theater rental, AMC. How much does this fucking cost? Book online. Add a party pack to save on snacks. I want to go for. I'm booking for 2. I want to book the whole thing for 2. Maybe there's like some art thing we could go watching. Yeah, and it's just us. We're shipping up to Boston. Booking for 2 is crazy. That's gonna be my new way I'm watching movies now. We just book a private theater for 2. You want to make a yeah? It's like, hey, do you guys play MKV? How do I get you this file? Do you guys take MKV or what about WebM? Can I work? Do you have magic wormhole? The file's too big. Can I magic wormhole you a MKV file and have you play it back? Yeah, probably is good. Hey, can you just let me back here? I'll plug in a USB. Want to watch this GIF on? Yeah, I have this GIF. Just play this for 2.5 hours, please. Yeah, can I open up the SciTube, please? Does your thing take? Do you have YTDLP installed? Yeah, yeah. Can I get my Plex? Hello, Script SH and Watch Makering. Rent out a theater for their friends one time to watch Xanadu, and everyone had on their roller skates. Oh my god. Yeah, true. Yeah, they're gonna think they're gonna think it's a fuck type situation, which is why we'd have to go in disguises. We have to don disguises, I think, if we were to, in order to avoid any sort of accusation of impropriety. My father-in-law is a small film producer and did rent a theater for a premiere. If you want legit details, let me know. Oh, hell yeah, cool. I don't know. There's movie theaters around where I live, and they're always fucking empty. They're always empty. We went to the movies. Maud and I, we went to the movies like maybe a month ago, maybe 2 months ago now. It's hard to, the passage of time is crushing me. Hello, Script SH, also welcome. Thank you for 5. But the passage of time is crushing us, and it's been 2 months. We went to the movies. We went to see Mickey 17 when this released because we were just like, we want to go to a movie, right? I don't know. We'll go see this. This is like a big chain movie theater. Is this a local? Let me see. Is this national? Do they have these everywhere? They have these around the whole world. Are these on the whole world, or are these just? No, they have these in the whole world. It was a Regal, right? Which is like one of the big brands. I think it's like Regal and AMC in the U.S. I've gone to empty premieres. It's nuts. Also, hi, hello, chaotic. So we went, and it was like a Saturday. And it was like the first weekend after the movie came out, and we were like, there were like 10 people there. It was like in like a big theater, right? Like there's probably seats for 100. I don't know. It's a big spot, and there's like 10 people. So I assume they're not. They would probably not charge us hand and foot. That's not what you say. The saying is an arm and a leg. Hand and foot means something else. This means like the menu is broke. Yes, I think it is. After we had to shut down the thing. Let's restart this. Let's fix this. Can we do that? Restart colonq.fig web cure big web. Both of these. This maybe works now again. secure.colonq.computer/menu. I beta tested Astronaut Farmer. They charge an arm and a leg to serve you hand and foot. Yeah, something like this. Foobar Bass for personal presentations and parties to generate revenue. Okay, that works now. We're good. We're good. I heard it at least. I can't complain. Rumble around, but to fulfill my obligations, we are off the task. I mean, this is true. Well, in fact, Shensujuku, perhaps I didn't express it. I asked for the exact opposite. I asked for to be placed back on the Rumble, to be placed back on the noodle a little bit. If I were to instantly go into some sort of insane ramble about Thumb. Well, I mean, that's I guess this is it's appropriate. It's appropriate. I'll take it. I'll take it. I had fun for the little sec I was here. My GF want to play Fork Knife, but who knows? I might be back later in the night when she goes to sleep since she's 6 hours ahead. Or if she gets bored. It's good to be back though. Well, it's great. Unforgiven Noctem. Please enjoy Fortnite. Give your best regards. Give your best regards, and we'll see you. We'll see you around. Get gaming. Is Fortnite still? Sorry, I have almost no exposure to these things other than like, you know, in like 2015 like mod talking about this when the game came out or something in 2018 or whatever this was, 07 we're saluting now. Yes. And like my impression of Fortnite was it was still like it's the game where you build stuff. But I know they've done all kinds of... I've heard recently they took the building out. There's no building anymore. Mod really is the real gamer, Wind Up Boy. I like mod, at least in terms of mainstream gaming, mod plays Call of Duty, mod's into Halo, mod's into like... Mod likes shooters. Mod was playing Valorant for a while. Mod is like a... like, she's very into this sort of thing. Whereas I like, you know, I game occasionally, but I'm playing like shit that is egregious. I'm playing Pokemon ROM hacks and like MMO private servers. Like I'm not playing things that are culturally that give me a cultural connection to the gamer at large. I think. Hello, Moro, you've been lucky. I mean, yeah, but I think people probably say this. It's funny that like everything people hate, right? This is very amusing, right? Like anything that is popular enough, even the people who like it don't like it. I mean, they clearly maybe like it internally. There's like a revealed preference here, but like they'll never admit to liking it despite its popularity, right? Like League of Legends is like this, for example, right? You can ask any... I'm sure you could ask any League of Legends player that they like, is the game good or is it bad? And they would say, oh, it's horrible, it's trash, it's dog shit, right? It's beneath me, it's horrible, but they're still playing for 14 hours a day. Similarly for something like Valorant, right? You ask them, oh, it sucks, the game sucks, it's bad, I hate it. And then, you know, like they it's funny how this happens for everything popular, right? Everything that's popular has this kind of like relationship with. I don't know if there's anything that's like pop like just like that's big like this, at least in gaming, that's loved, right? They're always like, it's always like the, you know, at best people are like, oh, it was good in the past, right? It was good in the, but back then they were saying it was never good at all. You know, it's funny. It's funny. Build mode is still available, but I haven't ever played this. Yeah, I have not done this. My friend does this for Tarkov so much. Only thing he talks about is how much he hates it. Spends 12 hours a day on it. Yeah. That's another perfect one. Disney streaming that had a category featuring characters from Fortnite with the Phantom Menace in it. Yeah. A full stack of trusted friends. Yeah, I mean, this is the way that these things go. It's funny how we like... I try and keep this in mind when I play things, right? Like whenever the impression is so negative, is I think it's rarely warranted, right? I think there's a little bit of embarrassment, right? There's a little bit of embarrassment of like liking. I think people think it's like, well, I mean, to some degree, right? People like us, like it's like this hipstery impulse, right? The impulse to like things that are like obscure, and right. So it's like, I don't know. Maybe it turns into this, yeah. But like, it can just be fun. Let's play this Game Boy game made in let's do this. Hello, Trap Exit. Okay. As much as I'm trying to waffle around and be like the I don't know. What is it even? Hello, Geets. Also, I feel like what it is I kind of switched a little bit, computer, and that scares me. But it also represents potentially a growth in my power. So if you go back into the misty recesses of time, if you were here 1 year ago, we had a lot of streams back then where it was just like, oh, I'm just gonna we meant to do something and I just ended up talking for 5 hours, right? Like straight up 5 hours. We would look up at the clock and it's been 5 hours. And I feel like I don't really do this anymore. I've kind of abandoned the way of verbiage. I don't have the, you know what, we talk a little bit and we talk the whole time, but by and large we've sort of transmuted ourselves into the opposite form, right? These days it's like 1 hour in and we're like, okay, it's time, we gotta go now. Okay, we begin. It's time to start the thing, right? It's not like I don't know, and I think this isn't a good thing or a bad thing, but I've been keeping it in mind because I'm like trying to be like, okay, did I switch it up? Prod's savage mockery of the inclination. I mean, this has possibly been true. I think Prod does serve to some degree as the prod that has driven us forward, right? It's a prod in the sense of like a cattle prod. We've been driven, and this is I don't know. It still seems like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's in the mix. It's in the mix. I've come to believe. I don't know. It's I just don't want you to like. I don't want people to think I forgot about him or something. I don't know what it is. We got into the meat fast quick. Yeah, we have been going, and we will today as well. Honestly, we've been going pretty hard just by virtue of trying to get this thing done. And it's turn off electric chat mode. Yeah. It's I don't know. I think a lot of it has been I've just been so focused lately. I'm feeling extremely locked in. I'm feeling like I don't know. I like you know, because in order to talk about things, you know, like I don't want to become like the kind of guy who's like, hey guys, here's the current events rundown. Hey, here's the LCOLONQ current events rundown. Here's my epic takes. Like even about something like, you know, Linux or games or something. I don't really care about any of this, right? All the you know, whatever. But I haven't been stimulating myself. All my stimulus is internal these days. It comes from the internal engine, from the cold flame that burns in my chest. There's nothing but like, it's all just like I go to bed like straight up. I've been waking up. I've been sitting down, like sitting at the computer typing. I take a break to go for a walk. I take a break to cook, and then I go sit in bed, and then I'm sitting on my phone in bed Googling shit about ARM every day until I go to bed. We're going full cyber. And who needs those LCOLONQ takes on ice cream? Yeah, I mean, like me, I don't know. Like I take I don't know. Being a person with, didn't have a Doom Emacs arc. Doom Dark Ages. I didn't even know this happens. They're doing new ones of this. I know they released the new Doom and people kind of liked it, but that was like in 2016, right? That was years ago. I didn't play these though. You need to take it from here. What are your epic takes? What is my most epic take? Like what's my takeaway? Like if you were to like sum me up into my principles and opinions, I think my one is like, let's have like I don't know, man. Programming is easy, but people I kind of agree with this. Emacs is good. Emacs is pretty good. That's true too. The computer is cool. It rocks that you can go on this. There was that time you decided to write a whole. Yeah, that's true as well. I mean, there was the time before that when we convinced ourselves I was gonna write a. I don't know. You know what I'm coming to believe? Here's a new take that I'm starting to think. I probably should write tests. I'm starting to believe. I think I found the line where my testing agnostic lifestyle has you know, it's crashed into the wall. The car has exploded. No embeds, sex is all over the place, and that's yucky. I don't know. I love, you know, I don't know, maybe it's kind of a balance of things. Kind of a balance of these things, because it's well known. I love I don't know. I love, but like it's I don't know. I don't even know if I agree with any. I think I'm more sex neutral. I'm more of a sex neutral type man. Hello Digi Shell. Welcome in. Also, we have, what is this? What is this? I hope you're recovering nicely, Digi Shell. I know you've had, I think you said you had bronchitis recently, which is very unfortunate. I hope you get all recovered and you're ready for the next level. The next level. The compiler at one point you are forced to, yeah. But no, I think we need tests for sure. Ambivert, hello. Friend, big things are coming, and we have huge things imminent in the near future. It's kind of good. It's kind of good for sure. I'm really excited about it. I hope it goes really well. I hope it exceeds expectations, and that's a good thing. But I'm realizing we need these tests. At least we need like integration tests, because like I'm constantly like programming with no compiler is fucking scary. Right? I feel like we're building on quicksand all the time, right? I feel like I have not obtained, like we're in like the least assured environment possible, right? We're in a world, we're in quicksand. We're being pulled into some sort of sinkhole to be devoured by the antlion. The antlion is going to rip off all of our limbs and things. I don't know. Because it's like we're in this world, right? We have very minimal error handling in general. We have no types, right? We constantly run into like unchecked type errors and things. And then like everything is so basic, so low level that we just like run into this stuff. What should the golden code be? I mean, at the very least, we should like get it working once. I should test this and produce outputs, and then I should compare future things to these outputs if I'm just refactoring them. I don't know. But like, I think we maybe want that. Of course. Am I going to write tests? No. There's no chance I'm writing tests. But like, yeah. yeah. I don't know. Like, we have this a little bit with like the assembler comparison thing, but even this is, you know, it's incomplete. It's incomplete and is limited. Oh, I see we've gone sand mode. I see. You were more quick on the draw than I am. You made the joke using the building blocks that we have placed, and I didn't even recognize it. How rude of me. What am I even doing on here? It's intolerable. Hello Kiram __. Also welcome. Hi Kiram. So okay, let's get down to business then. What do we need to do? What is demanded of us? Points of order. Did we establish all the points of order? I think we did. Did we? I think so. I think there's nothing else going on in my life. My life contains only this. It contains only computer at present. So there's nothing to consider here. Hello Luigi 401. Welcome. But final. What remains to do for the game? What do we need to do? We have a little guy, right? Love me a nil boosts. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It's hard to beat. It's hard to beat. We have a little guy. You see him? He can move around. We can design a world. The little guy can go into the world. You see this? This is good, right? We can just design, we can make these things in Emacs now. We can generate levels and draw for them, and we can make a guy who can walk around this arbitrarily, right? So I think step 1, level generation. Also, slightly better tiles. So instead of these being solid colors with numbers on them, let's make them like trees and rocks and stuff, right? Or like, I don't know, maybe we're kind of going for like an undersea theme. I don't really remember why. We'll have to ask Failio. I forget what the context of this was. Also, hello Ricardo Strikey, welcome from 20 minutes ago that I'm I'm rudely forgetting about. Sorry. Sorry. I constantly so Twitch shows me the thing, right? Can I take a picture of this somehow, of like what I see? Is this possible? Hello Arnet, also welcome. Can I snipping tool this? Does this reveal anything about my life? It's evil. Like, how do I do this? What is the stream? What does it look like to me? We are hoping to get sued by Disney. Yeah. I think this is not revealing anything horrible. This is. Can I wormhole this over? Let's wormhole this. Let's wormhole this .png. CD pictures. Wormhole sends. Let's wormhole this. Wormhole receive 83 universe uproots. Okay, very good. Very good. We've arrived somewhere sensible. And then like this is what I see. This is my view, right? I see this on the second screen all the time. And they show like they show the whole log of these things. So I'm constantly looking over and being like, oh, 20 minutes ago, I didn't see this shit. Someone said thing and I missed it. So they're constantly, they put it in your face. So it's not like, it's because it's not in the other log. It's distinct. I'm sure I could make it be in the other one, maybe if necessary. But yeah, stopping animation too. Is this image killing me? It might be. But yeah, this is the thing. So yes, 07. Back to business though. Level generation. This is kind of cool. This is cool and not hard. At least not comparatively hard, because the advantage of the way that we are structuring this project is we do not have to do the level generation in assembly, right? This is the big win that we have all been waiting for, right? We are looking to do this fucker in Elis, right? So this is kind of fun. So once we have some tiles, we can generate levels that are like not bad, right? At least easier than screenshotting Wayland. I mean, in this case, I was screenshotting windows using the power of the snipping tool. I mean, I sort of, I don't know. Maybe this is either the best or the worst of possible worlds. So this part is easy. Yes, it's my VM. I think I've mentioned this before. One monitor on my desk is always displaying a Windows VM. And that's where I look at the stream, because I have had enough unreliable browser experiences that I have just decided to run Chromium, I guess, on this Windows VM, and I use that for everything. At least for all like the stream monitoring stuff. If I had to like collab with somebody, if I had to do like the Twitch thing, yeah, it's hell, A squared. But like it's the thing that works, and it's in my little isolated environment where it's I don't know. Mac OS is my favorite. Yeah, I don't mind my thing here. I can just press Q print screen at any time, and I can do like this. And see, it does this. This is an image file now. But it gets confused sometimes, and it puts the lines in, like it does that, which is a little fucked up. I don't know the way to do this. Don't you know how to use Paint? Had no problems with screenshotting on Wayland because I've tethered myself to GNOME. Yeah, I mean, I think the screenshotting thing on Wayland maybe is more historical than anything. I don't know. I remember people complaining about it back in the day, but I'm sure they've solved this, right? And it's like ultimately it's due to like a security kind of dealy, right? It's due to the fact that like, yeah. Hello, True Round. Welcome in. It's going well. Things are really good right now. I think True Round. I'm feeling. I don't know. I feel honestly like better than I ever have. I hope you're feeling good too. I feel like I've I don't know. I've been sorting out my problems here. I feel like despite this recent sickness, it kind of like blasted me into good health. I don't know what it is. It shocked me out of my equilibrium, which was somewhat poor. And it's like I did a reroll, and now I'm like sitting at like a higher level. My level has increased. Had flu for so long, it was insane. Yeah, I mean, it was 2 separate ones. True round. It was like we were sick earlier in the year, and then we got sick again. It's hard to even believe. I don't know. I don't know. It's who can say? But we need this. We need music. SFX. Also, we need collision with walls. We also need battle screen. To do battle screen, we need text rendering. I think use Emacs. I use Vim bindings. Only the compositor is allowed to access the entire image, right? Yeah, I think this is the case, right? That's the kind of point, to prevent things from like snooping on each other and stealing stuff, right? Grabbing like some malicious program in that's grabbing things out of some other process, right? Evil bindings, yeah, snooping and stealing. We're shuffling around, getting up to some shady business here. This is what we need. I think this is not over ambitious. I think we will get there. We will get there sooner if I start doing it. But we will arrive here. It's best to have a plan, I think. Today, I would like to do this. This would be like this is the victory condition of today. It's top 4. I would like to have, some tiles that look like something. I would like to have level generation, which is kind of the big task of today. The big thing is to make interesting levels, because this is like the whole conceit of the thing. If we don't have this, then there's nothing. Collision with walls will be easy. Am I in chat window? Burr, you are. Hello, failed doctor. Welcome in. We have you're on here. They put you in this now. Welcome in. Welcome in. What's the bottom left one for? Oh, this down here. This is for events. They do this for events. So if you get boost power, if you click boost or you sub. Oh, this is for alerts. Events and alerts are distinct. This one tells you important alerts. Like it's kind of like, how on your phone there's like things that can go off when there's like a tornado nearby, there's like a natural disaster or something. It gives you some kind of alert to stay up to, right? Like this one, the one on this side, it's going to tell you what you need to know in any sort of LCOLONQ disaster scenario. It's going to keep you informed, I think, primarily. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe something like, holy moly. How did we morph into this way? I don't know. I was paged and it resolved and we still aren't pro. Okay, we've made a plan. Let's go onto a journey here together. Remember, you need to I said oh my goodness. My intentions have my subtly crafted plan has backfired. We're in inverse. We're going inverse now. Okay, we have to let's figure this out. So we need to do some tiles first of all. Thank you. Like this is alerts. For tiles, I would also I don't know if I can legally, according to the terms of the Springless Game Jam, accept contributions. If you have an 8x8 image that you would like to be in the video game, you can definitely send this. You can definitely send this if you wish. But I think I'm going to just try and draw some bullshit. Thank you for Idle also. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, the 0x539. We should probably turn this back into total clarity, but he's kind of funny being nasal for now. I kind of like when he is nose. It's not ads. It's clarity. It's part of the yes, it's part of the thing. It's part of the thing. The also, okay, interesting observation about itch.io too. I'm not sure what to believe about the website. So I have not really interacted with itch very much. Maybe some itch experts can inform me about this. Returning home from Anime Central day one. Oh shit, I did see this was happening. I saw people streaming this. I saw there were people streaming like convention. I hope you did you have a good time? 539. This is always cool to do these cons and things. It's I hope you had fun. I hope you accomplished your goals. Hello Failure, also welcome. Hi. You'll notice that on the top this says 4 entries. It has shrunk. On the top this says 4 entries, right? If I scroll down to the bottom, it says submitted so far 3, and there are 3 games. But if I click submissions, there are in fact 2 things. So is it 4 or is it 3 or is it 2? I'm hearing noises. Someone is trying to break into our secure chamber. Someone is trying to infiltrate our secure chamber. Will you be going to TwitchCon this year? We will be going to TwitchCon. I need to book hotel stuff soon before it is too late again. We will I think the con rotation for the rest of the year, Heirs of the Witch, is we're doing Offkai in about 1 month. Hello. I actually use Magit. I like this as well, Oligatoris. It's good. We'll be going to Offkai in a month, and then TwitchCon in October or whenever it is. And then probably Magfest in January. This is kind of the rotation. This is the spin. This is the spin. Barring unexpected circumstance. Hello, Sun. Welcome. See you there. Let's get talk. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this. One is on 3. So yes, this is the interesting thing. 4 entries, and the 4 entries links to 2 entries. I think this one looks like AI. I didn't realize there were spam bots on. I think this is spam. I don't mean any umbrage to ZaneAli.0099 if they are in fact a real person submitting this, but I think this is actually AI generated spam on itch, which is shocking. How long before is it paid? Yes, there's a European one and an American one. I'm going to the American one because it's a little bit less of a trip. I think the con itself is cheap, but lodgings and you know the movement is difficult. 2 games. Oh, I see. It's 4 different platform releases. It's not very. This is kind of unintuitive. Hello 5 cents, because it says 4 entries, but it's like I think this one maybe got kicked off because it's the one that isn't on the list. And it also doesn't exist anymore. And also the person who made it doesn't exist anymore. So I think this is spam, but they just still have it on this little bit here, which is kind of funny. I did not expect this to exist. Hello, Crazy Kitty Numbers as well. Welcome. Okay. Anyway, check the release date. I mean, the game just doesn't exist at all. There's nothing on it. You can't go there. You can't go there. Also, it claims to be Android only. I wonder if this is like actually malware. Like, are there people doing like AI spam malware projects? Chance America will allow me to go to this. I don't know. I'm unsure of how like the situation is regarding all of this stuff. Hello, Ziona Gabo. Welcome. Okay, we got to get down to business now. So let's get some stuff drawn. We're gonna be utilizing our artistic talents first and foremost. Do we have Ace Sprite? If they let you leave, yeah. Get the tiles up on here. So here's the tiles that we have so far. This is the limit of our power. How are you, Clonk? I'm doing pretty well, Fiona Gobbo. I'm enjoying life to a large degree. Learning Common Lisp useful if I want to do eLisp later on. I would just go straight for eLisp if you want to. Yeah, these were numbered. Yes. I would go straight for, you know, in general, like a Common Lisp is worth learning just for the sake of learning it because it's interesting and cool, and also like, yeah, it's good regardless. Yes, Purecoin Robot agreed. Much less concerning question. Yeah, maybe so. Okay, we got to draw some shit though. On the outer border of the map, I want it to be rocks. I want the 0 index to be rocks because this will be like the encircling stuff, right? So we're going to be doing rocks on this. What does rocks look like? How do we make rocks go? What if the rocks have like, I don't know, what are they all about? What's a rock all about? They're closely related through a common ancestor. Yeah. This is going to be tiled in a way that looks horrendous. So like, in fact, it might actually be better to not use that many patterns on these things. Maybe we just like, maybe we go for a more abstract kind of rock. I don't know. Maybe we go for a little more of an abstracted rock situation. This might be worthwhile. Like if we look at this, copy Minecraft cobblestone. The problem is we are in fact at a much lower resolution than even Minecraft is. It's rock as hell. I think it is. So this should replace the magenta, right? We run this. Yeah, this is kind of what we're looking for. So like the borders of the map is a little more like we're enclosed a little bit. That's feeling better already. We could, in fact, make it a different texture for like the top and the side, so it's like a little inset, but I think that's okay. I think the look I'm gonna go for, because it's easy, is like Lisp Legist. We're like, learn the one you want to use to make your thing. Yeah. So like, what are you interested in, Ashton87? Are you interested just in eLisp for purposes of like configuration and like writing? Because like I would just dive in, right? eLisp, like people I think are too intimidated by Lisp in general. Lisp is like at least like getting to a point of like competence with writing eLisp. Like Lisp it's not really that weird. There are like compared to like languages that are actually like if you know Python or something or know JavaScript, Lisp is very close to these, right? It's close to these because it inspired them. Right, but like just the feeling of writing Lisp is not like a crazy feeling. It's like the feeling of writing you know, JavaScript, right? It's the syntax is of course a little bit different, right? But even the syntax it's very simple. Is it close to Rust? I mean, it's definitely simpler to write than Rust, I think, right? Like yeah, this is a joke, but like it is simpler in general sense. Yeah, so they're pretty different. I would say in general, eLisp, to me at least, feels simpler. eLisp feels simpler. Of course, it also has a lot of rough edges, but I think Common Lisp does as well. eLisp is kind of like the simple kind of stupid version, right? It's like a I don't know. It's like I don't yeah. They're definitely close. And if you learn one, of course, like the names of things are different. But if you learn eLisp, like the way things are done generally there, you will be very comfortable writing Common Lisp, apart from like having to learn a few new concepts, and similarly the other way around. Hello, Spherophoria. Welcome in. Wait, this is an early Sphero day today. Hello, welcome. My dog has the shits, but have a good stream. Okay, good luck. I hope your dog can hang in there. I hope you had a good time and was not. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Welcome in, friends. Hello, hi. We're on here. We're writing a Game Boy Advance game in assembly in an assembler that we made. Right now we're trying to edit some textures a little bit, some tiles, some sprites to make it look slightly better. So. What else do we need in such a game? We also need to consider a distinction. There's an important distinction to be made here, computer. And that distinction is the collision, non-collision distinction. This is going to be very important. I should probably actually like, are any of the Sphero gamers around still? What was Sphero up to today? Is it still the controller arc? Are we going? This has been a good one for sure. I should also say, if you're new here, we go. This is where we hang out. This is where we tend to hang loose in between. I don't know. I feel, man, I don't have it in me to do the shilling thing. Yeah. Sphero is always up to good stuff. Sphero is very cool just generally. We need a way to distinguish whether a tile is collidable or not. That's like our thing. All your time I don't know, like, it's so awkward. The whole thing's so awkward. It's, man, we just got to keep going forward. So no, you don't have to be sorry. Oh my gosh, when I said this at the beginning of the stream, my intention was the exact opposite. I was like, I know I'm gonna be tempted to just program the whole time and I'm not gonna talk to anybody, but then I'm like I don't know, I don't know, is that crazy to say? I don't know, like, to say like I miss, but I do like miss the stream, right? Like when I'm not going, it's like this is like my main thing, right? It's like so it's like, well, I want to talk to everybody. I want to, you know, have some time to time to hang out, you know, just talk about, to proverbially shoot the shit a little bit. And, you know, I don't know. We're moving here. Can we undo all of that? That also undid our grid size change. View grid settings, 8 go. I think the way we're gonna do collision, we're gonna be using a super sophisticated collision detection algorithm. We move aligned to a grid, so we just need to check if a given tile is traversable. So what we are going to do is, I'm just going to put the tiles that are not traversable in the second half, or the tiles that are traversable in the second half. Because the ones that are not, we kind of want to include 0, because that's like the default thing that's around the outsides, right? So yeah, like, so grass, like, what is this? This is 0. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so it's this guy down here. A sprite, cool, thank you. Yes, it is pretty good. It is a good guy. If we paste him, if we get him down here, this is the right one, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down. So and then we'll just check a bit. Then we just have to be able to read the tile, and we just check, like, you know, I don't know, what is this? This is 16 by 8. This is a 16 by 8 region, so this is 128, right? So the bottom 128 values cannot be, yeah, exactly. This is the fellow. So all of our collidable tiles can go up top, and all of our uncollidable tiles can go down at the bottom. Glass half empty kind of guy. Yeah. Okay. So we do need to, can we see how this works? What if we make it all grass? Wow, I'm doing the complete wrong thing here. Can we do this again? The tile, throw it back and make it jiggle a little. Actually, I think on this guy, Sigrid and Bird, it can. I know this is a question that is intended for humorous. This is a question of humorous intent. But there is this. Can I see GBA dev affine? There's this thing called affine transformation on the GBA, where like certain background layers, you can like rotate them and like squish them and shit. So you could make it jiggle a little bit if you really wanted to. I have not done so yet. Dork at affine style. Yeah, true. We shout out Sigbird too. Sigbird are the homie. The potentially I've heard allegations that they are a real one, plural. Real one, parentheses S, close parentheses. This is good. This is good, but you can do shear, you can do scaling. It's crazy. So what if we just, like, this guy should just be index 128, right? So what if instead of like doing all this bullshit, what if we just made them all 128? Where's world.el? I don't really want to do this. I don't really want to edit this chunk. Like, we're gonna handle this better. Let's throw some guys in there. Let's throw some guys in there potentially. What if we just say they're all 128 for now? Can I do that in a manner that is not abhorrent? Can I do this in a manner that does not cause people to look at us with disgust in their eyes? Let's run this. Let's go back over here. Let's go back over here. Let's run it. Okay, now it's not, clearly 128 is not the number that we intend. Is it ending up in our tile data at all? If we look at view tiles, If we say they are 256 color. Oh, we didn't rerun the asset thing. I forget. I have this set to... This is like the thing that takes the longest by far to run. Like if I run this, it takes like 2 seconds. So I just like don't do it when I like normally. It's like it's already in RAM. There's no reason to like reload the PNG from disk all the time and do all this nonsense. Like in fact, I don't even load the PNG directly. Excuse me. Fuck. I don't even load the PNG directly. What we're doing is I am manually invoking PNG to okay, it's not a hard-coded temp file. Well, is it actually? I mean, it might be in here. I mean, no, I'm pretty sure it isn't, right? I'm pretty sure it isn't. It's using a different guy. He ate a bug, yeah. Where is it? Where is it? This load image PNG guy. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. It is indeed. Yeah. So that is pretty gross. I would. Yeah. That's kind of yucky. We should probably change that. But you know what? It is what it is. This is not of dire import. But we're invoking. I didn't want to write a PNG decoder, so instead we are manually invoking PNG to farbfeld. Farbfeld image, which is the image format from the suckless people, the suckless guys, and it's just a really simple. You should write tests like yesterday. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, Blackbird. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Hello Doc East also. It's very convenient because it's super easy. It's just like width, height, and then the data. So we're converting PNG to that and loading it. Not even committed yet. Yeah. Hello Dimitar Panov. Welcome. Does not work in Termux even with my freshly packaged farb. Oh, I see. We're trying to do this on mobile. I understand. Yeah, probably need to switch this up. I'm surprised it works at all, honestly. So like off of my machine maybe, or like I don't know. Keep my sanity at work. Yeah, I'm realizing that we probably need some kind of integration test kind of thing. Also, hello Murray Deo _. I'm sorry. I think I forgot to say hello. Thank you for the follow because I got distracted by the dog shit situation. And Topiary Hedge as well. We might have to draw a little bit of Topiary right now. Can we do this in honor of Topiary Hedge? Let's what's our best attempt at Topiary? We paste this here. What are we looking at in terms of Topiary? So, I mean, the Sphero thing. You understand. You were here, Colonoscopy. You know. Is this a Topiary? I don't know. Like, is this good? Is this Topiary? Maybe. Like, this is just like a single bush. Add 3 red berries. There's not much room for them. Is this good for bush? We can do like different variations too if we want to. We can do so much stuff with this. Yes, it's a lighter shade of green. Oh yeah. I mean a lighter shade of green inside the thing. Tech support L2 and I'm working tomorrow. Full bush. This is a reference to something crude. Just the name makes it artistic enough. I think so, maybe. Suspect causal relationship. Like we could do some stuff like this. I don't know how good that looks though. That kind of kills the vibes a little bit. I don't know. Maybe we add some kind of little border around the corners. Maybe that's helpful. That kind of helps a little bit. It kind of makes it go a little. We didn't really end up with Topiary. We kind of ended up with just a bush. Hello RCR and STN. I feel like I need to quit. I think you should not give up. But I think you should take care of yourself at the same time. I think a good. I don't know if this applies to your situation, but a thing that I always feel is that it's not going to be the end of the world either way, right? Things will probably work out okay. You know, it's gonna be fine, right? It's gonna be fine. You just gotta keep pushing on here. Hello Azrael too. Can we regenerate? rerun. You my slime for real. I'm glad. Thank you. Okay, did this not go? We're so back. Is it not 128? Let me check the tiles again. Am I getting the index just wrong? Am I being foolish? Am I playing the fool? I think I may be playing the fool. Oh yes, we are playing the fool. Why is that? Why are we playing the... Why is there no... Oh. Ooh. Ooh hoo hoo. This is related to the way that we load the file. This is slightly unfortunate. Why you retired, Clonk? Yeah. Wanted to quit for like a year now, but they keep stubbornly paying me. I mean, like, I think a lot of the reason why I ended up quitting was because it's an artifact of my own embarrassment more than anything. I feel like I felt like I was underperforming. I felt like I was being, you know, under too much pressure to do what I wanted to do. Like, I probably could have just gotten through this by just like, if I just was like, oh, I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit. But this is hard to do, right? So the reason why it looks like this, you might notice, this is before we loaded the... Let's add the topiary and reload this so you can see for sure what's happening. A fan of microservices. I think I kind of like the idea of this a little bit, at least. I'm kind of fond of this, at least in the abstract. But I've never really... I don't really do much... You know, I have not ever really done any real practical web development or anything like this. I like things being broken up into... I think in principle I like the clean separation of things, right? I mean, this is just... Everyone likes this, though. If we magnify a little bit, what does this look like now? Yeah, they're hard. Yeah, they're not particularly performant and hard to manage. Yeah. I think like... Yeah. Everything, like, there's probably a level you can break the thing up at that is not the HTTP request, right? Just because you name the folder services under source doesn't make it micro. Yeah, like, I don't know though. Like, my impression in general is that a lot of these things just like don't matter very much until you are like Of course, some things have hard constraints, but I feel like for most people who are like doing most things where they like are doing web development, the probably the primary concern should just be like maintainability and developer efficiency, which does not mean just like, oh, quick to write, or like, but it means like, I don't know, like the convenience of like keeping the thing going long term seems really important. Especially if you have like a lot of employee churn, and the microservice thing kind of maybe makes sense for this, but also like, unless everyone is really, it also demands probably a lot of discipline, so maybe this is a point against its favor, because it like anything where you're like splitting things up along such like so many hard boundaries, right? You kind of have to do like, this demands like a lot of documentation and a lot of like, I don't know. So regardless, you might notice that the layout of the tiles here is quite different than it is in the actual the fucker. Did we close a sprite? Oh my god. Why would we ever close it? What's wrong with us? You king slime? They call me the Platinum Jewel King. Hello? Thoughts? It was such a long day. Or I'm gonna make a little guess, Odd. Yeah. I think you're gonna go and take a nap.
I'm gonna lay down.
I think what that means is that in 1 hour, you are going to be over there snoring. I think that's probably what's going on.
What do you mean?
Hey, thanks.
Hey, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Now.
Good night. Oh yeah, we got the big cup today. It's from the kitchen.
Gross.
Maud refuses to drink water from the kitchen. She only drinks water from... They had heavy metals in them, but it adds to the going Karat. No, I also have a water bottle full of tea. At my job, they decided to break up all kinds of things on the back end and front end. I couldn't develop locally the other day because someone killed our auth server. We have more services than technical employees. It makes no sense. Yeah, that seems like a nightmare. like I think ultimately like just like discipline and having people who give a shit probably outweighs like any approach, right? Like a lot of the problems that people get mired in like feel, I don't know. I am inexperienced, right? I have a grand total of like 5 years of workplace experience in like the working world of software, and it was not in a place that was like building a product. It was like R&D shit where like the prioritization was very different and like the structure was very different. So like all of this being said, like I feel like a lot of these problems are like these are like problems of management, right? Like the fact that it was allowed to get like this, and this is like a problem of like, yeah, they allow, yeah, the point is this, right? The point is that they allow for less tight coupling between teams, maybe, right? But like this still demands discipline, right? There's never going to be like a magic technical bullet where it's like, okay, we're going to do it this way technically, and this like solves like the problems of like human coordination or whatever. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't know anything. I am like, you should look at my opinions as if I am like an idiot child, right? I am like, I don't know anything. Hello outer space though. __. We got the triple on this one. And Bud Vermont. Welcome in, Bud Vermont. Hello. I hope you're well. We're gonna test instance in auth. We got Bud Vermont on this. So the reason this is happening is because I am trying to be more clever than is my right, and we are deduplicating tiles, right? I am instead of loading this verbatim and having a bunch of repeated shit, I am deduplicating the tiles in order to, you know, this is useful in cases where like I'm loading like a single image that maybe has some duplicated parts. It's not particularly useful for the case where like I'm trying to just like load this whole shit into memory. So what I am thinking is maybe we make a version of the image loading that just like doesn't do that. And deduplicating, I mean, I think like duplicating would be you have one and now you have two or more. Deduplicating would be like consolidating identical copies. Even if the normal one is working. I still don't know what the game is about. Okay, so the game Fighting Annelids is, we are trying to make something, it's you walk around a level and you get random encounters and you fight them. That's the whole game. You're gonna walk around, there's a little guy, he walks around like a big place, like a forest or a cave or something like this, that is randomly generated, and there are monsters that pop up and it's like, haha, you're fighting like, I don't know. We're gonna do. I think mod is gonna help. We're gonna draw some crazy shit. We're gonna draw some little guys. They're gonna be very low quality. You're fighting this. No, they attack you. You are the bullied. In fact, they demand your rations or something, and then you fight them and you get experience points. This is classical. It's a classical loop, and we're like the game part is not, you know, as always, right? The actual game is less interesting than like the technical bit. I think this is the important thing. It's not going to look as cool as that game I showed. No, it will not look as cool as like the Taiwanese indie game. Is it a roguelike? It is a roguelike in a certain sense. The funny part of the game, the way that it works that is funny is when you download the game, every download is a different copy of the game, in that the game world is different, right? So we are going to randomly generate a level at compile time, and when you connect to the server to download the game, we already have all this stuff built because we have the Emacs web server from the Green News thing that we can just use for this again. When you connect to the server to download the game, it generates a ROM on the fly, and it like produces for you the game, and it will differ every time. So it's not a roguelike in the sense that you can download your copy and keep playing it and regenerating new worlds. But if you consider like the gameplay loop to include downloading the game, then it'll have this roguelike element. Okay. So what if we just don't do this in image mode? A collectible? Perhaps. I mean, they're personalized copies. This is the conceit. I've been playing. Yeah. Randomizers are essentially like this, right? Like, really, it's like the joke about like everyone. Like, the idea is like everyone jokes about like Mario 64 being like, oh, they did personal. Like, it's like a creepypasta thing. Unwikiable, you have to understand your own copy. Yeah. And like randomizers do this pretty well, but like they're ultimately like, I don't know. Procedural generation is just like mad good in general, I think. What are you laughing at over there? She got home, she just lays down in bed and just starts laughing like, oh my god. The brain destroyer? Huh? What? I see. She's shocked at the depth of the randomizer. Yeah, no, it turns out like Dark Souls in particular is like the perfect thing for those. I think like anything that like has this like, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. I fucking love Dark Souls. And like, you literally, she can't stop laughing over there. She's like dying. She's crying. She's the Joker. She's watching Northern Lion and Ludwig. Yes. Now she's laughing because she's laughing. So it's, yeah. That's World Gens at hole.io. Yeah. It's a comedy? Something like this. It might be a tragedy, actually. Excuse me. So Dark Souls is like perfect for this because Dark Souls is like a routing game, kind of like the way like Dark Souls is fucking sick because you can. The reason it's sick is not because of like epic moves and combats and like you get to kill guy or whatever. I think it's sick because you can go and do different things, right? You can like choose what direction you're going. Like it makes it super replayable because you're like, oh, I'm playing through the game once and it's like, oh, here's the claymore, here's whatever item. I can't use this right now, but I'm going to keep this in the back of my mind. And then when I eventually replay the game, I'm like, oh, wait, I'm playing the build that uses the giant club. I know where the giant club is now, so I can like direct my progress in that direction because the game is like non-linear enough to allow that. So that like really comes together really well. It like you have this big world with like directions you want to go in, and then also that's like tied in with like the RPG bit where it's like you know, like you have like stats and those influence where you want to go. And it makes it super, super replayable. Hello, evil, intimidating horse. And like the randomizer thing, it's perfect for that too, because then it's just like, well, everything I knew about this is like now no longer, and I can like relearn it all, and it's sick. It fucking rocks. Pokemon is kind of similar, but Pokemon is like too linear for it, I think, right? Like Pokemon randomizer, like sure, like you can, it has a similar appeal where it's like got like the build element and like there's a lot of things you can randomize, but the like it's too linear. Zelda probably is good as well, but also kind of more linear maybe. Hello, evil, intimidating horse again. Thank you for green. You play Souls with a wiki? I think like the my very first playthrough of Dark Souls, I definitely like wikied a bunch. I'm not afraid to like. I love wikis in general. I love the sort of game. Like my favorite genre of game is like the wiki game, right? The game where like knowledge gives you a significant advantage, where you can like play when you're not really playing, right? You can like sit on your phone at 5 a.m. and be like, oh man, I really want to get, I gotta get the gargoyle helmet. I gotta get the gargoyle helmet in this. Yeah, I mean like MMOs are like essentially this. They are like they are this 100%. Hello, Alien 2, welcome also, and Straw Hat Sasha, hello. And Chlorgal too, and I'm missing everybody on this. I'm losing coherence. Where's image.el? The Darks to NL plays Dark Souls randomizer. Yeah, I've played randomizer on Dark Souls 1, and I've played an Elden Ring randomizer. I kind of want to. Maud has never played any of these of the John Souls. She tried a little bit of Bloodborne, and liked it. But I think she gets like you get too agitated. You get too worked up. Yeah, but you're not. That's kind of like the point. They made Chlorgal 2. That's all. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy they're doing this. They have seamless co-op for Dark Souls 1 now. So I'm kind of like maybe we play this a little bit and like I limit myself to some kind of fucked up thing and we just play together. It seems enjoyable. But it's hard to like, I don't, you know, it sucks if it's like to have the first experience be co-op. A semi-procedural fantasy tabletop, but also XCOM. Yeah, I have not seen Wildermyth at all. I will check this out. I love Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2. Yeah, MMOs are like the best at, like, MMO is the genre, right? The gameplay of an MMO is not like what do you like? What is the gameplay in most MMOs? You stand and you hit, right? Like realistically, right? You move occasionally. Like, there's more. I'm oversimplifying it, but like the gameplay is not the most compelling, right? It's you like at best you're standing there playing Simon Says for hours, right? You're pressing the, you know, like it's not like, but like I would put forth that the real gameplay of an MMO is staring at the wiki at the items you don't have yet, right? The gameplay of the game is not like oh, I pressed the button. The gameplay is thinking about what items you want to get in 3 weeks when the arbitrary time gating lets you get them, lets you get a chance at getting them. I bombed that fucking interview. Hope you're having a better day than I am. I'm really sorry to hear that, Bad Love, but like, I guess, I don't know, man. There's a lot of fish in the sea. I would not the worst thing to do is to get yourself down about it. Maybe you didn't also, says Mod. Maybe you didn't. But if you did, you know, whatever. It's just a job, right? It doesn't say anything about anything. It's just at the end of the day, fuck them. That's what I say. That's what LCOLONQ. That's my, yeah. I'm scared of fish. You're gonna have a tough time around here. Love you, computer. Love you too, Bablo. We're gonna get through it. We are literally all gonna make it. I hope you know. I mean this in a sense that is not like some sort of hell sense, but in like, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get through. We're gonna get through. Thank you. This is my first stream of his. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Yeah, thanks. Hello, Griff Pitt. Welcome. At the end of the day, fuck them only if they also. Yeah, that's true. Fuck them consensually. Well, I don't know. Is it really what a first stream to come into? They're all like this, Colonoscopy. I think we have to stop pretending to ourselves. They're literally all like this. It's like this every time. It's like this. It's been like this twice a week for 2 years. It's, but you know, okay, we got to make the image. Yeah. Anyway, we gotta make the image not be like this. I love programming too. I love it too a lot. Talking about pegging was a worst first stream, perhaps. Did we do that? Was that like that must have been forever ago. We try not to talk about sensual kind of topics. I don't get sensual on stream. I wouldn't get sensual. It's not. I wouldn't get sexual either. I'm trying to be euphemistic about it. You know, you can't say the word sex on TV. It's pretty much every, yeah. Okay, we're saying this unique tile. Can I just not do this? What if I just don't do that? Yeah, it sounds way worse, right? That's why we that's why we say it. It's like sensual might actually be like the worst word possible. Maybe. Like sensual is like extreme sleaze. No, like saying it like this, I'm saying like we would never, like, it's so, I don't know. Anyway, queer scored the gay. How? I don't know. I mean, that's like adult TV. I don't know. I only watch like Arthur. I go on TV. I bring up my favorite shows. It's like Arthur. Where is there a BPM meter? It's the rate, excuse me, at which my heart is beating. Maybe your heart too. I don't know. It's one or the other. Can we say optional dedupe? If dedupe is non, oh no. Let's say this. Let's do the other way. I want the default behavior to be preserved. If dupe is non-nil, preserve duplicate tiles. Yeah, let's do that. Where are we calling unique? We're just gonna say if dupe can we do this in a way that is not horrible? If do we have like ID? Oh my god, it's gross. Let's call this you know what, I'm calling this CDR tiles. I'm calling this unindexed because I assume it's an index at the start of this bastard. Unindexed is map cutter tiles. We love mapping cutter on tiles. This is if dupe unindexed. Hi Clonk. Hello Mog. Welcome in. And Dieter from Spronkets is here as well. Because so much of it was teaching kids to cope with poverty. Arthur. I honestly, I gotta say, I don't remember anything about Arthur. I don't remember. What do we know about like the I remember seeing this a little bit. Like I saw this at like my grandparents' house, and eventually when we did have a TV, like we just had like the default channels. When you just like plug it in, you get like, I don't know, like over the I'm typing Mog in chat. I'm reading my variables into Mog because I'm trying to shout out Mog in the other window. Oh my god. I remember there was a kid, they had a kid named Binky on there, which always struck us as a little bit. That was cool. And he was mean. They made him nice. It's over. And I think it's actually not over. I don't know. I think I say it's over too much potentially. I'm like emphasizing it's really not. We're doing good. We're doing good. Wrong food safety advice. Wait, is there like an Arthur where they're like telling him to eat trash and stuff? Is that true? Is there a trash eating episode? Can we what if we were to indent this entire file according to our new principles? It's also a pacifier. Yes, I think that's why we were amused. Okay, can we run this thing? They said green potatoes are safe. They are not. Is this I have to my brain has been so poisoned by internet language that like I have to constantly resist saying things like, is this real? Is this true? And I'm going to purge this from myself. It's like I'm doing a cleanse. I'm doing one of those things where you take like those little, what's that thing called? The little shells? What's it called? The little shells. My mom is always trying to get me to eat these. Diatomaceous. How do you spell that? Diatomaceous earth. Yeah, my mom's trying to make me eat mac and cheese all the time. She's always trying to get me to eat this. I think it's little shells. Got little shells. It's got something on it. Hello, welcome in. Hello Raiders. Hello Meteora VT. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hello. I was lurking over there a little bit earlier because I was checking it out. You got a good the Meteora VT setup has developed. You're kind of cooking over there. I hope you're doing well, Meteor. Meteor VT is one of the AI VT AI Vermonters. One of the AI Vermonters out here. And they've made quite a lot. They've made quite a lot. So you said eat them? Dead bug shards? Yeah, they have. I don't know what it is. I don't know if this is good or not, but it's probably not. Hello, like Saja underscore. I think like Neuro Sama. It's kind of like this shape of thing. I think they were doing karaoke, or no, they weren't doing karaoke. They were answering questions. This was thanks to the show. Of course. We're in it together. Thank you for the raid. Thank you big time. If you don't know me, I'm LCOLONQ. I'm like a guy. We're making a Game Boy Advance game today. That's our purpose. We are trying to make a game within the next 2 days, which will probably require me to, yeah. I don't know. We're trying to do something here. What if we don't duplicate anymore? What if we no longer duplicate? What if we undeduplicate this? What if we were to go over to assets? What is this function? This is called image tiles. What if we were to say, where do we call image tiles? We call it here an image load PNG palette. So we need to pass this through as well. Optional dupe. Optional dupe a guy. It's true. It's true. Can we say if dupe is non-nil, do not remove duplicate tiles. This is kind of gross. This is we're kind of making our API substantially uglier here, but it's the way you have to do it. You can't really do differently. Thank you, Toolin22. Already marching on my third clone, man. At this rate, there's gonna be people who are getting 4 clones in the same burst. Should have saved up for Mandarin. Yeah, I don't know. Eventually in time, someone's gonna get it eventually, and I'm not gonna be prepared, and it's going to be really embarrassing and a huge letdown for everyone. Right? I really should. I've been thinking recently that I should would it be funny if I had an entire I've been thinking about this for purposes of utility, right? Because I'm going to be traveling quite a bit in the near future. So I mean, and I intend to stream through the whole thing, right? Because streaming is like my priority, I guess. It's like we'll keep to the usual cadence. But I've considered, like, sometimes if I get sick or something, I've considered maybe I keep one in the chamber. Would that be a funny bit? Like I'm considering recording an entire stream on one of my off days, and just like either talking to no one or just talking to Mod, having Mod go in the chat, or like just talking to the clones or something, and just having one. So then if I'm sick, I have one in the chamber. I don't know if it's a good bit though. I think the pre-recorded thing is kind of funny for like 20 minutes, but I think it's better to like talk with, people are here to talk, right? It's like I don't know if it would hold up over the duration of the whole thing. Saja and Zen. Oh, do you mean Zentreya? April 1st prank 1 year. I think Saja was borrowing Zen's TTS. It's a little tricky to be certain. I see. This is good. This is good stuff. I'm not super familiar with Zentreya. I've seen some of her stuff. I know she's friends with my friend May. So I've seen her in this context. But I think she comes from like the VR chat zone. She's been around for a long time, I think, right? And I know she does the TTS thing, which is cool. Okay, can we say we want duplicates on the tiles? Does that do anything for us here? How did I get here? Thank you for the streak also, Kawaii Chibi Kaneko. You remain one of the 2 front runners. Hello. You are tied with a Bridgewater. Hello. In the streak wars. The streaker wars. A Bridgewater. You don't have it long. Streak. Yeah, I am not real. You don't? I think so. I have defeated X11. Congratulations. Okay, cool. We have a new map now. I'm pressing it as fast as I can. We don't have key repeat on this yet, so I have to press the button hundreds of times. Oh, we were just saying Kawaii Chibi Kaneko did the streak thing, and they are the other person who has the long streak at present. Okay, cool. We have a big level. Wow. Yes. How are you? I'm doing very well, Brother Malfin. I hope you're well also. I think you mentioned Sifon. Are you doing X11 from Jai? Is that the thing? I didn't parse it entirely. I saw you were doing ePull stuff, which is a pretty sick way to do it. Are you doing like the API by hand just over a socket? I think you can do that, right? With some streak shenanigans, Twitch will kill. Yeah, it killed 0x539s randomly. I think 0x539, it just like paused them on the same number for like some weeks and also didn't give them channel points, and then reset it after this. We're filling in the edges of the map, yes. Oh, it comes with X11 bindings. I see. I really gotta get on Jai. I don't know. I guess it's not really a huge priority. I'm not really a huge, like, I don't know. It would be fun though. Maybe in a couple of years. maybe we hop on Jai and like, it's like a 2028 kind of project. We're planning for the long term here. DDD duplication might be pretty bad in a Kirby world. Yeah. Yeah, deduplication. Yeah, yeah. Okay. We're here. It works now. Load bearing software that will outlive us. Yeah, I don't know. We're at least gonna have fun for a. I really don't intend to. At this point, there's basically nothing that could. You know, you're stuck with me. There's basically nothing that could make me stop doing this. I think like I like. I don't know. I guess barring like total world collapse or something, I'm like you're you know I'm around. I'm around now for the indefinite future. So we can be like, oh, we'll do this in 30 years. Hello, Lady Vignette. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Hello to the gamers. Hello to the gamers. They have the gamers in here. I know Lady Vignette today was running D&D. This is very good. If you don't know Lady Vignette, you should know them. Lady Vignette is a dear friend from way back. Does a lot of art, does a lot of tabletop RPG stuff. Generally pretty cool and nice. Pretty cool and nice person and good to be watching. It's good. Welcome in, gamers. Hello, Juno Moons and Small Ghost, Big Thoughts and Merkwim and OO Noom and Happy Corvid Day and Lady Vignette. Hi. We are making a Game Boy Advance game. We will play at some point. At one time or the other. It's actually shocking to me, Lady Vignette. It's like I used to spend so much time thinking about RPGs and I had no one to play with, right? And now I have so many people who would play, right? I like realistically could just like show up in Discord or something on a random Saturday and like have like some amount of people who are like down to clown, right? But I don't play anymore because like I just haven't been spending time on it. So it's yeah, and Mod is here too, right? Like it's like I could reasonably put together like a large open table game. I just like haven't. I don't know. Damn, the truly the gods are ironic in the fates that they write for us. The fates are maybe not cruel, but they're strange sometimes. We just got to do it. Yes, we do. Okay, but please, do we do the thing? Did I type this properly? Did it go? It did go. Okay, very good. But yes, welcome everybody. I'm LCOLONQ. I gotta go. Yeah, please. Good night. Please don't stay up on our account. I'm LCOLONQ. I'm a guy pretending to be letters. We're writing a Game Boy Advance game today for a game jam. It's kind of evil. We're gonna get there. Hi, hello, it's me. Yes, eventually the Game Boy Advance game that we were making here will go onto cartridges. That will be physical cartridges that will be given out to some people. Potentially evil game. Yeah, it's evil because we are doing it in a horrible way. I got to floor 114 in Void Stranger. 3 deaths until I got to that floor. I'm enjoying it. I'm very glad. You're a guy. It's true. I thought I said male. Oh, that's true also. I'm glad everyone is playing this now. It's good. I saw you playing, and I saw Ramnor the Launderer, who is an occasional. They're around. They're a clonker. They're around. And it's good. It's a really good game. If you don't mind it, you could join the Discord IRC or whatever, maybe, or not. Yeah, exactly. You could do this. I don't know. You won't have any of the dev tools with your approach. Yeah, we wrote all the dev tools ourselves. Big Game Mikey. We just have a program that spits out bytes. We are not using anything anyone else made, except for PNG to farb filled, I guess. Which is what makes it aggravating. Mod dude. I mean, I think dude is in general, like I call everyone dude, right? I think dude is a gender neutral term, right? I think you know, anyone like you could say dudettes, but I feel like this kind of positions us as enemies. I don't know, right? Like this dudette is like, this is a hell word. You just say dude. Dude is good. I'm definitely like duded up, right? I don't know. I think it's because that's like what my dad says. Like my dad is always saying, "What's up, dude?" and like calling people dude, and like this is I don't know. Maybe this is just like it's just dude. It's just dude. This is the word. This is the word for it. Okay. Can we? It's beyond gender. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, yeah. It has a nice casual tone. This is good. You can't complain about this, right? I like saying things like this because I think it helps. Like I think I have it, like, you know, my demeanor, especially in real life. My demeanor, yeah, for sure. My demeanor is like very like is very like stuffy, right? I think in general, right? Like I don't think I come across as very casual. I think I come across as like largely nervous and fretful. as fretful, like Smurfette. Yeah, kind of like this. Mean humans just become words for men, and words, yeah, mean men become words for humans. It's just linguistic drift. Yeah. So I feel like if I talk like this, if I'm saying like, yo dude, instead of talking like I'm some kind of steampunk character, it kind of creates a nice contrast. What if you use dudette for everyone? This is true. You could say this. I think for linguistic reasons, people tend to get more upset with this, right? Like if you say like, "What's up, sister?" to like a man, people tend to be weirded out by this. There was a time when I was working at my previous job, when I was hanging out with a bunch of people, where we tried doing this, and we did it for a little while, but it was people. It doesn't. I don't know. Just due to these things you can't just change these things willy nilly necessarily, right? I mean, you might like to, but like there's like, you know, like it or not, there's probably people have like decades of cultural calluses in their brain, right? And these things are, you know, somewhat, I don't know. Yeah, there's social contexts, right? You can't just consider these things in a vacuum necessarily. But yes sir to this. Yeah. I know a group of dudes, they called each other homo, but they weren't, so maybe this is also gender neutral or some other. Yeah, I mean, like, I think there's also just like there's probably you know, it's hard to read these situations, but people just banter also, probably, right? People will call each other all sorts of things. And this is appealing, right? It's kind of like expressing the sense of like, hey, we're all comfortable with each other, right? So we're going, you know, this is kind of good. It's the bonds of camaraderie are beautiful indeed. I don't know. I you know, I can appreciate this stuff a little bit. Okay, so we have solved the puzzle. Like, it just worked the first time when we deduplicated it, which is cool. And like, if we look at game state views, view tiles now, and do the thing, you'll notice that it is appropriately offset. This is the appropriate level of row, right? We have tiles. And down here at the bottom, we'll see the sprites. Wow. And then we'll see, like, that's it. We got everything. We got everything we need now. What's up, queen? Yeah, this is true. I like saying king, too. King kind of goes crazy. Or, in particular, boss. And I especially like big dog. I think I've talked about this before. Like, I feel like I get nervous saying big dog, though, especially to strangers, because I would normally, because I think I worry that people will think it's like I'm calling them fat or something, right? I'm like saying that they are overweight. So big dog and big hoss, that's like you know, this is a little more personal. You can't be flying those off in public necessarily. Big dog, you can maybe get surf the net. Yeah. There was a whole thing. I mean, this is the one. There was an image. Do you know that we found the image before? What's the one? The pause off my manga image. Do I have that on this computer? Like big dog. Hey Jeff, you may be dating my mom, but keep your paws off my manga. Excuse. Oh yes, here it is. There's an image. It's a Reddit link on r/millennials. So I found the image, but I'm afraid that I cannot link it because that would be a little too much for me. I don't, because it will inevitably. If I open image in new tab, it opens the whole thing, doesn't it? And this link is very, very gross. And I'm being told I can sign in with Google, Reddit now. That's kind of crazy. But it's an image that has a dog with sunglasses, and it says, "Excuse me, comma, Jeff, exclamation point. You might be dating my mom, but keep your..." Wait, can I screenshot the image? Oh, that's maybe the option here. That's what we're going to be doing. What if I were to say... You can just save the image. Okay. What if we were to say big dog .webp? Then we wormhole send that again. Wormhole send downloads big dog webp. We get those. Receive 3 caretaker brackish. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be worthwhile. I promise. I promise for real. Yeah, this is a really good one. This isn't your Nintendo. I really like this image. I'm really fond of it. I had to agree to the new TOS to see the chat box. I see. Hello, F Collector and Zulfix also. I think I probably had to do this myself too. This is fearsome. This is really fearsome. I wonder, they probably don't make you do this through IRC. Like, also knowing they don't care. So, yeah, probably on Twitch. Probably on Twitch, I would imagine. I think I had to do this recently. It made me, there was some kind of pop-up. Anyway, all this aside, we should probably get to work. We can draw things now. How do we need to, okay, let's figure out collision first. Collision seems really important. What is collision? Fundamentally, all we need yeah, you can't boost over, but you can boost on the menu now, Zolfig. You can boost on the menu now. We have now a setup. There is a setup where you can use every feature of the LCOLONQ broadcast without ever going on the twitch.tv website. You can view the stream with MPV, right? This works. You can connect to chat with IRC, and you can use all the redeems via the API, which you can access either via the menu site or using Diablo projects like Rust CLI. There is, in fact, a CLI that you can use to boost. Yes, there will be a single sprite sheet for the backgrounds, at least. There will be multiple things for the sprites, I think, is how we're going to do it. This is just like, this is not the sprite. This is just a memory dump, so it's all in the same spot. This is a dump of VRAM in the emulator. A Rust CLI, yes, I think Diablo Project has this. Potential plus, yeah. Okay, so let's do collision, right? Is goated. Yeah, we have one of those, by the way, Retro Wolf. There is one. Yeah, auth is still Twitch only. Yes, in order to use the menu, you do need to you need to auth once, right? You need to auth with Twitch once in order to register an account with the menu, but after that, it never touches Twitch again because it's using our own account system. That's like just only the registration is with Twitch. So this is the guy. We want to make it so you can't do this. You see this? None of this. It loves to log you out of COLONQ API. Oh, but if you just keep track of your code, you won't have to relog in with Twitch, right? You can just log in directly. Like this. Yeah, total clarity. Yeah, the expensive redeems and clones and stuff do require this. Also, hello, Waifu Hunter 1398. Welcome. Just memorize your OAuth token. Yeah. Just run the necessary crypto to produce an auth token in your own mind. Just manually send the HTTP request. Hello Kotobyte VT also. Thank you for the Kotobyte Vermont perhaps. Oh, sorry, I'm revealing. This is everyone. I shouldn't say when people are lurking. Is this evil? Is this evil? Am I doing evil here? Oh wait, this is new. This is new. Okay, can I be a little bit evil? Am I allowed to be a little bit evil? Kotobyte VT mentions this must be this is new. I don't mean to be evil. I'm being normal. This is new. I'm going to be the first follower. I'm the first follower. And they mention they want to do Python programming and singing and dancing and drawing and cooking and making friends. This is kind of good. This is kind of good. We could be getting in on the ground floor of this business. This Kotobyte VT. Can we Kotobyte VT? Is that the case? Oh, hell yeah. I was worried for a second before you chatted Kotobite VT that this was some kind of like robot, but no, this is real. Hello, hi, hello, hi. Okay, weird section over. Let's go back to being normal. Let's do like normal stuff again. Let's get the least successful lurk ever. Yeah. This is maybe the worst response to the lurk redeem ever committed on Twitch. Which is to instantly draw maximum attention to the person. Full profile inspection. It's like the one. Did you see this? There was a thing like a year ago where do you know the streamer Clavio? Normal viewer, your layout is very awesome. Well, I'm glad you think so, Kotobite VT. We're trying our best. We're trying our best. Hello, Ledenjin also. Are you familiar with Clavio? Clavio is do we know? Clavio's they're in the V realm. They're kind of I think they know some of our friends. We don't know them directly really, but they know some of our friends. And Clavio raided Dan Giesling. Yes, the sleepy mouse. And Dan Giesling immediately can I find this? It's very funny actually. I think it's funny, even if you're not into the VTuber thing, I think it's funny just in the general sense of like this insane social interaction happens. Flavio Dan Giesling. Do we have this guy? Bring it up. Bring it up on here. Yeah, they're on completely different sides of the spectrum. If you don't, Dan Giesling is in the kind of Northern Line verse. He plays, indie games and stuff, and he was formerly a potentially the greatest contestant on Big Brother of all time. This is his lore. He competed on American reality TV show Big Brother and is perhaps the greatest to ever do it. But can I if I find this, can we just MPV this guy? Before, I mean, it's more important today. Okay, we're running into quotation situations. A quotation situation, perhaps.
I woke up this morning at my normal time.
Can I find this?
I woke up this morning at my normal time.
I opened it twice.
But I was still like a little,
can I make it loud? How do you get loud on this?
So I was like, maybe it's better
Speed.
to wait a day or two.
How do you get loud?
I was on
like
fire
this
in Dan's chat. I gotta stop exercising.
It's like this.
Man. I'm wasting my time.
I gotta find where's the part of this? Sorry, we're showing it.
This morning he had
monthly pack drop.
Can we find it? Are you jogging?
Clavio.
Yes.
Clavio, welcome in. Don't do a raid message. Acting natural. Thank you for coming in. Just be normal. I'm gonna show you normalcy. Enjoy this, because you probably have no idea who I am, Clavio. But here's, if you're coming in from the raid, here's what we're all about. While I Google you, I just like to say,
it was cheese to meet you.
Just watch my new favorite streamer.
Cheesiest stream that ever cheesed.
Like, this is insane. This is so nuts.
This is Clavio, ladies and gentlemen.
It's so good too.
I know I'm a VTuber, but would it be weird if I rated a non-VTuber?
No, not weird at all. Wait. Are you is Clavio? Everyone at Clavio, did you just say we're a non-VTuber? Excuse me, Clavio. Is Clavio still here? I look. Like, it could be one of those things where raid comes in and then they bounce.
It's, I don't know. It's,
I mean,
so,
why
and
would
like he goes into this whole thing
leave
and like
that raided us
it's
once
really
we pull up their stream to watch them? I mean, like, it's not like that's awkward at all watching yourself on someone else's stream reacting to them for the first time.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. I don't know. This is maybe not. I don't know. Like this, I feel like this is one of those things that like I am insanely amused by, and other people maybe don't give a shit about this. So because now we're like 3 layers of reaction deep, and it's like I don't know, man. But like, it like it's so good. It's so funny. It's like I live for like. There's something like for me, the funniest thing in the world is like awkwardness, right? When things are like really uncomfortable, like that feeling when there's like a high level of tension. For some reason, this just makes me like this will always make me laugh, right? And it's sort of to my detriment, not into cringe necessarily. Like cringe is different, right? This is just like it's when it's even when I am involved, XOR Xavier, and this is to my detriment. Like I will be having like a difficult conversation with someone, right? Like I'll be talking with Maud about something that we're trying to like work out, and it's like hard and like stressful, and like I will start laughing, like I have to resist laughing, right? Like I think it's just like my natural response to like when things are getting like tough, right? Like it just starts to feel really because I start thinking like what is this insane situation, right? Like why is the pressure so high here? And it makes me like want to laugh at it. And yeah. You terrified if I'd been the raider, but would have thought of it. Yeah. You don't make yeah. Yeah, laughing through the pain. Laugher, not the crier, right? Yeah. The what's the okay, can we okay, now I'm confused. I'm mostly confused, I would say these days more than anything. I have no idea what's going on, but it sounds relatable. Yeah, maybe so. Hello, hot dog flavored water. Welcome in. We got some dog water on this. Hello. We're trying to make a Game Boy Advance game. That's our goal here. Hot dog flavored water __. We're doing it in an evil way. We're doing evil programming primarily around here, but also yeah, I make jokes at that situations. Yeah. Hello, Quantum Boom, Limp Bizkit fan. I was looking for today's, whenever I'm looking for the starting soon screen of the stream, like we do a different start. If you don't arrive early on the stream, right, you might not know this, but we do a different starting soon every day, right? There's a different one every time, right? So like the time on Tuesday it was this. If I go, it was like this, and we had this music going on. We had this kind of stuff. We had this kind of stuff happening, right? And today it was like this. Today it was like this, and we had this kind of stuff happening. You see? We had this kind of stuff happening. We had Hatsune Miku Talking Heads cover, right? You understand this? Oftentimes for these, I'm picking Hatsune Miku covers of songs, and the reason why I do this is because I'm doing this because to avoid copyright, to avoid the DMCA, to avoid DMCA auto detection. This is the reason for this. Miku break stuff. I think there is, in fact. So I probably spend, maybe 20 or 30 hours a week even searching through YouTube for these covers of like classic rock songs and shit from Vocaloids, right? And they're always like very obscure, right? They're like these like 200 view covers of this, and they like like there's new ones like this video, this cover I just found, the Talking Heads cover. This is from 3 weeks ago. They're dropping new ones of these constantly. This is from, I think, Dringar on YouTube. And they just keep, it's sick. It kind of rocks. And I was kind of waffling between this and I did find a bunch of Limp Bizkit, which is like, yeah, bring up Smells Like Teen Spirit and the old school RuneScape sound font vocally. I have this on my this is also in the queue. Mari Durst. Yeah, true. Yo. The at greater than half customers are weebs. Being weeb is important for business. I mean, it is in general. Like I think like you gotta like I would like. Bro, I don't think I am a weeb, right? I mean, I have been in the past, right? I have been an appreciator of, the arts. I do love the I love the arts. I love arts from Japan from time to time. But I've indulged in my fair share of anime manga in my day. But like, I think. Always pass by these streams, heard metal and coding. Hell yeah. Hello, Z Palva. Okay, Z Palva. I gotta ask. First blood. What's the what are we, did you think it was something different from what it was? And if so, how could we do better? Right? Because I'm always looking to like, I'm trying to shake up the game a little bit. Like I'm always like, if you're looking at this and being like, oh man, I don't know about this. I don't know about this bullshit, right? What's the biggest bullshit element of the thing? You can shoot, you can fire away, you can be like, I'm not gonna get hurt by this. I have a heart of stone. I have a heart of stone. Hello, Dark Prince of Darkstar. Also, welcome in. Hello, welcome. Do men call you the Darkstar? Non-weebs allowed to be. I mean, I don't know. Since now, you keep. I like this. Okay. Thank you for the follow too. Loving the vibes here. Okay. Hi. Hello. Dark Prince of Darkstar. We have a thing around here where I had a phase last summer where I had reread A Song of Ice and Fire by George R.R. Martin, and I had become fixated on the fact that he put in this crazy character. He just put like an anime guy in there called the Darkstar. Who says in the book, he says, "Men call me Darkstar, for I am of the night." So that's sort of been kind of a catchphrase of ours around here for some time, at least of mine, right? You'll constantly hear me saying this. I'm constantly saying, "Oh, men call me X, men call me Y. I am the Darkstar," right? Things like this. Soul Eater reference, Pog. Is this a reference to the same thing, Dark Prince of Darkstar, or is this a different thing? Thank you for the 6 months in advance, Quantum Bomb. I appreciate this. Like he just made like an anime guy in this book. They put a, I don't know, a rock in an island. Yeah. Okay. What are we doing? We're doing collision detection. What does collision detection entail? We need to produce a function. No. Once upon a time, we need to produce a function called UGBA thumb function. K-sims is walkable. This is our function. In fact, you know what? We can do the Lisp convention. We don't need to do any of this nonsense. We can just call it walkable. First function of the day. Huge news. Huge news happening here. I use pics here at Twitch. I see. Well, thank you all the same, friend. This is highly appreciated. Aside with Vocaloid being alive, I do some singing, and I've received tracks to learn my part with Vocaloid in the file name. I see. Oh, this is cool. This is very cool, actually. I hope, like, do you mean tracks, like people sending you example audio? Like, or I don't know very much about like how the singing stuff works. I should probably ask Maud. If Maud was not sleeping, I would bother her. She's like into this kind of thing a little bit. What this should do is I mean, the question remains, a lot of the time I've kind of had well, we'll do it like this. Return non-zero if let's say this X in R0, Y in R1. Return non-zero if the tile at global coordinates X, Y is walkable, right? Multi-part acapella stuff, they split out voice parts. Oh, I see. Very cool. Different thing, my own TTRPG setting. Oh, very nice. Fuck yeah. We like this kind of stuff too a little bit. I actually I'm kind of excited right now. Consider clipping this comment to help out the streamer. Is it buffering for you? Is this real or is Twitch? I don't know. I backed a Kickstarter a long time ago. There's a tabletop supplement I like a lot. Can I Google this without it doxing me? This is maybe probably my favorite tabletop RPG thing of all time. It's this book called Yoon Suin the Purple Land. I think this is like the absolute like peak RPG book of all time. It's a supplement that kind of works in general with like all like old RPG stuff. Curious how long you've been doing this coding. I mean, I've been programming since I was 11, and I am 27 now. So 16 years. Pretty much a lot. Pretty much a lot the whole time. It's been, I think like before I was programming, I had like some Legos and stuff, and that was like what I was kind of into. I liked putting the Legos together. I didn't have a whole, but I liked building stuff out of them, and like I made up like fake, you know. As soon as I got into the programming, this like instantly transmuted all of my interest in everything to programming. And it just became my whole life forever. But I like they did a Kickstarter for a new version of this, and it finally is like gonna ship, and I'm kind of hyped about that. It's a gateway drug, yeah, for sure. Okay, so what does walkable entail? Well, first of all, we need to actually determine some stuff about this thing. We need to determine what chunk it's in, right? Let's actually say first and foremost, let's claim R2 and R3, because we don't have access to those by default because parameters could live there. Yeah, to be fair, this function is going to be pretty, I don't know, it won't be super gnarly. It won't be super gnarly. Yeah, it's if you're into like the OSR stuff, it's like kind of good. I don't know, but it's good in general. It's just like they have a very like table driven thing. It's like this very table, like random table. It's just really good. I really enjoyed it. Hello, Volixo. Also, thank you for the follow. Also, if you're new here and you like this shit, we have a Discord and an IRC. Yeah, these are good bells. Oh, I'm not running the overlay. That's actually shows us who runs the bells. I should probably do that. But we hang out there. It's like one Discord channel linked to one IRC channel with like a bridge we wrote, and it is like, it's pretty good. It's like something resembling a like real community of people versus just like I don't know. Like it's I don't know. Like in the way that is like least like tooting my own horn and is the most like trying to be true about it. It's like the most real IRC, well, the most real like online community that like I have ever been a part of, by a lot. So yeah, I don't know. It's cool. You might like it too. Maybe you won't like it. That's also fair. That's also totally fair. Okay, what are we doing here? We gotta get the chunks. Wait, we already keep track of the chunks in a global variable. We're already good for it. So can we say UGBA fresh is CX? CY is UGBA fresh. This fresh thing, what it means is get a register for us. It means get a register that's not going to be used and return its name so we can put it into assembly instructions. Inside of here, we're going to say immediately, we're going to say UGBA thumb. Is this in 32? What is double? Can we go back over to state.el? How do we save this? Do I save these all as 32? We do. We do. Okay. If I get 32, k sims cx var cx, I do the same thing for cy. Now cx and cy contain these registers contain the values. This is like a helper guy, right? This generates code that does a read of a memory location, and it tries to be kind of smart about it. Like you can say things like, if I say this, right, with like a constant offset, it'll pre-compute the offset based on the address. If I say something like this, like a register, it will like add this at runtime. It'll generate code that does the addition. So it tries to be a little bit smart, and it makes a lot of like these like pointer arithmetic kind of things a little bit easier for us. So we have CX and CY, so we want to get that chunk now. Well, first of all, we want to do some checks probably, right? We want to check if the chunk is in bounds. Fortunately for us, we already have a helper function to do this. We have a guy, his name is chunk index. And what chunk index does is he computes the memory offset that we need to add. Let me remove some debug prints also. He computes the memory offset that we need to add to data chunk 0 to get the chunk at XY. And this is, of course, it's based on the world width, right? Remember before we changed the world width we changed it from being a 3x3 chunk world to being a 4x2 chunk world, right? So this is naturally, because it's a single array, we have to account for this. Eventually, I think our world, we're going to want this to be like a 16x16 chunk world, or even bigger, right? The chunks are only 256 bytes, because they're 16x16, and we have a lot of space, right? So like, consider that 4 chunks is like a kilobyte, and we have like 32 megabytes of space, right, on the cartridge. We have a whole lot of, you know, we got a lot of room to work with, so we can do whatever we want, really. Made it home. I'm glad. Hello, Vosher1025, also welcome in. It's millions of bytes, right? Compare this to the Game Boy Advance, or the original Game Boy, where we have like fucking nothing. We have so much space. We don't have to do any weird mapper stuff, right? Just the advantage of having addresses be 32 bits is crazy, right? Like we have so much space. It's really cool. So yeah, we could fit a huge number of like a huge area on this. A lot easier because Emacs wasn't designed around Unicode. I mean, Emacs does have, we've had to deal with that in the past. The whole like the unibyte, you know, I don't know. It definitely, it has enough of encoding stuff that it makes it annoying. So we can just like call this now, right? And in fact, it actually might be worthwhile to just like, I mean, X is already in R1 and Y is in, you know, maybe we don't. Oh yeah, we can't do this. We can't do it this way. We have to be a little more clever than this. The reason we have to be a little more clever than this is this is the current location, the CX and CY. We need to extract CX and CY actually from X and Y, right? We need to extract them from the local chunk, right? So I think instead what we want to do is we want to say, like, let's say X is UGBA fresh also. We're going to use quite a few registers here, and similarly for Y, right? We'll just keep them all. When systems are labeled as 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit, was that only referring to the number of colors it could represent? Or so it's not the colors. It's basically always the word size. It's kind of weird sometimes because things are, you know, things can change a lot, right? Like it's like maybe it's bus size also on, but I think probably word size of the CPU is what this means. Generally. Yeah, it's marketing speak essentially, right? They did this, they were calling shit 128-bit and like but like in a real sense, if you want to know, like for real, right? Like something like the Game Boy is 8-bit. Right, the CPU has 8-bit registers, right? Something like the Game Boy Advance that we're working with now is 32-bit. It has 32-bit registers. The Genesis is 32-bit console. Yeah, they just named it like this in terms of like for generations, right? They were just like, well, the first generation we have these 8-bit processors, and then we're just gonna keep, you know, the next one. Someone probably marketed the SNES or whatever as being oh, it's got like. Wow, it has 16-bit registers. Let's say we're going from 8-bit to 16-bit, and like it's yeah, it's not really technically meaningful. In the bad old days, so it has allowances for bytes that are. But I mean, anything should have this, right? Like even like, you know, you should always have a notion of a byte string and an actual like a text, right? I think at least. The SNES and Genesis have 16-bit video data paths. Yeah, so there's like bus stuff as well. There's like, it's like, what do you actually mean? Like the GBA also, right? The GBA has a 32-bit CPU, 32-bit word size, but the bus width on most of everything is 16 bits. So it's like, well, I don't know, right? Like, what are you gonna do? It's marketing. I think it's best, I think, to think of these things as a marketing term, and like, you know, these things are like, you know, the generation idea is maybe a little more clear, but this is also ultimately a construction. I think we learned kind of recently that the idea of a console generation is one of those things that's it's like a thing that Wikipedia invented. There's a Wikipedia page for this. There's a page for there's a page for like concepts that Wikipedia helped create through their own categorization of the thing. I don't know what that page is called. It has probably a certain sort of name. This is like maybe a certain, I don't know. And again, ultimately any division is arbitrary. The only division that exists is there are these distinct devices that exist, and maybe there's some relation between them and that they were responding to each other in the market. But like, well, yeah, most text editors probably don't, but most programming languages probably do. And we're not really touching the text editor part of Emacs. And that in the whole scope of this, I don't think we ever put anything into a buffer. It's all just strings. There's no buffer usage really at all. I have a Wikipedia page on Wikipedia. I'm pretty sure it does. I mean, I would be shocking if it didn't. Hello, Big Book of Bug. Like if I go Wikipedia, I wonder, this page might have like a link in like the influence. I don't know, reception. Yeah, I don't know. 32 megabyte ROM would have cost a fortune back in the day, and probably a cartridge 10 times as big as normal. Most GBA games were 1 megabyte. Are you sure about this? I think that sounds like the Game Boy, right? I think the Game Boy Advance, I think maybe even the default cartridge size was, I think they're mostly either 16 or 32 megabytes. I'm pretty sure. Cultural influence at the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to it'll be hard to find it. Megabyte or megabit. No, I'm pretty certain that hello 10x programmer also. I'm pretty sure that yeah, the GBA card, the original Game Boy, if we look at Game Pack, which is the Game Boy cards, these guys are far smaller, right? These fellows are the original, yeah, the Game Boy Color, these are 32 kilobytes to 8 megabytes, right? And they're mapped. But the Game Boy Advance, the Game Boy Advance ones, this is like in the 2000s already, right? We're in the early 2000s, and these are I think like if you buy a flash cart today, right? You're like a single game guy. You're gonna buy probably a 16 megabyte or a 32 megabyte. The GBA is quite a capable system. Yeah. Yeah, and the early Game Boy games were limited to 32 kilobytes, and then they added the mapper. So like an unmapped Game Boy cart, right, has like this is hugely less, right? This is 1024x less space than you know the bigger GBA cart size. Okay. Well, either way, we need to get CX and CY. We can do this by, you know what we're doing already. We're shifting and masking. You already know that we're shifting and masking like fucking crazy on this. So how will we shift? How will we mask? We probably need the mask also here. Let's say mask UGBA thumb constant. Thumb constant, or no, what do you call it? You're called thumb fresh constant. And the constant we want for the mask is the coordinates in this is the bottom 4, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is our fellow. We can probably do this, you know, if we have chunk size, we should probably just do this with like a log on the sure. Does this give us the right answer? It does, right? Yeah. No, you're totally wrong. This is for the shifts. Oh, I'd have to do it. I'd have to set up the mask in an annoying kind of way. I'd have to just do it with chunk size. This would just be chunk size -1, right? And then that's the shift, of course. I'm being foolish. Looking on this page, for Pokemon games for different systems, my GBA was already 6 megabytes. Yeah, I would be shocked if like there are some. These guys get big pretty quick. Yeah, you're well into the megabytes. They were cooking with gas on the GBA. The The GBA is the GBA, by virtue of having this 32 megabyte thing, it's a lot less space constrained, right? Which is why Pokemon ROM hacking on the GBA is so good, because you can just like do crazy shit, right? Like if the original game is 5 megabytes, you have another like, and then the like including all code and data, you can add so much, right? You can add vastly more maps and things like this. It's good, which is why there are like some very ambitious Gen 3 ROM hacks. I think there's one called, probably the biggest one is called Unbound. There's a game called, it's Pokemon Unbound, which is a big ROM hack, and I think they added a ton of shit. Like they have all the Pokemon through Gen 8, which you got to consider. That's like a huge like, that's like more than double the amount of sprites, right? And like for the Pokemon, and they have a huge, all these levels and stuff, all kinds of assets. And I think this is like they're just getting near the 32 megabyte limit. So you can still play this on real hardware, right? Some NES era tricks, you can fit 2 to 3 times within the same memory. Yeah, I mean the NES I think is similar to the original Game Boy, and they use like a mapper. And I think even on a GBA cartridge, you could in essence use a mapper. It's just like whether you want to, you have to start designing custom carts then, and it doesn't work on like off the shelf flash carts and stuff. So it's like annoying for people who want to do it. But like you can put whatever hardware you want in a cartridge. It's assuming it fits within the power requirements. Similar modern hardware to work with. Yes, I do as well. On this budget, we are 512 kilobyte women. The guys who reverse engineer ROMs and find Easter eggs and unused graphics. Yeah. I miss cartridges. Cartridges kind of rock. Okay, here's the mask for this, right? So to extract, we want to extract a couple of things, right? To get CX and CY, we say UGBA emits. Right, to get CX, for example, we want to say LS. We want to say LSRX. No, ASRX. I also miss cartridges. Still knows the mappings between these other car sets in Unicode, but it no longer has a numeric representation for anything but Unicode and uninterpreted bytes 128 through 255. I see. I hit cartridges because I have decent aim. We have a game due in less. Okay, we need to go. We do need to go. Well, no, the thing is, Blackbird, I will get it done. That's the thing. I don't want to stress things out too much. I don't like this. I will get it done 100%. I'm close enough now, and I'm comfy enough that like I am confident that we will make a game where there is some semblance of gameplay in the next 48 hours. I am in fact 100% sure. It's gonna happen. Because our goals are meager, right? Our goals are meager. We have, yes. Thank you for the follow, hot dog flavored water. So can we start? Let's put this guy in CX, right? We're gonna shift this fucker over a little bit. He's gonna get shifted over a little bit. We're gonna shift him from R0. That's where the base value lives, right? And the degree to which we're going to shift him here is going to be truncate log k chunk size 2, right? This number here is 4, right? We're going to shift it over 4. So then this guy is get the low bits, right? This guy is get the high bits. Say that 4 and 8 megabytes were common ROM sizes. Yeah. It's probably true. I'm probably like, you can definitely go up to 32 megabytes pretty easily. This is probably more common in like things that are produced now, just because like there's no reason to limit yourself. I bet probably back in the day, like the actual, when they didn't have like just like super cheap flash storage or whatever, and it's like whatever they had them on, it was maybe like they went smaller on. I wonder what size the carts of the Pokemon games actually are. Like they mentioned the ROM size, which I assume they just mean like, the parts that are actually written with anything. But I wonder how big the cart is. Like how much they could have put on. Like what their wastage is, basically what their overhead is. Okay, we can get CX, we can get CY also. That's cool. That's cool of us to do. And we can also get X and Y, right? How do we get X and Y? We say we say and. We say we start hitting them with ands. And only works in place, so we're gonna clobber R0 and R1 now because we've already gotten the high bits out. So we're gonna say this and R0 with mask, and then after that we'll say move X R0, and then similarly for R1 we'll say move Y R1. So this should get both the X and Y coordinates and the chunk X and chunk Y coordinates out of this guy. So X and Y are now registers containing like the interchunk coordinates. So this is like a number between 0 and 16, 0 and 15 rather. And then CX and CY are like the coordinates of the actual chunk. So now we can say something like this. We can move some stuff, right? We can say move R0 CX, move R1 C. This does not need to be escaped. None of this does. Hello Topocato also. You've been here, but I'm being, you know, I'm being Pavlovian. I'm a you know, I don't know. I'm being subjected to Pavlovian conditioning where I see the thing and I must say the thing. Total chip size, I guess. That was the chip size. You can see tell where the data starts to repeat from the beginning. Yeah, that makes sense then, I guess. If we load this guy up, then we can call chunk index. So now after this call to chunk index, where do we stand? Now, contained inside of R0 is the offset of the guy. The guy offset is there. Thank you for idle. Who is this? I have to check. We have to. Where's the log? The event log has made this. Oh, it's Masica. Hello, Masica. Is Masica? Masica has an uncanny ability that while they are still live, they come in occasionally and drop a little something. I see them over there. They're looking at the thing on their screen. Oh my goodness. Shout out. We like Masica. Masica is a great favorite of mine. Like many, but I have a lot of favorites. Unsuccessful once again, but I mean, there's no excuses here. She's streaming now. Like, hello, Masica. Hello. We love you. We are fans. We are fans and maybe friends also. Maybe friends foremost even. Okay. We can say this. R0 contains the offset. What do we do with the offset? Well, we can just like get the thing now. Right? We can just get it. I'm gonna, instead of calling this mask, I'm gonna call him temp because we're gonna reuse him. We can just get the guy. Let's say thumb get 8, same year as GBA and had 8 megabytes. Probably did cost a lot. Cartridges using probably masked ROMs, much cheaper. Yeah. If we call get 8 ksims, and we hit him with a what register we're reading from. We're reading into temp, and what we are reading from is we are reading an offset on data chunk 0. And the offset that we are reading is R0. This is where some of our little helpers are come in very handy. We'll see if this actually works, but it should, right? So now temp contains the guy. Temp is now our guy. He's on there. They put him in. And this is, or rather, temp is the chunk. Temp contains, I mean, we have to go a little further then. Temp is just the chunk. We need to add, we don't want to just do R0. We need to do a little bit of addition here, I think, right? And the addition that we need to do is we need to add the offset computed from the local X and Y, right? This is our purpose. Dev carts must have used RAM or EPROMs at first, I mean. Yeah. I think. Yeah, I wonder. I have so many. I have like a lot of curiosity about like the history of like the dev process on these things, like what the SDK looks like, what the whole deal looks like, right? How it all like what would it be like to be like a third party developer on the GBA, right? You're working for THQ, you're developing the shitty Bionicle game for the GBA. What does that process look like? They hire you on, you're a new programmer. What tools do you get access to? What like, yeah, you're making some sports shit. You're making Madden NFL GBA 2001. What's the process, right? Like, it's not this, clearly, right? It's definitely like what does it feel like? You can still apply for DS dev kits. That's kind of cool if so. I wish they would just like let this stuff out once the console was dead and gone, right? Like, nobody's making GBA stuff. Like, I wish they would let it. I guess they have to. I don't know. It's annoying. It's like $1,600. Use bigger computers and cross-developed. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, we're using a bigger computer than even they had access to at the time, presumably. This computer is big, a big fast workstation that we're on right now. You still would need to find the hardware. Yeah, sure. I mean, like even the docs would just be interesting, right? Like, regardless of if you're going to use them or not, it's just interesting to like know. Okay, we need to add a bunch of stuff to R0. Right now we have the offset. This gives us like this data chunk 0 address plus R0 is the offset of the start of the chunk. We need to now find the tile inside the chunk. Okay, so how do we do that? We do that by computing an index from this, right? We need to multiply y by chunk width, or we need to multiply y by chunk width and add x, right? Which is pretty simple, I think, right? Like, this is not too hard necessarily. So what are we doing down here? What are we doing with this? Let's maybe put this in R1 now that R1 is not used anymore. Our register usage again is a little bit shady, but like, you know, you can't complain. So first we got to multiply this. We say LSLX y. We're going to shift and we're going to take this. Let's put it in R1. Destination R1. Source y. We're going to shift over by how much? We're going to shift over by chunk. Like, it's this exact thing. What's the twitchy head on the right about? Hello, Sayhel10. Welcome in. So what it's about, right, is it tracks my head movement, right? You see? And the reason I do this is because I don't want to show my face, but I want to have something that kind of like, you know, I don't know, it's like a mask, because it's nice to not just be like a disembodied voice. And the reason it's like flashing colors is because people can like play YouTube videos on it. There's a redeem called palette swap. There's various ones, and you can like submit. Yeah, in general they call this VTuber, but I think VTuber also has like additional connotations. Like, I think people, I don't know, it's probably not like this precise. I don't know, but like opinions differ, right? Like, if you see mention of this on Hacker News or something, people are gonna assume it's like a sex thing or something. I don't know. It's not like this for us. It's largely a it's like a mascot, I guess. It's a mascot for purposes of privacy. And it isn't a terminal. Far from it, Jen. Yeah. It's like this. It's like this mode. It's totally like that for us. Well, I mean, opinions may vary. Opinions differ on these matters, and I wouldn't propose to speak for others. Okay. We want to shift this for VTuber info. You know, I see mention of it occasionally because you'll see talk about, I think mostly in the setting of Asahi Linux, you invariably you go out. Okay, so you go on. It only comes as the result of the confluence of multiple mistakes, right? Because you log on, right? You go on the orange site and you see, okay, here's a post about, so there's a new Asahi Linux thing going on. You've made your first mistake by logging onto the website, but that's a minor mistake. Suddenly you decide to click on the comments link. You've now made a second mistake, right? You've now and this error is more grievous, right? No, Asahi Linux is very good, in fact. But you've made an error clicking on the comments link, and then the final error that you may make is scrolling all the way to the bottom of the comments, and there you're gonna see some crazy shit. Usually some crazy shit. And that's always made me a little bit like, damn, like I don't know about this. Okay, we just got to add this to X, right? I think that's it. I don't believe I have an account on that website. I have an account from long ago, but I don't have an account anymore as this person. Okay, I think we can just add this to. Thank you for the follow, Sahil10. I'm sorry if we were instantly like we're extremely weird. I'm sorry if we went like instantaneous extreme weird stuff, but you know that's how we got to do it sometimes. Okay, this maybe does it for us. If we do all this and then we just say UGBA emit move R0 temp to put it in the return spot. Is this good? I think this might be kind of good. Yeah, I don't know. It's only normal, right? And I think it's fair, right? I like the fact that people can be a little bit crazy with it sometimes. I'm a fan of that, I would say. But in the broader sense, I just don't want to I don't want to worry about it, right? Like I don't know. It's like I like that the world is so big. No more so we've coaxed ourselves into a little bit of a difficulty here. We've placed ourselves in a difficult position, haven't we, computer, where we again have insufficient registers to proceed. And what is the form of this? Why do we not have sufficient registers to proceed? You would think that we do. Yeah, I try and stay far from these things. I try to remove. Yes, I'm a victim of this real nice and well. I will read all the comments. I'll read all of them because when it's dimmed out, I'm like, oh, I want to see what it says. But I try. I've been not doing this in recent months, and it's made me glad. I definitely could not do the. I try not to read things about like programmer discuss. Yeah, we burnt too many temporaries, right? We can see what we got here. We can say message. What if we say regs? And what do we have? UGBA. Hello, spell. Spell. Regs available. UGBA cogen. You good? He says, okay. No more registers. Can we look at the messages though? Tell us the lore. You're telling us that we've used all of them right here. What's that all about? What the hell is that? We shouldn't be using all of them. We should have more than... Oh, maybe we do only have 5. 5 is a lot. There is a with temporary regs type thing. It's called scope. The problem is we're using all of these registers most of the time, right? Hello, Zia Xenos. Also, welcome in. You're lurking also, but I will also shout you out. Zia is cool as fuck. You should check my friends. You should check my friends. Zia extremely cool and has a cool hat. Gave a talk at LLVM conference in 2018. Was hoping they'd open source more stuff. Yeah, I'm sure it's just like a constant battle, right? Like it's It's funny you get into these. I feel like you can get into situations so easily with like a big company like that, where like every individual person or like every individual person either like wants to do a thing or is neutral about it, but it still doesn't happen just due to like momentum and inertia, and like no one is driving the bus. Maybe it's hard to. Their tool chain that's basically just LLVM. Yeah, it would be so. It's so interesting, right? Like man, what to have a window into that. I will find that talk actually. If you have a link, I would love if you could post it in the Discord or something. Azrael, I will definitely watch that. Oh, thank you. I will keep this guy. No, don't worry. You can post it here too. That's I just meant I was being greedy. This was pure greed on my part, being like, oh yeah, I'll watch this later, but I can just open it. I'll save it anyway. Okay. Is that really it? Is that really it? Can we get away with not using these? We need all these, right? We need this CX and CY. We need these. We need to have R0 and R1 because we need them for parameter passing. What else? Like once we get like what is allocating a register? What is doing it? Like where do we crash? Yeah, I don't mind the rest of you seeing it too. Well, I meant in the public Discord where people might see it. Let's say regs 2. Okay, regs 2 it's this guy at the end, right? Because this guy does an addition. This fucker, he does a little bit of an addition. We can get around this, I think, if we just say UGBA claim R1 down here, because we don't need it anymore. We're done with it. Yeah, this works now. Cool. We just need to tactically tell it we're not. This is just drop. This is drop basically saying, hey, this register that you thought we were using because it's a register where a parameter could be passed, we are no longer using it. You can use it again. So it's going to make the temporary register where it adds data chunk, the thing where it puts data chunk 0 and adds this. It's going to put that in R1 now. Okay, does this work? Is this workable? Can we call this function and have it do anything? I think what we would like to do is we would like to, like, really, what do we want? We want to, whenever we're about to go to a tile, whenever we're moving around on there, we're computing a new position, right? We're adding, you know, some number to some other number. Whenever we do that, we should first check where, like, we should call this walkable thing and only actually move there if walkable returns true. So where does that happen? How many parameters we want in the first place? Yeah, we don't have that. We don't really have any notion of formal parameters other than we always assume that the registers that are parameter passing registers, so like R0, R1, R2, R3, which I don't know if that's actually the convention by the ABI, but those are the ones that by the ABI are supposed to be caller saved. So like that's I don't know. We're using those ones. We never assume we can use those. We always assume we can use the like R4, R5, R6, and R7 is the frame pointer. Which we use for easier offsetting of locals. Because we do have support for locals. We should probably use that a little bit more, but like yeah, like we do have a thing to just be like, hey, put this variable on the stack. But it's just like, it's kind of annoying because like registers are just so much easier. Because like once you have that, you still have to deal with like, shuffling it around all the time. And like, so I would kind of rather just write small functions, a shortcut to kill parameters we don't want. Yeah. We could definitely do a lot. So where are we moving? I think we're doing that in mode game. Mode game is the place where the magic happens here. How are we moving around on this? How do they got us moving here? We're doing... Where do we add these guys? Oh, it's here. Oh, it's here. Is it here? Is this it? Is this it here? Where are we doing this? This is in render. Where's update? Bring up update, please. You don't have to juggle them? Yeah. I mean, we have to juggle them into and out of registers. I mean, we could throw them all on the stack and then just have like a temporary register where we read them in. But it turns a lot of things like using something that we have on like a stack local for like some small operation, right? It turns it into like we want to add one to it. Suddenly this is a 3 instruction procedure instead of being, so they're just more verbose, right? And we could write wrappers for this stuff, but it's just like, I don't know. It just makes it slightly less convenient because unlike something like x86, we can never use like there's never like x86 has a lot of instructions that operate directly on a memory address, right? Like I think on x86 there's just like an instruction where you can like we could add something to a memory address, add an immediate to this location or something, right? Yeah, for this. And I think for that kind of stuff, we'll also just like, we do have push and pop, right? I can at any time say push these registers and then pop later back. So we'll do a lot of that. We're kind of doing a fourthy style thing with like this, small section of locals where we No, it's not quite 4th, but like, you know, I would rather do this than do like full on like locals with known offsets. Hello Ewo on site, welcome in. Thank you for seasickness. Thank you for illness. Welcome. The illest. It's Laundry Friday. Oh, I see. Very nice. Very nice. I got to get on this soon. I have a big laundry backlog at the moment from traveling. It's we gotta sort this business out real quick. I have to I don't know. There's much to think about here. Okay, so here we're doing this in like the worst way possible. I think we should try and do this in a way that is less bad than this. In fact, I'm going to propose that. And I think I'm going to propose that what we do here is Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking here. I think we should read we're gonna make 2 new guys. We should have room for that. They're gonna be called TX and TY. Right? We're making 2 new guys here, inventing them. And TX and TY are going to contain, the T stands for tentative. We're going to contain the tentative X and a tentative Y. Have you ever built Android from source? I can only be described by one word, which is pain, for how long it takes. I'm sorry to hear this. I have not done this. I'm not shocked by that, though. That seems pretty real. That seems pretty freaking real. So TX, we're going to start by loading this into TX. We are also, we'll kill this temporary. We're also going to load Y into TY. Right? Here we go. It does take a long ass time. It's like all those things do, right? Like Chrome and any of these huge projects, they take fucking forever. Okay. Then in these ifs, we're only going to modify TX and TY. I think. So instead of doing all this nonsense, this is way better, right? This will be, if we're pressing left, we decrement TX. If we're pressing right, we increment TX. Hello, Wayne's brain. In what age did you start programming, and when did you start delving into such esoteric environments? So I started when I was like 11. I started. I think the thing. Oh, hello, Schlen. Welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Welcome in Black Iris ___ and Modmaster68 and Nairuri and Schlen. Hello, hi. You don't know Schlen? Schlen is like a very talented artist and like live 2D rigger and just generally a friend. You should maybe investigate this. And Nikolai Soy, thank you for the follow. If you don't know me, I'm LCOLONQ. We're making a Game Boy Advance game today in assembly. It's for a game jam called the Spring Lisp Game Jam. We were just talking about, we were just kind of shooting the shit about things. They were hello Calvet GM and Dangle Dixie. Welcome in, everybody. Hi. Hello, hi. We are letters. We are letters. Sorry, I'll reform soon. Thank you, Black Iris, for the follow. Thank you for the follows, everyone. You enjoy pain. Not only is it an assembly, Black Blue, it's an assembler that we wrote. We wrote an assembler for the GBA in Lisp, and then we are writing this on top of that assembler. So we both have to deal with bugs in our code and bugs in the assembler that we wrote. Yeah. So this is just it's a Emacs Lisp program. It just spits out bytes, right? Like we have an assembler. If we look in here, like our assembler, we just like detect these opcodes and then just like do a bunch of bitwise operations and chuck them together. It's actually really simple. It's honestly Modmaster68. I would say it's a decent project if you're like it's a pretty good learning project if you're into this sort of thing. I have not written an assembler before this, but I have written some like disassemblers and decoders and things like this. And if you're into like, I would say for sure, like for me, a lot of the appeal of this project is like, I'm really into the Game Boy Advance, right? Like, do you know about it? Do you know about it? Oh, you might know about it. You might know about it. And you might know also about this one. Oh, you know this one goes crazy. And you might also know about this one. You might also know about this one. And you might also know about this one. They were doing some real good stuff back in the day on this. And this is like when I was a kid, this is like the games that I was kind of getting into a little bit. And so I have a ton of nostalgia for it, but I didn't really know, like, I really just want to understand it really well. And this whole project has been super, super good. I think I'm a very high level programmer. I've never been into this. I bet what I would say is I bet it's way less intimidating than you think. Fusion was crazy. Yeah, you know it was. A little hat night. It's honestly really, really, really like it's not bad at all. Because really, like, as you get kind of like quote unquote lower level, things tend to the complexity is decreasing, not increasing, right? It's not like it's getting there is emergent complexity in what you have to build on top, but you're building on top of simpler and simpler components, right? So it kind of gets you can kind of work with this sort of stuff very, very, I don't know. We're struggling through it. What we have right now is we've gotten to the point where can I run our little guy? We're trying to make a game for this game jam. We have a little guy, he moves around. You can press buttons, he moves around. And we can design this world pretty easily. And also, it's kind of empty right now, but we can kind of just like draw and put things in the world. And also, it like loads, it can be an infinite map, kind of. It'll load forever. The languages, I think it's just like people aren't used to it, right? Most people learn programming with higher level things these days, Topocato, right? So even things like pointers tend to be, you know, a little bit foreign and things like this. But I think once you're used to it a little bit, it's like computers like fundamentally are like, they're designed for you to program them, and they are pretty, you know, they're not super scary. They're not super scary. The language becomes more alien. Yeah, but this is just a question of familiarity. So you have to write more code. These less is done for you. Yes, that's true. But the thing is, a lot of the things that are done for you, you don't need anyway, right? You would be shocked how little you really need, right? Big Game Mikey, right? It doesn't necessarily get like it's not necessarily more verbose either, right? Sometimes things that are higher level like require you to like they create abstractions that require you to work around those abstractions, and this increases verbosity. This is also true. TAS 100, yeah, this is true also. The lower level you go, the less abstracted things are, less of a black box where you don't know what's going on. I think, yeah, it's kind of like this. So we're working on this stuff. Yeah, you're into the OOP guy, right? But if you ever want to understand that, like, it's good, right? I wouldn't box yourself in. You can definitely like, I in particular, I'm doing this mostly as a nostalgic exercise, right? I'm doing it because it's like making me like feel a lot of warm and fuzzy feelings, and I have been very pleased with how kind of smooth the whole thing is. Okay, what we're trying to do right now is to add collision detection, though, right? You'll notice that if we walk around on this, wow, I'm smashing right into the wall. There's no collision. It just moves. You know, it just moves. So I would like to not crash into the wall. that's kind of my main goal right about now. It actually occurs to me that we need to have another check in world.el. We need to have a check. Once we've called chunk index, the problem now is chunk index could fail. It could be which means it's an out of bounds chunk. So I think if this happens, job needs to be done. And this is true also, black blue. The thing with this black blue is that even in higher level things, sometimes it matters more than you would like to. These abstractions can leak a little bit. But I think I'm broadly, most of the time I don't want to think about this stuff so much, right? Approximately one game in any kind of native code. Yeah. and really it's more of a curiosity to me. I think there's so much focus on like holy wars in the programming stuff, right? About like, oh, it's got to be this way, or this is good, or this is bad, right? This and this and this and this, right? I think it's best to just be like, hell yeah, right? Like I don't know, right? It's cool, right? It's all good, right? Let's get it all. Let's just do good stuff. Yeah. So I can say UGBA thumb if. A little help we wrote. Thumb if we can give it R0. And we can make it do some stuff. I think in this case, if R0 is set, we want to do all this stuff. Stuff happens. Yeah. We want to do this stuff. And down here we want to say, I don't know, what do we like, if we're out of bounds, it's nearly 1 a.m. here. Well, please get some rest. Get some rest if you need this. Rest easy, Schlen. Thank you again for the raid. I hope your model. I think you were drawing. Is this Crimson Ruse from HoloLive? This is the thing. Crimson Ruse. I'm getting exposed. Oh no, this is Hollow Stars. I like some of these a little bit. I've watched some of these from time to time. Hello Pete's Eater, also welcome. You're also actually writing your comfort language using assembly that you made and now understand. Yeah. So of course, like, we've gone through a lot of learning through doing this. I'm sure I would flounder a lot more. Although I think even now, Failure, if I just decided to use gas, this would be way easier. Who's your favorite HoloLiver? I don't watch HoloLive too much. We also have to get back to the question that was asked before the raid. Someone was talking about, like, how do you get into this stuff? And I don't want to, if they're still here, we can talk about that. Hello Wayne's brain. I don't mean to ignore you. I'm easily sidetracked. I don't watch very much. When the HoloLives were coming, when they were first doing the ENs, I liked LCOLONQ. Hello. I think Ina has been my probably both of our favorite. I like all the original ENs. I don't watch really any of them anymore. Mod watches GG Marine quite a lot, or like, a decent. He watch occasionally. Doesn't watch. I watch mostly indies. Blackbird 1128. Like I got into this. Like, the reason why I'm doing this at all is because I kind of realized that. How do you say this, right? Like, I think there are very different expectations that come from the. Don't watch other streams at all. Yeah, there are very different there's very different worlds. You need help? No, it's actually it's my CPU. It's my CPU, and the thing underneath it. This is arbitrary counter. This is the number of times that people have said BPM in the chat. Oh, good night, Schlen. Also, man, I really gotta fix this. I really gotta fix this thing. And the blood pressure is my disk space usage. Karagi, because of Ulo's lab. Karagi is very good in this dimension. Neurosama is Indian, not small. Yeah, this is true. But I mean, there's a cultural difference, right? Like the real Kami also. Like the HoloLive stuff, they're kind of going for more of like an idol thing. It's more like singing and dancing. It's a very different atmosphere, right? And I like this. I think it's good, right? It's cool from time to time. But like, I would never have gotten into this. Like, the thing that got me into this, I think my path to the VTuber thing was we watched HoloLive occasionally when those aired, which was like in 2020, I think. We were into it. Like, we were watching like JP HoloLive clips before this and stuff. I think like Maud actually may have gotten me into the thing because she was always bringing up Picora clips and stuff like this. But around the same time, I think I was watching a lot of like Final Fantasy stuff on Twitch because I was playing a lot of Final Fantasy 14. So I was watching like people who were raiding and shit. And eventually I was just like on Twitch a bunch, and I think I was watching Yanners, and Yanners was like a name that like I like, oh hey, I kind of recognize this person's been around forever. They were on YouTube and stuff, and like, so I started watching and I realized like, oh shit, this is not like the HoloLive thing. Like, this is like mad funny. Like, I'm still convinced that like I don't know. Yanners is just like extremely talented, just like very fucking funny, good comedian basically. And it's not like the Hololive stuff. There's kind of a, it's not like inherently there, but there's a little bit like there's an element of it that's a little more sensual. We're saying it again. We're saying sensual. You know what I mean, right? It's a little more like there's kind of a little more of a parasocial thing to it, right? Sometimes, or at least this is the culture surrounding a little bit. I don't mean this in a bad way. I just mean like that's like it's kind of how it is, right? But I found that like on the Twitch people, like there wasn't this as much. It was like more of like a comedy focused thing. It was just like funny, right? It was just like really funny. So I was like, for the first like, I don't know, through like 2021, 2022, I was just like watching like a ton of, I watched Neanders and Athelstan, who is like Neanders' like partner. Like I was just like, I'm a big fan. They haven't been streaming so much recently, and I kind of fell off watching them like a ton, but I was like, I just like liked them a lot. I never really chatted or anything, but I like made an account on Twitch, which I never had, just for this purpose, so I could like watch, not have ads and stuff. And I just liked it. I watched that like while I was working, like basically all the time, because I thought they were funny as fuck and just like really good. And from them I found a bunch of other people who were like doing the thing. I think I found Hina Bobina because Lord Athelstan raided into her a couple of times, because they were like friends from when they first started streaming. And then from Hina I found like a bunch of other people, like everybody, right, in this neck of the woods, right? And then and like finding those people is like basically the reason why I was like, damn, I could do this, right? Because like it turned like the VTuber thing from being like, oh, this is kind of like this Japanese idol thing that's like very far from what I'm not. They're looking for a different demographic than little old me, right? It's not my spice over there, right? But like, and it turned it into something like, hey, there's just people doing this to like not show their face, and it's just like they're being funny and telling jokes and like doing what they want to do and just having a good time. And so I yeah, this is the thing for me. Who's best girl? I don't know. I don't really have this so much, right? Like it's different for me because like I don't know. Who's the Hololive thing anyway? I mean, I never really chose the Hololive thing, I guess. I'm kind of pretty apart from this, I guess. I don't know. It's a whole thing. Really for me it's more of a like I think I'm just a streamer kind of, right? Like I love all this shit, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't mean to. I love all of this stuff, right? I love anime women. I love going online. I love like the concerts and shit. I love freaking Pokemon. I love it all, right? I'm not trying to present myself as like, oh, this is for dorks. Like no, not at all. But like, where did the anime? Oh no. So for this, I was just like, this is sort of a cart before the horse situation, Hat Knight, because what happened was I knew I wanted to do the ASCII thing because I thought it would be sick. I thought it would be sick, and there's a program. I did some research on like, okay, how do I do this? I knew I was gonna do it exactly the way I'm doing it with like the 3D model. And I mostly did it at first. I did it before like I was streaming because I was like, I kind of fell into it because I was like, oh, I'm not gonna stream. I'm just doing this as an excuse to learn skeletal animation. I'm not doing like, so I kind of like worked myself backward into it. Eventually I was like, oh, I need a model. So I was downloading like test VRM models and stuff. And I realized that there's this thing called Vroid Studio, which is a Steam thing, and it's for making like VR chat avatars. I think is the intention, right? It's like almost like a character creator, like a video game character creator for these things. So I literally just like went in there and I was like, damn, I'm just gonna throw random shit together and get this. And like, I don't know, I did this. And like, I just threw an anime girl together just because like it seemed fine, and like I don't know, like it feels like I've said this before and people are like, oh, this is whatever. Like I don't think this is not just me coping. I think it's, for me, it feels more normal to use the anime girl avatar than to use if I used an anime like man avatar, right? I feel like if I used an anime man avatar, it would be like, oh, I'm trying, this is like how I'm like, it's almost like this, oh, this is how I'm like trying to like get people to see me as a person, right? This is it's like closer to me, right? It's like I'm trying to like project this an image of myself. Oh, I'm like, well, like and like it's just a weird feeling for me. It's like, oh, I'm like portraying myself as like a handsome man or something. Like, what is this, right? It's a little bit, it's apart from me, right? Whereas this avatar, right, it's just like, yeah, and I tried to do it this way for sure, Vosher25. I wanted something that had absolutely zero sexual connotation at all. Zero, like, I want something that's basically just like a little guy, a little creature, right? Like it's got no, you know, I don't want to do, you know, it's not on some, you know, we're not trying to do like a weird thing, right? It's just trying to be just a guy, a little goblin. And yeah, it's just a person. So yeah, that's the whole thing. So I literally just like threw default assets in this together, and it was like, yep, this is good enough. And then like 6 months later, I paid the excellent narrator, who has done a lot of models for people around here, to make a 3D model on like a new of the same design that was nicer, and that is the current design. And that has been the thing for 2 years. The real face being ASCII. Yeah, I thought about that. I think it would look shittier. A lot of the advantage of the ASCII effect here is because I've controlled the model such that it has very, like, I can do this like color replacement stuff on it, and like if I just did like a filter with like libkaka or something on like a camera feed, it's also like I lose a little bit of the anonymity, right? I don't know. I kind of like that people like people don't know what I look like, right? I can say what I look like, but it doesn't have to be true. I can just kind of like say whatever. It's good, right? He does, yeah. Finite, yeah. I actually met Finite Singularity last year. I don't know if he remembers this, but I talked with him, or at least I stood awkwardly while someone I was with who knew him already talked with him at TwitchCon. Yeah, I think the point is it doesn't matter very much, Big D Mikey. It's not like, you know, it's not about that. It's just like it's just the character. It's just the mascot. I don't know. It's good for our purposes. You gotta have a little guy. So if we don't do this, we want to say that we cannot. We want to say that we cannot. Me too when I first found Clonk. Yeah. Putting the mask in mascot, yeah, writes all that programs in C. It's insane. Yeah, you kind of have to do this if you're doing OBS plugins, right? He does some cool shit for sure. Can we do that? Does that exist? Finite Singularity. I mean, you could probably do it in Rust also. You could do it in anything that you can probably spit out a DLL, I imagine. Wait, 2 more seconds? What the fuck? 0 more seconds. There we go. He's cool. Putting the Scott in mascot. Okay, does this work now? I think it may work. There's a crate for it for my now playing overlay. Yeah, it has a whole ass web server. Yeah, nice. This is good. Thank you for the lurk, Airs the Witch. Okay. Cool. Let's see if this works. Can we check if tiles are walkable? Let's go back to mode game. Let's go back up to our guy that's handling key inputs that we did not complete. Can we fix him? Can he be fixed? Can we cause him to behave? Can he be caused to behave? Let's say this is Ink TY. Oh, and I wanted to say, I've just been yapping here. No, we'll see if Wayne's World comes back. I'll answer their question, but I don't want to belabor the point with so much lore. At the end of the day, right? Like I'm making this out to be like, I don't know, this is my tragic backstory. No, it's how I got into watching anime girls on Twitch, right? This is like this is like what's a comparable story? It's like, man, this is how I got pizza. This is how I like went to the pizza place and bought a pizza and ate it. This is how I like sat on the couch and ate potato chips, right? It's like, it's not a super like, it's not super dramatically interesting, I think. Can we consolidate? Let's consolidate. Anime with pineapple. Pineapple on pizza does fuck. I'm not going to dispute that. Let's check VOD for this tragic backstory. It does go hard. Yeah, it does. I picked up a chip and ate it. Yeah. Exceldra are the giants upon which we all stand. Yeah, for sure. Although I really don't use OBS. I probably should a little more. Hello, Archival. But like I think if I like every time I use OBS, it makes me want to make my own OBS. Like I install these things, like I installed like a shader filter thing once, and it was like really hard to use, and it was undocumented, and I couldn't. It was a pain in the ass, and it just made me want to do. Yeah, that's kind of why we built the overlay, right? That's why we have. Yeah, this is Death Note guy. This is why we have Newton. That's why we have that. The ad blocker thing doesn't do the thing. Yeah. What you're actually making. I mean, the thing is, Hat Knight, it's different every stream, so like you are forgiven. Today we're working on a Game Boy game. What do you? No, I do use OBS, but I use it very minimally, right? I'm just using. All I do in OBS right now is I just have screen capture and mic. Hello, Johnny Tibbs. It's like this is not an OBS effect, right? This is a this is on my screen. This is just a transparent window, which is how I would like to do all these things in the future. I think probably like OBS does still have useful things that I like. The game jam is happening right now, Goofy System. We are going now. Sorry. We are but yeah. It's my birthday today. Happy birthday, V2RTX. Hello. Thank you. I like your little rabbit character. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Thank you. Hello, happy birthday. I hope it's a good one, friend. I hope it's like I don't want to be too glib about it. I hope it's nice. Hope you have a good time. Do you have anything cool planned? Any cakes in the future? Any cakes and pies and things? Okay. Can we see what are we looking for here? What are we looking for here? Well, we want to check walkability. We want to say UGBA emit. Studying as always. Yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is sometimes. Okay. Let's paste this. R1TY. We call the function UGBA thumb call. K Sims walkable. We ask, yeah, so some of them do not. Some of them are still in OBS, real nice. I mean to move them over. Like the clarity is this. If I do this, this is an OBS, but it doesn't need to be. If I didn't want it to be, they're mostly there as a historical artifact, right? They're there because I didn't have this overlay thing when I started. So I do use it. I use it a little bit, right? But I definitely don't use it as much as like someone like Shindigs or Salad for S or someone like this, right? If you want the real master of OBS, this is the person. If you don't know them, they're a good friend, and also just like they are insanely. I need to like see their. I want to see their like what their scene layout looks like at some point, because I have like, yeah. I mean, I don't think they have to necessarily. It's like if they're on screen at the same time, they maybe, but like. These things are cheap. These things can probably be cheap. Okay. We say walkable. UGBA thumb if R0. if we are walkable. If our guy is walkable, use it more than condition bleed as a counterpart. That's probably true too. But like I could pretty conceivably reduce my thing to nothing. And I kind of like the main thing that keeps me from just using raw FFmpeg, because you can just use FFmpeg, right? You can just run FFmpeg, tell it to, you know, the main thing is having convenient control of the audio mixing and like being able to see easily like what my volume level is at and things like this. And having like convenient stats available, like I can see like, oh, I haven't dropped any frames and like, you know, this kind of thing. And also like the intro and like BRB stuff. If I didn't need those, I would probably just be happier on OBS rather than, or on FFmpeg rather than. Can we? So if we're in here, we want to set them both, right? If it is walkable, we want to say UGBA thumb set 32, set 32. And it's just these guys. It's just these guys in verse. It's these guys, but flipped. We flipped the script on them a little bit. We don't have to worry about Emacs getting eaten by OBS. Yeah. I mean, in the past we had to worry about the other way around. About in the early days, for a long time, one of the things I would do when people asked was, I used to run this all on the same machine real nice. I still do when traveling, right? And I could open up HTOP and like we could show that OBS was a child process of Emacs, which was always amusing. But down to 1 to 2% now. It was 30 to 50%. Yeah, probably depends a lot. Oh, I know. Oh, I see. I'm I never know. Sorry. I don't know what it is. With the streaming thing, a thing I've had to get over, but I still like worry about it, is you have to just say the same thing so many times, right? Like I worry to like I sound like a broken record. I was here last week. Yeah, this is true too. I did do this literally 1 week ago. Does this work? Okay, let's see if it works. By the way, there's no chance this works. By the way, invalid register R34. What the hell? Handle key input R3. Huh? What? Huh? Oh, we didn't change it to set. Yeah, that'll do. Invalid register 0. Invalid register. Oh, can we not? What if we say, where's walkable? Where's walkable? Can we go over to world? Where's walkable? Can I just say, instead of being 0, can I just say UGBA thumb constant R00 and do the appropriate thing for us? Can you just do the normal thing? You just be normal about that? Lego are so expensive out these days. Yeah. And this is part of the game, right? Like it's just by virtue of doing the thing. Like any even where we are now, right? Like any given stream, more than half of the people who are here for the first time, right? Hi. If you're here for the first time, I'm waving at you. Hello. It's hi. 07, right? Like this is just the nature of the beast, right? So inevitably, right? Like you have to divorce yourself a little bit from the usual like social expectations of interaction. More than half? No way. Yeah, I've been pretty even half. Basically, I think I'm almost right on 50-50 basically for like years, right? I get like most people just from it's mostly just from the category page. If you have amnesia, you can be here for the first time every stream. Yeah. I don't know how much of that. There's probably some degree of that that's just like people don't have cookies on and stuff, and it doesn't track it. But like there's a large amount of this, right? And like people are going to come in and ask like, how did I get into programming? How do I do this? How do I do that? Right? It's this sort of thing. What? Hello, Infernoid. Welcome. Okay. Did my chat die? Did it die for no reason? Test. Hello, Lucky Bear thing. Also. Did it die for no reason? It did just die for no reason. This happened last time too. Why did it die for no reason? What's the deal with that? Do we know what the deal is there? So what are we doing? What are we doing with that? Is that a this is very strange. We've changed nothing. Has Twitch changed something? There's no reason, that's why. Oh, now it's caught up. It's caught up with itself, apparently. I guess there's a little blip. The menu didn't actually come back. No, it did come back because I tried it. You might have to refresh the page, maybe. Like I tried the menu earlier and it worked. Crash the chat. Yeah, it's all Lucky Bear thing. It's all Lucky Bear thing. Also, hello. What's up, Infernoid? Is there a? Did we commit an evil deed? Did we commit an evil deed? I'm pretty sure this is up, right? Like, where's the guy? Where's something? Bring up something here. Yeah, this works, right? It's crazy how low this latency is. Like, look at that. Isn't that nuts? Like, I can click. It's like, it's very good. It's very good. And this isn't just on my machine, right? This is like not co-located with us. This is some VPS. It's cool. It's so cool. The video, there's probably more delay like when you do it on your end because there's stream delay and stuff. But like on my end, like you can see if I do it, like it's so quick. The video of Brad Leone. What's this? What's this guy? They're doing men now. New visitors. Oh, Heil. Yeah. That's just how it is on average. I don't know. So like I think in general, if you're doing it, you just have to get used to it. You have to like, because normally if you're having like an ongoing conversation with like one person, right, you don't want to like repeat yourself all the time. This is like grating and annoying, right? You're saying like, if you're constantly telling the same stories and saying the same thing, right? And you don't want to do this excessively, right? Because you're going to annoy people who actually like you, right? Like, so it's about striking that balance probably. Like, because some of this can be like, it's like, wow, that's cool, not like, wow, that's lame. You've said the same thing 100 times. I hate you now. We have Witcher. We have Witcher. Yeah, there is a hex redeem. I think this is what they call. This is like the hexer or something like this. I mean, hex is the witch word, right? This is the thing. Yeah, the name of the movie is The Hexer, the original. In the English translation of this. This is funny. This is funny. Okay, does this run now? It's not gonna run. Okay, yeah, it runs, but we can't move at all. Oh, it's inverted. Okay, that's actually way better than I thought it would be. Okay. It's inverse. It runs, but it is inverse. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. So why is it inverse? What is the meaning of its inversion? Well, we're just returning the inverse of it. Clearly. How do we not do that anymore? An easy way to do that would be to just negate what we return. But it's maybe worth looking into and seeing why it is inverse. Can we see then? Where is he? Walkable. Well, right here. Well, we're returning 0 for non-walkable. And is our if just fucked up? Are we just fucked up? No, the buttons have not been screwed. We fixed the buttons. I had a fun bug over the weekend where the buttons were all being inverted. They were going the opposite direction. And this was because, and I was like, why is this happening? And it was because we were adding, you know, we add to X if we're pressing left, right? And we subtract from X if we're pressing right. And it was because the button detection was inverted, right? So when I was pressing a button, it thought I wasn't pressing it and vice versa. But then when it was doing nothing when I was pressing no button because it thought I was pressing both buttons and it was canceling the other side out. And then it was inverted because when I pressed a button, it thought I was releasing the button, and it was going the opposite direction, right? Because it was no longer canceling out the other side. And this was a fun one. Okay. So I think this guy is like right. Are we using him wrong though? Do we hold him wrong? We're saying if walkable. Like, is thumb if fucked? Like, what's his deal? We didn't break that detection again. No, that's fine. That's fine. The inputs are totally good. This is working fine. I refactored the inputs substantially. So like we're doing a bunch of stuff with the inputs now. Like this is, yeah, it could be debugger time, but I want to take a little look before we see. It's kind of annoying to, this guy's kind of long. Thank you for the streak lucky bear thing too. Hello. Hello. How do we proceed? How do we proceed? Don't you have symbols? I do have symbols, but not like internal symbols. Like it's easy to get there. Like let's just check walkable. Does walkable return? Oh, no, the annoying part is walkable is only called while we're moving. So it's kind of, I guess we can just, like most of the time walkable is being just called on the current square. So it's not like interesting. We need to catch the one where it's being passed another coordinate, I guess, in order to identify this. So let's just think. Like thumb if might be wrong. But like, do we actually use thumb if? I mean, we don't need to, but like, I don't think this is a problem with the disassembly. When we call it here. What's all this thing? Oh. I see. I see what's happening here. So it's not in fact totally wrong. Here's what's happening. Here is what is happening, my friends. We are going out of bounds. And it just so happens, I think, that the thing right before data chunk 0 is an empty chunk. Here's what's happening here. We can explain it entirely. Just before, no, it's just after. So I don't know what the fuck is before. There's just junk data. We might actually find things that we collide with. Can we walk around randomly? Do we eventually find something that we won't, right? Because we think we just we eventually get something. It's hard to see if we're moving or not, right? So it's like, yeah, we have no frame of reference. What's happening here? Here's the thing. When the chunk index doesn't return 0 on failure, because the index could just be 0. Chunk index returns -1 on failure. So instead of saying this, we need to actually say UGBA emits compy this 0. And this needs to be thumb. Also, this needs to be thumb if cond. Thumb if cond. GE. It's like this. Do you see? I think this solves this particular inversion, but it doesn't necessarily. We don't necessarily know if the rest of the code is right yet. We go back to Calamari. We run this. We head back over here. We run this. Bring him up. Okay, we can move here now. Oh, cool. We can't leave. Whoa, sick. We can't go out of bounds anymore. Wow, we got there. Okay, can I mash this 100 times so we can get to the bound? Can we go out of bounds on this side? Nope. We go down. You know what? This movement is very limiting. It's really annoying to have to mash the key. I would like to hold down the key. Eventually, I'm going to do some kind of smooth animation. But for now, we're going to cheat a little bit. We're going to be doing a little bit of cheating here. And we're going to say... where do we call pressed? What do we call this? This is in mode game. We call this pressed guy. Pressed takes this thing. We're going to change these to nil, which means it no longer needs to be a new key press. And we're going to go here. You know, all clocks are actually time portals, right? Now we can move rapidly. We have rapid movement as many times, you know. You also notice that there's occasional... Do you see that at the top of the screen? You see that? You see the fucker? You see him? You observe him in the top right corner. There's a flicker. I don't know if it comes across in the stream. This is due to a particular case of me loading the VRAM too late. I resolved a lot of these cases. I greatly improved the way that we're loading things into the thing, but there's more to do, I think. Hello, Deus Ex Machina 1982. I removed a ton of instructions from like the inner loop that does the copy. I moved most of the stuff outside, but we're still doing enough that like we can't do this all in one frame, right? Well, it's and that's like the last one. It happens in particular when we're like low enough. When we're low enough that like I think that bit, like this is like the sixth thing that's drawn, which is why it doesn't happen going the other direction, right? So like only this chunk gets drawn while, you know, mid render. So it's annoying. We have to speed it up a little bit more. It shouldn't require that much, but if we can get a little faster, then we should have no flicker any which way. Okay, cool. Does this work with other obstacles? Are we able to place additional obstacles in the video game? How can we try this? Can we attempt this using some methods? Let's go over to world.yel. Let's modify chunk 1 a little bit. Instead of saying repeat this, what if we say you pad 2? What if we pad 2? This and the thing we're padding to, what if we say, I don't know, what are we going to do? We're going to say 128 0 120, you know, this kind of thing. Does this work? Lose the game jam? I mean, we're not winning. If that there's people make good games for this. We're certainly not winning. We're going to try our best though, right? We can't move into it. Wow, cool. It presents an obstacle. It presents an obstacle. Our movements are now imprecise. And it's difficult to get a handle on where we are. But we cannot move into him. Wow, we have obstacles. So we have solved. We return to the docket. We have now solved the level generation puzzle. Level generation puzzle has been completed. Or not this puzzle. I'm wrong. I'm seeing thing and saying thing. We have solved the collision with walls problem. The level generation puzzle awaits. We'll do better than if we switch to gas. Yeah. I mean, like this will be good. I'm really satisfied with this so far even. Remains is level generation. And I think this will be the obstacle that we will tackle for part 2. For part 2 of today. This is our you know, our secret shame or something like this. I don't know. It'll be this is the secret back half. They call this the back 40. They call this the back 80 or something. I don't know. So disqualify us. No, we could definitely, I don't know. We could I guess it's not Lisp anymore, but we could justify something. But yeah. But yeah, so level generation, how to do it. We have explored in the past together, computer, many different methods of doing this, or at least 2. Which I don't know. I don't know how many this whatever. We've explored at least 2. The things we've explored. Hello, John Caro. We've explored a wave function collapse. To some success, I don't know. And we have also explored just doing it the good old-fashioned way, trucking some trees together. I think I'm not quite sure what approach I would like to settle on here today. I think the chucking trees together approach probably is going to be easier to produce some results that are sensible. What are you generating? We're generating just like levels. top-down dungeon crawler type level, much the same as Oob. I think, in fact, if we can just get what Oob does for this, that's gonna do us a lot of good. That's gonna do the Poisson disc for tree placement is decent. I think. Oh, here's an idea of what I'm gonna do. Here's what Oob does a lot currently. Here's an idea. What if we went like this? What if we have the space, right? We have a big rectangle. That's the total size of the map. What if we were to take this big rectangle and we were to divide it kind of in half? We were to divide it like randomly between like, we were to like place a cut either horizontally or vertically at some point, right? It's not too close to either edge. And then we were to recursively cut the two regions formed by that cut, either horizontally or vertically, again, and then do this again, and do this again, and do this again. And there's enough randomness there that it's different. The randomness comes in where you place the cut and whether it's horizontal or vertical. Keep doing cuts until the spaces are, we don't want to go below some minimum size. And then we place rooms inside of those the remaining rectangles, and we connect them across their, like, the parent node in the tree in the recursion, right? So if something gets cut into two rooms, then we draw a corridor across the border between them. Is this interesting? I don't know. Maybe it is. This at least allows us to split a space into a bunch of different stuff. And then we can add like further corridors in the future, and like, because this will produce a structure that contains no loops, which is kind of boring and silly. But if we keep, we can add our own loops just by like randomly placing a bunch of corridors and shit. And that seems like, yeah, we did do this already in Oob. But I'm kind of unsatisfied with the Oob approach because it's kind of like buggy and weird. Another thing I want to try exploring is vaults. This is what they call them, at least in they call them this in Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. They have a notion of a vault, which is like a predefined room that gets placed in an area that has a certain space to it. This could maybe shake things up a little bit. We just want to we need to get something down, so we don't just have like this big empty space. So how are we doing that? Let's make a new guy. Let's call him Calamari World Gen.el. NetHack people use that term too. They may. IMOC made dungeons. I wonder if we could find any documentation about this. I think the approach that this is, I think I found this in some blog posts about how Diablo did theirs, Diablo 1. Let's call this World Gen. Let's call this World Generation. We could also layer kind of additional things on top of this. Like, it might be cool to, like, I don't know. I want to, like, I think the feel that we're going to go for is like, maybe like an outdoor garden hedge maze kind of thing. Or a big courtyard, maybe a big, I don't know, park inside of stone walls. I don't know. I kind of like this. It's at least easy to draw things that make it appear kind of like this. I think, what happened to C theme? I was thinking, it just seems difficult to draw. We could still do it, I guess. We're not really locked into anything particular. What was the original motivation for C theme? I think you were the one who proposed this, Failure. This was like, I do like squids and stuff. It's being in Boston, of course. It's clam freaking chowder. This could do. Well, we'll see. I think we might just do. Is it crazy? Okay, here's an idea. What if I just make all of the normal assets just like, you're in a park, there's like benches and shit, there's like bushes and stuff, but then all of the random encounters are like bad sprite drawings of fucked up sea creatures, or even like scaled down Wikipedia pictures of like sea creatures, right? Like you get into battle and you're coming against. That's actually really good. It's the battle screen happens and a little square opens in the middle of the screen, kind of like Dragon Quest, and it's like an image of an angler. It's one of these images, right? It's just we just find something that's we find one of these images that is, yeah, not to 8x8. Like, I think probably for the sprites, we're gonna make them take up most of the middle of the screen, so they might be like kind of big, like 64 by 64 even, like or larger. So we could probably get away with something kind of good. We'll see how much space we have, but I think we have quite a lot of space, so we're probably good. What would the player sprite be? I don't know what I want to do with the player. I mean, it could be like I kind of think like a little, like, what's a little guy? Like a little, like, rabbit, maybe? Like, I don't know why I have this in my head. Or like a little, like, I don't know. Like, just a little, like display. I want the player to remain 8x8 squid. Like, how can we do squid? I bought 32 megabyte flashcards. So, like, we have a ton of space. To fit assets. Like, we are not going, space on the ROM is not going to be a problem unless we are exceedingly wasteful. Can we go into here? Can we head into this upside down cake? Can we head into source? No, not here. You're in games. Rabbit is just perfect. Like, what are we thinking for the man? What are we thinking for him? Open, please. Here's his current form. 4 lines at the bottom to represent. Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, let's think about that. We have to think about. Do we get away with transparency in this too? I think we probably do. I think we do get that. Can we make this black? Do we have like a off-white color? And he can be like this. He can be like this a little bit. Maybe considering this new form. I don't know. We're thinking about it. We're thinking about all sorts of things on here now. Maybe he needs to have a little bit of a different. Can we sample his color again? Maybe there's like a little bit of a different color down here. I don't know. I don't know about that. Off kilter smile is perfect. Yeah. Maybe he's got a little bit of texture to him. I don't know. I don't know. Something like this. Something like this, maybe. He's kind of good. The problem is this is going to be transparent, I think. Or at least we don't want this we don't want his face to be the same color as the background, so I'm going to make it like off a little bit. We're going to do like this, maybe. We could just make the background like magenta, but I think this is kind of good. Does this work with our Ofu? What if we go back to assets and we load them up? Load them up, please. Too much like a ghost. We could make him a different color. We could have him be like blue or something. Blue's a good color for a squid. Oh, it didn't work? Huh? Excuse me? Oh, we didn't actually regenerate the ROM. Gotta run this guy. We gotta call kgenerate on that. Oh, there he is. The transparency did just work. Cool. I think it's just like the first color works for that. Neat. Here's the guy. Here he is. For a squid, I kind of want his like tentacles to like curl to the sides, though. We'll see. We'll see how we're feeling about it in the future. We could maybe adjust his scale. A little bit. Okay, but levels though. This is important. This is important stuff. We gotta get there on the levels soon. We gotta load them up quick. How are we going to do this? How must we proceed? Brightest one curve at least a little bit without extra. Yeah, just be that one, which might be a little bit odd. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna leave it for now, and we'll proceed with levels. How are we doing level generation? Can we also add this? Let's make sure we're loading we're loading the thing. We'll put this in world gen. Put this here. Yeah, I mean that's it happens because whatever's in the top left gets placed as the first color in the palette, and that is the transparent color. It's just value 0. So it does work like that. I'm sure if we put whatever is in, you know, it's good to, well, actually, no. I think it may be just like the color black is, I wonder, because it wasn't, when we had the full thing be filled in before, it wasn't making it apparent, right? I wonder how it works. It's happening somewhere, and we're probably doing it. I just don't remember where it is exactly. Okay. Back to world. Back to the world. World again. It's in my eLisp, surely. Yeah. I suspect so. We can actually see. If we go to gba.org, if we search for... No, nothing transparent. Sprites. We don't have it in our little docs. We have some sort of writer for cartridges. Yeah, I do have a device. There is a device. There's a device. It's called the GBX cart RW, which is kind of cool. Hello, tilted over. It's this guy here. You can buy it, and there's a GUI, and it even works on. It's in Nix packages. It's pretty good, and you can just throw it. It's pretty cool because it works with like you can read saves and stuff from like first party carts too. So like if I wanted to like play Pokemon on a real cartridge, I could read my guys off of it with like this thing. It's a good thing. It's a good little device for sure. Okay, back to World Gen. How are we doing this? So, what is the objective of World Gen? The objective of World Gen should be to basically fill in an array. Going to bed. Good night, computer. Thank you, Blackbird1128. I thank you for stopping by. It's a pleasure. Thank you. I hope you rest well. Damn, I'm probably a little too I'm probably a little too effusive with the thank yous sometimes, but I feel this. I don't know what it is, but I feel constantly like I've gotten, you know, just very lucky, and I feel very grateful that I can do this thing at all, and it fucking rocks. It fucking rocks, actually. So let's call this Gen World. I think what we're gonna do, the way we're gonna set this up is we're gonna make a big array for purposes of speed. We're gonna make a big array. We're gonna put a bunch of things in that array, like mutate it, and then we're gonna, at the end, we'll read over that array and like chunk it, right? So we're not gonna think about the abstraction of chunks at all during the generation process, because it's basically an implementation detail, right? We're gonna think about the whole world as one big blob, right? And then we can deal with extracting chunks, you know, in the future should we wish. So how do we? And honestly, like we can do this like. I'm just going to do this with global variables. And we're saying def const, but we're cheating. It's not a constant. It's kind of a constant binding. So I guess def const doesn't have any semantic... The semantic meaning of def const in eLisp is kind of weird. It does not actually enforce that the binding is not changed. Like the value is not... Like it's not set to something else. What it does do, though, compared to def var, is it always reevaluates when it is loaded. Compared to def var, like if I have a def var in a buffer and I reload that thing, it will not reload, right? That's why I have to, when I go to assets, right? This is useful sometimes. Like when I go here, I have to manually rerun this, run this thing in order to load the image again, because it won't load automatically just by when I call load on the file. So this is kind of cool. Like def var means it kind of keeps its first value. Def const, it will, for better or for worse, it will always be redefined. So it'll always evaluate its binding. So let's just call this K world. What is gen? And we're gonna call you make. Are you called make vector? You are called make vector. We're gonna make vector. We know what the world size is. We have this in world.el, right? Let's move all of these guys over, or at least let's move world width and world height over. Let's make sure we're loading world gen here. And then over here, let's say K world is make vector. Make vector times K world width, K world height is the size of the thing, and we're going to initialize everything here to 0, which we are going to assume is, let's say 128, right? 128 is grass, right? We'll fill everything with grass by default. And let's see if we can, let's write the basic thing to generate chunks from this world, right? So given we've put some stuff in this big world structure, right? We got some shit loaded up in there. How do we need to re-chunkify, right? We need to produce chunks from this. Hello, Idle Iris. Thank you for the raid. Hello. Also, congrats on the cloning facility, Topiary Hedge. Welcome in. Hello, Idle Iris. I see you over in the. I think I know you from the Ecto Zone. I see you over there. I've seen you on there occasionally. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good stream. Can I shout you out? What were you up to today? Hello, Raiders. I'm LCOLONQ. I'm letters guy. I'm guy, comma letters. We're making a Game Boy Advance game today. This is our intention. Can we say, how do we pull the chunks? Whoa, we're trying to do this. We're sort of trying to make something kind of like Dragon Quest, like the original Dragon Warrior, but it's gonna be bad and shitty. I was playing Tony. Oh wait. I think I saw there were a bunch of people playing this. This was going on, right? There was. Oh, you were playing Underground. Today's kind of a skateboarding day. I think I saw Bodega earlier was also going on this. They were doing Tony Hawk. Hate Eric Sparrow so much. Damn. I know little about skateboarding, Idle Iris, but I've been kind of getting into it a little bit because there's this thing on YouTube called Casso, and I've been watching it with my wife. And it fucking rocks. It's like the coolest thing ever. It's so sick. It's so sick. They do like it's like obstacle courses, but with skateboarding. It's crazy. They do like they do these crazy courses. I know about this. Yeah, it rocks. It's so good. Yeah. That's my whole contribution. That's like, damn, skateboarding is cool. Also, thank you for the 5 gift subs, Colonoscopy. Holy fuck, how did I miss this? Thank you so much. This is very cool of you to do. I appreciate this a great deal. Thank you, friend. Sicker than you over the past month? Yes, largely. They've been going for sick. They do sick grinds. They're doing sick. What's this? I don't know much about this. They do manuals. They do what else? Ollies? What is a manual? I don't know very much. Never a bad time to get into this. Yeah, well, I mean, I think I might have to. I'm going to be the hippest dad at the skate park. I'm gonna roll up with my knee pads and my cool helmet, and I'll be going crazy on them. I'll be going crazy on them a little bit. This is good stuff. But I hope you had a good time. Skater boy arc when my brother used to skateboard quite a lot, but for me, I'm always, I'm a little uncoordinated for this. I'm kind of more of like a sitting down kind of guy. Oh, it's when you go like wheelie. Oh, I see. This is good. This is kind of good. Kick flips generates the world. I never got the idea of manuals in Tony Hawk. I've never played any of these games, honestly. I don't know very much at all about. Oh, you have an emote for this even. This is excellent. This is excellent news. I've never like I don't know. My brain has been permeated with the rot from the very beginning, where I cannot derive joy from anything that does not involve increasing number. But I've wanted to get into this. I know my friend DJ Kawaii Fieri. Yes, you link it here, tilted over. This is DJ Kawaii Fieri is very very into this, right? And they seem like, I don't know, there's something very compelling, but they seem almost like it's kind of like the appeal of like training mode in a fighting game, which I kind of understand. You do increase the number, but it's not a number I guess you can compare it to another person, right? I guess it does work like that. Okay. Maybe we write a guy called like K Extract Chunk. Extract Chunk. What if we were to do something like this along these lines? Extract chunk IDX from the worlds. My brother too was a skateboarder. Oh, this is very good. This is very good. Does involve increasing number? Yes. Played Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Yeah, these are popular. I've just never had a Explain, please. Wait, what is this? What is this? XOR Xavier? XOR Xavier has huh? Or also Twitch user 55668. Thank you for the follow. Hi. Can we do anything with our life? The 0x539. Oh, I see. Is this pro Str copy? The wrong X. There's a lot of them around here. They have a lot of more athletic and better at math than I. Yeah, that's sort of me with my brother as well. My he definitely like he got everything. He got everything. But it's good. I'm glad he did. I'm glad for it. I'm happy being Liquid Snake. Look it up. Look it up. Tony Hawk Pro Str copy. Tony Hawk Pro Str copy. Oh shit! Oh, this is an exploit. This is like Cubic Ninja situation. I see. I see. I love the way your model is displayed by it. Fascinates me. I'm glad. It has a lot of like different things. Also, hello, Defy Us All. Excuse me. Hello. Welcome in. Hello, Nightshade Dude. Welcome. Hello. Hello, friends. Being athletic made you a better mather. I mean, maybe. Hello. Welcome in, Defy Us All. I hope you're doing well. How was your stream? I think I've seen you on here before. Have I? You have a good name. In any case. You got a good name in any case. Hello. We're writing a Game Boy Advance game on here. We're trying to we're writing a Game Boy Advance game in assembly using an assembler that we wrote ourselves, and we are taking a little bit of a break in order to write level generation code in order to generate, like, we're generating levels at compile time, basically. I've probably seen you around. Yeah, it's a small world on here, you know. Everyone kind of knows each other at a certain point. Welcome in. How was your stream today? What did you get up to, Defy Us All? How was the deal? How are we extracting a chunk here? What are we getting up to? I think what we're doing is we're probably saying, you remember Car Battler Joe? I'm not familiar, I'm afraid. This guy here, the X coordinate is going to be mod IDX K world width. The Y coordinate here is going to be, do we have a rem? Do we have to do truncating division? Like, does this truncate automatically if I say this? Yeah, it does. Excellent. Okay. We can get X and Y at least. We should probably write another helper to get a world coordinate. In my first piece of game music and begun implementing ability arch. Need to figure out some logic and state stuff. Hell yeah. Are you working on are you working on like a, what kind of game is it? Is it like a like this makes me think it's like RPG-ish, but like I don't want to make any assumptions. This is cool. And also, what are you using to make it? We have a lot of people who are interested in this kind of thing around here. We have a bunch of Godot heads. We have some engine development enjoyers. we have some gamers, you could say. There's a couple of gamers in the building at any given time. People interested in gaming. Can we say world get? Let's just call it this. What does this fucker look like? What's his nature? Conjure his fucker's nature, please. Also, this IDX, this is not what we want. Well, we do want this. We want to get the chunk X and Y from this. Well, we do need the chunk size. We do need the chunk size here. There's a dust storm upon downtown Chicago. Open world, bullet hell, narrative, and quantum state and physics. This is very interesting. This seems what form does this take? Open world, bullet hell. This is like and this makes me think of like Realm of the Mad God, this kind of thing. Like maybe it's a more intense bullet hell sort of guy, right? This is like I like some shmups from time. I've kind of been getting into the shmup genre. I'm not very good at it yet, but I'm starting to like it. Smash TV for NES. No, but I'm familiar with this. I see. This is like there's like nothing else like this maybe then, right? I think there's not a whole lot of games. I think I've at least I've heard people lament this, right? People complaining like there's nothing like Smash TV. Is that the case? Is this it? I see. Yes, I got you. Well, maybe there is thing. I mean, this is like it's kind of like vaguely, like there's other things in this vein. Maybe like it's Isaac-ish, right? A little bit. I don't know. This is cool though. I don't mean to like be like, oh, here's what your thing is. No, it's I'm just curious. This is sick. This is sick. Odin and Raylib. Oh, I see. We were doing some Odin. This is cool. This is cool stuff. Retrieve the built with Odin and Raylib. Hell yeah. Okay, what are we doing on this? We like some Raylib. We did a bunch of ELIS. I made Emacs bindings for Raylib a while back, and we did some poking with that. I like this. I like this in general. Our main kind of project for gamer stuff around here, we have like an SDL guy. SDL OpenGL fellow, but I want to like Raylib is just so good for like it's just so good. It's so good that this exists at all. Okay, can we retrieve the cell at XY? Okay. So what this is easy, right? This is we go the other way. We say let's IDX is times Y. Thank you for the follow also. Times Y times K word width. Oh, we could probably just do this in K word width, K chunk size. I'll show off what we're doing in a second here. I guess I can already show it off. We had a little thing going here. We had a little thing where we can... Sorry, I have the movement really sped up so it's for testing purposes. We just got collision detection kind of going. We're making a little like tile-based game. Kind of think like Pokemon, right? Like how you walk around in like the old Pokemon games, like you're on a grid. This kind of thing, and we're trying to make a really, really simple game for this game jam. It's the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025. And the conceit is that we are developing our game in quote Lisp, quote unquote. But the Lisp is not... We're writing a Game Boy Advance game in Emacs Lisp. And Emacs Lisp does not serve to actually run the logic of the game. We're not running Emacs Lisp on the Game Boy, right? This would not make much sense. What we're doing is we're writing an Emacs Lisp program that generates a ROM that then runs on the thing, right? So to this end, we have written assemblers for ARM and Thumb. Yeah, we're not writing a game. We're writing a program that spits out a game. We're writing a game generation. Yeah. So we have a bunch of stuff to do this, and we have like, enough that we can write programs that run on the GBA. What we're trying to do right now is one of the things we wanted to do for the game is to make it be personalizable, right? So the idea also is that when you download the game, each copy is different. Everyone gets a different ROM. And we're doing this by, it's kind of like a big, like a, maybe a dungeon crawler kind of feeling where you walk around a big maze. And the maze or the dungeon is going to be randomized per copy of the game at compile time. So we're trying to build that out now. We're trying to, this is kind of our objective for the later half of this stream. We're trying to build a thing that like can generate these levels that we can then bake into the ROM of the game. And which is a pleasant relief because we get to go from writing assembly to writing a comparatively much higher level language that has a lot more niceties, that is generally less annoying to work with. So for here, let's say, I mean, we should do a bounds check probably, right? Let's say, I don't know, when or less than x0 or greater than x greater than equal to x times k world width k chunk size, or similarly for y with height. What is the hair color? I think this is the avatar of Defy Us All. Is when someone raids, it tries to find a clip from them, and if it can't find a clip, it will use their avatar. This is the intention, at least. Hello, Piet, and goodbye, Piet. Rest well. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for the lurk, friend. It's cool of you. It's cool of you. Okay, when this happens, we want to complain. We want to be like, world coordinates out of bounds. Here they are, and this is XY. Sure. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Also, hello Pengo if I didn't say hello. Let's see now. If we get this index, this is easy. This is just like seek elt k world idx, right? So we can say things like k world get 1010. Actually define the thing. What's your complaints? What's your complaints? We're multiplying. Oh, this is wrong. The complaint is that this is wrong. Because this is by chunks. We need to multiply k chunk size. You're wrong. Wow, it's 128. But if we go -1, it's nothing, right? If we go -1, 0, it's not out of bounds, right? If we go, I don't know, the current width of the thing, it's 4, 2, right? So if we go x is 65, or 64 even, it's out of bounds. 63 is in bounds. Cool. Wow, we have bounds on the world. Oh, no wonder Xbox has so many exploitable RCE bugs. Is this in reference to the Tony Hawk Pro Store copy thing? I didn't look into the lore. Is it fucked? Pentium 3 doesn't have NX bit. What is the What is NX bit? I'm not going to pretend to know. Data execution prevention, a process feature that helps prevents code from being executed from certain memory regions. Okay, that makes sense. No execute bit. Okay, cool. Mark certain areas of the virtual address space as non-executable, preventing the process. Okay, cool. That makes sense. Memory protection. Good. So this gives us the chunk index of, but this doesn't. Well, we do need the chunk index. We need the chunk x and y. How are we gonna do it? How do we do this? It's not hard. It's not hard. We want to read. This is just times k chunk size, right? This is also times k chunk size. And now this gives us, now x and y, these are the coordinates of the top left cell of the chunk, right? This is like the base coordinates of the chunk. And then all we need to do is iterate over like, you know, from 0 to chunk size, and then from 0 to chunk size we need Cartesian product, and grab every, like, add all of those offsets to this, read them all, and throw them in an array. So let's just say ret is lists, right? And we're gonna say each iota k chunk size lambda y, each iota k chunk size lambda x. If we have this, we're going to say push k world get x. We're gonna call this dy dx plus x dx plus y dy. Add this to ret. Thank you for the follow, Mr. Viewer. They got Mr. Viewer 12 on here. Holy moly, we got Mr. Viewer 12. This is huge. This is going to be huge for us, I think. Welcome in, Mr. Viewer 12. I hope you have a pleasant stay. Reverse. At the end, we're going to be reversing ret. 11 other. There could be, but Mr. Viewer 12 is the only one that we care about now. We can, you know, can the rest. We only want Mr. Viewer 12. That was so. I'm sorry. That's so. I need to. Mr. Viewer, I have a bad habit. If you've already left, I apologize. I have a really bad habit. I get really, I don't know. I get into the lore. I get into the kind of the connotations of people's names a little bit. I start getting excited about it. I start getting, you know, it's not you, it's me, Mr. Viewer 12. The rest, yeah. If Mr. Viewer 11 is here too, we also apologize. That's not becoming of us. If I say k extract chunk 0, wow, we sure found a chunk. We sure got. They're all going to be the same, right? But there's only 8 chunks, right? If we go after the end, we're going to die. If we go after the end, we die. We should maybe provide a better check. Thank you for the tier 1 sub to Mr. Viewer 45. Thank you, friend. I appreciate that. I guess there are some more of them. They keep finding them around here. Well, I didn't mean to insult you either, Mr. Viewer 45, but I guess you're a greater number too. So we only were casting aspersions towards Mr. Viewers 0 through 11. We didn't mean it. I promise we didn't mean it. Let's add a little check here. Let's say when greater than or equal to IDX times k world width, k world height, right? If this chunk index is too large, chunk index to, or like we'll do both. We'll do both. If it's less than 0 or greater than this, out of bounds IDX. Okay, Sigbird walk, true. Okay, we can extract some chunks now. Can we use this to make the planet? What if we use this to create the planet in here instead of doing this bullshit manually? What if we were to say something along the lines of each iota times k world width, k world height, this sort of business. If we were to use this sort of business, and for each index, we were to say a little bit of k add chunk, k extract chunk, it, instead of any of that stuff, and we still put the empty chunk at the end. You might find some weird alien artifact. Thank you, Kyle8664 for the prime as well. I hope you're well. I hope thank you. I hope you I'm glad you like the thing.
Now, please. Okay, we're gonna do that.
It's yeah, damn. Thank you.
Also, by the way.
Okay, can we go here again? Can we restart? Does it still work? Time to record. Yeah, we got to record this. Are we hooked up actually? We can say it. Does it? Kyle8664. Kyle, do we not have a microphone plugged in that's workable here? Why is that quitting so instantly? What are we doing with that? What are we doing with that? Are we making thousands of OpenAI API calls again. Can we look at how does the transcription thing happen here? Is this dying constantly? Let's observe. Let's observe. It is. It is dying constantly. What does it say if we say... Oh, it's not. Clearly it's not wrong. Well, clearly it's not wrong. But well, we'll see. I wonder why that's quitting. Something that may be interesting. Elbow grease. The code is much more detailed than elbow grease. They're doing it in French now. I see. Elbow grease is on the English page. And it doesn't have very much in it at all. But this guy has, we have images and stuff here. I see. I see. Very odd. Very odd, in fact. What is, You just in here? You're in here? Aren't you now? Does this not work anymore? Can we make this manually? Can we manually construct Kyle 860 H664.wav? It just quits. Why does it just quits? It's recording, but it only records for 2 fucking seconds. Why does it only record for 2 fucking seconds? That's probably what the transcription is doing too. Why does it quit? Oh, fuck. What kills PA record? We're doing unholy shit. We're doing unholy shit. We're doing unholy shit. Audio.yl. We have a timer killing PA record. We have audio record end being called in a timer. And it's being called every 10 seconds. It's being called every 10 seconds. Oh no. I have to say it really fast and get we have to get the window correct. Okay. Kyle 8664. Did we get there? No. No. Help. Help. Kyle 8664. Kyle 8664. Okay, we got there. We got there. An orphan crushing machine moment. Okay, we will overcomes the kill timer. Yeah. We managed it. We managed it at least. Let's go back to business, of course. We can't be engaging in such tomfoolery for so long. We can't be fucking around with such things. We're back to business. Back to freaking business is what I say. So what's up next? What's up next for us here? You just need to not make all instances subject to the timer. Yeah, we probably want to kill a particular process, the one that we know we are starting, rather than, you know, we can maybe work with that a little bit. I don't know for sure. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Hello, a buff seagull. Welcome in. It's good to have you. Hello. There's a lot of dust in the air outside. This is the dust storm situation. I hope you can get through this. Thank you for the boost also, Nightshade dude. Add it to the docket. We'll load it up. We'll load it up on here. So how do we continue this? What's next for us? Can we kill? We need to kill. We need to kill this. We need to actually generate the world from these coordinates. From these things. From these things, we need to extract them. From night drinking with the coworkers, time to fall asleep to the stream glow. I hope you enjoy. Are you still traveling, a buff seagull? I hope it's good if so. And I hope it's good if no also. So we need to fill, we have a big array, right? We need to fill it with stuff. right? We're gonna make, let's in fact make world set also. Over in Eastern Europe right now, I see. Can we make world set? Let's do this. Is there seek set Q? What do? You do something different. We can just set F this, I think, right? We can just set F this, I'm pretty sure. To V. Set the cell at XY to V. You always see me, wouldn't it be you that's everywhere? Nightshade Dude really is kind of omnipresent in the programmer zone, in Twitch.tv software and game development area. This guy, they have him everywhere. He's all over the place. How do we? I see, like I try and be all over the place a lot, but I think Nightshade Dude is even more all over the place. It's crazy stuff. It's crazy. I'll never beat the allegations. I mean, I don't know if you have to beat them necessarily. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. You know, you can cope with this reputation. Okay, how are we doing this? I think we'll probably break this up into 2 steps. One step will generate the tree. The other step we will extract from the tree and use this to set things in the world. So what's the tree generation step look like? Right? We have to just generate a bunch of splits. Each split is horizontal or vertical, right? So let's start by let's make this guy, right? Let's make gen world tree. And gen world tree is going to take some parameters, right? And those parameters are going to dictate the current region of the tree that we are dealing with here, right? Probably in terms of I don't know, like I kind of like top left and then width and height, this kind of thing. That's kind of not bad. We can say X, Y, width, height, and we could generate a world tree in the region X, Y, W, H. I don't know. We're gonna be lazy with our docstring. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So for this, what do we want to do? Right? So we have this region, right? And we want to, first of all, we want to determine a cut in this region, right? We want to split him kind of in half. Not exactly in half. It's going to produce, like, we're going to get kind of very silly looking results, I think, right? We want to split him kind of in half, right? And then we want to take those halves and split them in half, and take those halves and split them in half, and take those halves and split them, etc., etc. This is the plan. But to do this, we're going to need to know a few things, right? One thing we're going to need to know is how big we want a room to be, right? I think we'll put this here, right? We can say something along the lines of, let's also move this up, because we're not actually setting we don't actually need to set anything in the world at this point. Let's say K room min. Room min is maybe, I don't know, 3, right? Room max is, I don't know, maybe 7. Maybe 7 is the maybe, I don't know, maybe even 10. So we'll do this by saying, like, of the cuts that we're making, we don't want to create, maybe 3 is too small too, because we don't have much room for walls. Maybe let's say 5, right? We don't want to make rooms, we don't want to create regions that are smaller than like 5 by 5, but we also don't want to make regions that are larger than 10 by 10, right? We'll use this to inform our splitting process. So what will we do then? What will we do then? And this kind of thing is basically the greatest possible definition of off by 1 hell. This puts us in the most off by 1 hell situation possible. because we have to kind of reason through which side is which all the time, and how we're putting the pieces together on it, right? Based on where we put the split, but we can figure it out, right? So let's start off by saying, well, are we horizontal or are we vertical, right? Are we horizontal or are we vertical? We're just gonna make a symbol for this, right? Let's call this deer, right? And we can make this like, I don't know, the classic nth random to horizvert, right? This kind of thing. And then we want to do the split, right? So how do we do the split? We need to pick a number probably between x plus room min plus 1 and x plus what, like, and what's the other side of this guy, right? It's the side that makes the other end go off, right? We want to pick a number. What is his nature? What is his nature? We want to pick a z such that z plus room min is less than w, right? So we want to go from x, like x plus room min plus 1 to x plus w minus room min, maybe, right? So let's think about that for a second, right? Let's say I don't know. How will we do it? I think let's say we might want to, I don't want the horizontal versus vertical splitting to confuse things too much, right? Because we have to kind of decide which one we're doing, which demands a lot of bullshit, kind of. So how do we get there, right? Like, I think probably what we do is we say something like low is if eq deer horiz. If we're splitting horizontally, then this is in reference to the x coordinate, right? So this is x, otherwise y. High is this or this. Hi, hello. Hi, hello computer, hello. How are you doing? We're really in the meat of it now, aren't we? We're deep in the meat. They've cast us into the pit. They've cast us into Tartarus. We're deep in hell. Hello mental equilibrists. But it's a kind of a comfortable hell, right? It's a you know, they've given us all the amenities and luxuries that we've come to expect. Hello Tiny BC, thank you for the lurk. We're hanging out in here, into the thick of it, locked in and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that on this bitch of an earth. Okay, we have low and high now. Now we just need to find a midpoint, right? We need our splits. We need our split. So what's the split? What's the deal here, right? Well, split is probably a random number between. Let's first compute our range, right? The range is going to be the subtraction of two things, right? It's going to be well, let's see this. Let's keep writing. Let's say upbound, right? let's say low bound is plus low k room min 1, right? I think the high bound is minus high k room min 1. So now we need to generate a number between the low bound and the high bound, right? So the difference between these things is minus high bound, low bound. And now we know if we're invalid, right? We know if we can split or not, right? Because if the difference is negative, that is the low bound exceeds the high bound, we can't fit a split. There's no satisfactory split that's going to fit in this setup, right? So I mean, really what we should probably do is try again. Otherwise we're going to make all of these like very weird long rooms potentially. But like, I don't know. Maybe we maybe we do, maybe we don't. Like we could like what's the best way we could try again? I guess we can refactor this into a guy. We can call this splits and give it a dir. Compute a valid split in dir for x, y, wh. Return nil if no split exists. This is maybe a little bit better. We can put all this in here instead. We can say let's star on this fucker. On the fucker this direction. And then we can split on here, right? So we can say we're doing gymnastics on this stream now. We're doing splits, and what do they do on gymnastics? They do the balance beam. They go on their hands and stuff. I don't know. They do twirls and spins. It's this for us. This is the fate we've chosen. Party cat, laugh out loud. Pommel horse probably. Yeah. If we say or let's just say this, when greater than diff 0, if it's greater than 0, right, we want to return random diff plus low, right? Otherwise we return nothing. Right, this does the splits. Lawn is dried. Welcome back, 0x539. We describe them with yaw. I don't know about that. Okay, so now we can try both splits. I was never gone. Well, welcome back. You were gone from, you were doing laundry. You were gone from, I don't know, like I don't know. I say it too much. I'm too damn sappy. I need to become hardened. I need to become hardened like Amber. I mean, you were looking the whole. Of course. I don't mean to imply otherwise. I do appreciate it, of course. But I say this whenever someone goes 1 minute without chatting, and I'm like, oh, welcome back, hi. I need to harden into Amber. I need to become a man of steel. I need to become invincible. Can we say I have no chatter permanence? Yeah, I see a 65-second timer to farm greetings. You could like, it's longer than 60 seconds, but if you set a timer every like half hour, I would say hi to you probably at least 1/2 of the time. Amber is a girl's name, maybe. I mean, sure. I mean, it could be my nature as well. Hi, hello, failure. I don't know. I don't know, man. We're trying I don't know. The color of your energy? I don't think so. Maybe. Can we say this? The split is or Well, we just want to try them both, right? Which means that instead of having, let's try like this. Emasculous. Yeah, this is really good. This is courtesy of Chromo Sundrift, a 311 song reference. This is Chromo Sundrift made this, and I think I really hope if they come around again, I gotta say hello to them. They might see this they're usually a YouTube watcher, because people were like, you know, kind of like, oh, is this AI or whatever? They kind of I think it wasn't AI. I think it was just like clip art they put together, and they used like AI for translation, and they kind of got jumped on a little bit. And I think they got a little upset by it. So I was worried about this. I was like, I hope they're not put all. I really think people just start, you know, people have good intentions. They're just trying to you know. And the thing is, it's like, it's the same as Google Translate. That's fine. I totally get it both ways, but they were just trying to do the thing. It's just the thing. Roll, pitch, and this is Euler angles, right? But this is different from what we do. We do others, and with those guys, you got to be careful about some things. It's not a black and white scenario. Yeah. Can we what we really want to do is we want to randomize the order. We want to randomize the order that we are passing. How do we do this? And in fact, I think we want to make this guy return cons deer this, if we're going to do this ideally. And in that case, I think what we want to do, yeah, we're not doing anything with rotation around here. There's no rotation at all. It's I think, did we say roll at some point? We said split. Did we say pitch? I don't know. Maybe we said maybe. Split though. Let's see. We can say if equals 0 random 2 or is vert horiz. We can call this deers. And then we can say that the split is or K split car deers. K splits cat or deers. Did you finally drink those Red Bulls left on your door? Hello, Sandcork. Welcome. It's good to see you, Sandcork. Hello. This is, do we have this guy? We can split the guy. So now split is either nil or the direction we want and the point, like the midpoint that we split on. So like, I think this is actually just like straight up the thing now, right? Like this is like straight up the like, if so we check like so now. We say if split, right? If it's split, we need to return a list, right? Where the list is car splits, cutter splits, and then some things about it, right? Then some things about it. We should maybe actually generate this here. We'll think about this. We'll think about this a little bit. In the other case, though, that we want to just say that we want to have the region. We want to have the region. Let's just call it region X, Y with height. Okay, this is like a leaf. This is a leaf. This is a non-leaf. Hello, Masica. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Hello. Welcome in, Masica. This was a long day. Holy moly. Masica was going for, I think when I started, I was watching Masica, and Masica had already been going for like 6 hours. Welcome in. This is, I hope you're doing okay, Masica. Welcome. And thank you, Egoist, for the resub. Hi. Hello. Thank you. And Nympheus is here too. Hello, friends. Masica has been working on all sorts of things. I think Masica has been working on. Are you still working on the bash? I know recently there has been work on a JavaScript Linux guy, and you were writing a parser for shell. Maybe it's a different thing at present. Hello though, and please don't stick around on my account. Please get some rest if you need this. This is probably essential. This is yeah. Not so long after was Masica was watching me on stream. Yeah. Thank you. It's good. It's good how everybody is, yeah, left in there, and people and they vanish. But I have some extra strength tea. I see. Hello, Saxton Hale as well. For this split, let's try and be smarter. Let's try and be smarter, maybe. Maybe a little bit smarter about things. So we're gonna put deer on there, and we're also gonna put, let's say, list deer instead. We're gonna put some other business on here. Let's say we want to have this be XY with height, right? So what is X? What is X now? Well, we want to. No. I think this is actually the best way to do it. This is the best way, and we'll recompute elsewhere. The shell is shelved a little. Was doing Stream Gizmo and like 3D engine stuff for the last. Yeah, I saw you were doing a little bit of Vulkan. I think I have so many projects. Yeah, God save. There's so much stuff, but it's good, right? It's good, and you know, I like this. You can't complain too much. It's good to, like, imagine a world where you have too few projects, right? This is way worse. So you can't sweat it too hard. Okay. This is good. This is good for sure. But hello, friends. Hello everyone. We are currently, to the Raiders. Hello, hi. I think many of you probably know, but like we are working on a game jam. We are jamming. We're working on the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025. That's the plan. And we're currently doing level generation for our little Game Boy Advance game that we're making through this whole thing. We're trying to do set up a basic dungeon generation type guy, so we at least have a place where you can walk around. Let's see where we are then. Let's see where we are then. Where must we go? Where must we go? So we've computed a direction for a split and a position of the split. Now that we've done so, we need to then recursively call gen world tree on the regions that are defined by the split. Right? So let's come up with those regions then. Jam. Hello Vezda. Well, yes, we're jamming a little bit. Although, as always, I don't know, the game is maybe less the focus than the under the tech, I guess. But we're having a good time with it. Welcome in, Vez. And Jake creates stuff. Welcome in too. Thank you for the resub. It's hard to believe, Jake, that it's been 22 months. I'm about to commit betrayal. What is this? Evil deeds? Crime? Treason? Huh? Jam is good on toast and also doors. I don't know, doors don't taste very good. Yeah. My cat is sleeping on my lap, but I want... Oh, dear. This is a difficult position. Almost 2 years. Yeah, it's crazy that... I don't know. It's going to be a moment, I think, in... When is...
This is time you see.
When is it? Can we look at Cal-3?
But thank you for the sub. It means a lot to him, to us, to everyone here.
Friday the 20th. I think we may all be at Offkai, or at least many of us will be at Offkai. We should do... I'm going to stream that day, probably. We should do a big everyone in one room talking thing. At least partially. Thank you for the resub, Vezdev. Also, thank you, because we'll have you there. I'll be there. For a moment. Well, don't worry about this. Right? We will make sure that this is not evil. Everybody, you know, this is not intended to exclude. Certainly. But I would like to take advantage of the opportunity. I want very strongly to avoid creating some kind of clique situation, though. For sure. Like this is my... I don't wish for this at all. You will not fall off the wagon and be excluded from activities by not being at particular events. Yeah, we gotta work that out also. Jake creates stuff. We gotta if you need help with this stuff, we gotta chat at some point. I should be free this weekend if you need stuff. So let's think of this. Let's think of how are we doing it? How are we doing it? Let's say regions. Okay, what's this gonna fucking look like? Dad's on the job right now. I will keep you updated. I see. The cool beans. I'm glad you have something. And if we need to rework the existing thing, please let me know. We can make it happen. We can add controller support. We can do all kinds of shit. Really. Of course, time pending, but I bet we can do it. We shout out Jake too. It's a thing. Jake creates stuff. An old friend creates various things. You know him already. The where's so this guy. We want to hit him with the similar kind of eek deer horiz, right? We probably actually want this to be let's do like this. Let's call this SP. SP is CDR split. SP is CDR split. Deer is car split. Okay. Well, what are we doing with this? What are we doing with this now? What's all this about? So, in here, the region, and once we have these regions computed, I think it's going to be as simple as saying, list deer k gen world tree, apply this to car regions, and then also apply it to cutter regions, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to generate, regardless of the direction we are splitting, we are going to generate a pair of the two regions that we split into based on that divider. So for these, if we're splitting horizontally, what are those two regions, right? Well, the first region is X, Y. And by okay, I'm gonna use what I'm saying here. When I say splitting horizontally, I mean drawing a vertical line, and when I say splitting vertically, I mean drawing a horizontal line. This is sort of maybe counter. I don't know. I just realized that this is maybe counter the typical meaning of this, but this is the way that we've chosen. So we're gonna deal with that for now. We're gonna maybe be inverted from the usual guy. Okay. Can we say the width though? The width, however, is going to be at a different point. Makes sense to me. Yeah. Hello, the Schmill. Welcome in. Howdy. Hello. The width is How do we want to do? Again, it has to be these guys are, well, I mean they're exclusive, right? So this can just be, the width can be I guess we don't need to add this to low. This can already be like within the region. Maybe. Am I wrong about all of this? Is this all fucked up? What are you working on? We're working on the GBA game thing again, the Schmill. We're trying to finish this game jam. We have 2 days left, so we're trying our hardest to get something working well. That's the plan, at least. Is this diff deeply fucked up? We need to add low bound here. This, if we're gonna do it this way. This can you out of Doomfy? Thank you. We're gonna try our best, ABC12. I'm convinced that we got it as well. Like, and I'm not like super worried about it. I think I do. It would be a nice symbolic victory. I feel like I have been not finishing very much stuff over the past. You know, I'm just kind of dabbling here and there. I touch this, I touch that. You know, I play with this thing, I play with. You know, it would be very good to have a, you know, get something cool like this done. Okay. So this is, I think, what we want. And this is H. Okay. And then on the other side of things, we want this to be another list, right? Here it's the same, minus SPX. Minus SPX Y with, well, I mean, the width and the height are still, these guys are still bastards, right? They're still bastards. They have a still bastard kind of nature. We are recursively splitting reality. This guy should just be SP then. This guy should just be SP then. This can be minus SPX also. Maybe, no, he's different. We have to think, 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 we have to think. This is minus width minus SPX. Which is, yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it. We'll deal with this. And in the Y case, it's the same. It's kind of similar to all of these, except it's width minus SPY. And this is X SP. And this is width, and then this is the height case. I think that maybe gives us something sensible. So, what is your complaint about subtraction? Value from call to minus is unused. Oh, because we don't use region. It's funny that it puts this only on minus. But we should be doing that. Free variable deer. Oh, are we not inside the? We've added an additional. We've parenthesized over aggressively. Okay, there we go. At ASEN, there was a shirt for sale depicting a blissful Psyduck captioned "No Thoughts." There was a counterpart just depicting a distressed Psyduck captioned "Thoughts," which I purchased. This is very good. This is very good. Did you? I guess I've never been to like an anime convention that is not like I've been to these VTuber things, right? But I've never like what is the usual like, you know, like what's the activity? Right? What do you like to get up to, 0x539? Because usually like Artist Alley, yeah, I guess I can see this. They have these at these things, and Mod usually goes to these and wanders around. I just assumed Elisp. Eliso. I Elisp live them. Lived them. What is this? Panel activity, but it mostly doesn't appear to you. So it's mostly like an Artist Alley kind of deal. Oh, I Elisp loved them. I assumed Elisp loved. I just assumed Elisp loved them. Oh, the minuses. I see what you're saying now. So if we say things according Doom, oh my god. There are some pretty impressive. I suspect this has already happened actually. Doom GBA port. I'm almost positive this has happened. Doom, like the GBA is like. It's yeah. It's powerful enough that you can do funny stuff, right? There are like existing 3D things. Yeah. This guy has you can run this Doom port at 35 FPS. Some complex areas drop to 10 FPS. So also many arcade games, particularly the Japanese rhythm variety, operating in free play mode and fighting game tournaments. I see. This is sensible. This is sensible stuff. Do you participate in any of this? I know there are a lot of rhythm game heads around. I think we have less fighting game people, but they also exist. I think. Oh, did people see that Guilty Gear Strive source code leak thing? That happened when I was gone. Holy moly, that's kind of crazy, isn't it? Man, friends were being a board game sometimes. This is very good. Yeah, it's like the benefit is like things you can play with other people probably, right? Where you're actually like located there. Stuff like the 3DS like Street Pass stuff used to be really good at those sorts of things. There's the cool latent text. They found like whole new characters, I think. Like this was a like the source code got like it got entirely leaked. It wasn't just like symbols got leaked or something. Like I think like it was at the point where like people were just like running the game in Unreal Editor. Like the whole last project was just obtained due to some like unsecured share thing or something like this. I didn't follow it too specifically, but like it seemed like they got everything. Hello Lua Nico 7. Everything they wanted to. They can use in that they can use in the live service. Can like I don't know. Like no I gave like the Unreal Editor stuff. Is this the case? Oh, you mean that they can use in the live game is what you're saying. You're not saying like I mean the meant is not a typo. You meant I understand. I assume there's benefit to like practicing with upcoming characters. Guilty Gear Strive, Cool Code and Cat. There was like a crazy leak. I think. The something like this, and it's like the same engine that's used for a bunch of their other fighting games or something. So like they found all kinds of stuff. Okay, what if we generate one of these trees? If I say something like K gen world tree, I don't know, 0 0. What's a good width and height? I don't know. I don't know. 64, 32. That's what we're doing right now. Well, that's not good. If I redefine everything in here. Well, that gives us a tree. That certainly does look like a tree. It didn't like fail in the obvious way that like we thought it might fail, like where it's just like giving us going forever, right? Like it terminated. Yeah, Guilty Gear Strive. Yes, is the one. Guilty Gear Strive. This guy. There was a big. Wonder if they mentioned the leak on this page even. It was yeah. Picture of Goku in it is a funny fact. Yeah, they had like Goku as a test character because I think the developer also makes like a Dragon Ball fighting game maybe. I think yeah, Dragon Ball. So they had. It's funny. It's really funny. Okay. Okay. Well, the question remains: if these regions overlap, that's another point of difficulty here potentially. They could overlap, I guess, which would be not ideal. But as it stands, I think this is pretty good. So maybe we just try and draw some squares. We can maybe get some squares in there a little bit, and then once we've done that, we can continue on and see if we can like get some things other than squares in there. The code for Tony Hawk's Underground is just floating around on GitHub. Yeah, like officially or just like a leak of it. I guess I wouldn't be super surprised either way. But yeah, I don't know. That's some damn. I know they're starting to do. There was something recently. What was it? There was like a decomp project for a GameCube game that was like the first one that was like in a sensible state, kind of. I don't recall what it was. I saw this the other day. Okay, so what do we want to do with these regions? Right, we have a bunch of regions that give us X, Y, width, and height. What if we just like iterate over the tree now and like fill in the regions? And what if we yell if we're overlapping? What are the code for Shantae? Do you mean the original Shantae? Like for Game Boy Color? I think this is the original guy. It's a Game Boy Color game. Maybe. Yes, I think so. Right? This is a late Game Boy Color game. Holy moly! This is like around the time when the GBA. Oh, I guess the Game Boy Color didn't release until 1998, huh? Oh yeah, because it launched a year after the Game Boy Advance, which is funny. I suspect this game this is like a popular game because like there's like it's a woman type game. People love women. I think I would be shocked if there was not like an existing disassembly project for this. It's also like the code is like less important for this, like, because like it was probably written in assembly, right? Which means it's still not gone. Yeah, it like this means that like of course there's, if we had the original source code, there would be benefit to this, like through like comments and like names of symbols and things like this. But like I don't you know, like I'm like doing a like I guess like a lot of what the disassembly project would be like just like labeling things and giving them sensible names, which is valuable, but it's I wonder if there is such a thing. Let's do some off-screen mining. Where is do we have tools for text injecting and extracting. Brute force. I mean, what do you mean by that? Like fundamentally you can't it's always going to be a subtle art. Thank you for the watch stream also. It's always going to be a subtle art, Big Game Mikey, because when you're trying to do a disassembly like this, you're trying to recover information that has been destroyed, right? So this necessarily requires some degree of, you know, nuance and inference, right? There's like assembling something. There's an error if I try and share it. This website is 100 very functional. It's 100% functional all the time. Cool coding cat. It always works. Yeah, it's busted. I'm sorry if it's broken. It's yeah. I just discovered destroyed as the pretty much that I see. That's pretty good. There's like but yeah, like compilation is an information destroying process, right? Same with assembly, right? Most things are, right? Like there are some transformations that you can do on some data that like are information preserving, right? Like, you know, there are, you know, it depends on what information you care about, but like there are some things like this, right? Where you can go both ways easily, right? Like doing something like, I don't know, auto formatting something, right? Like you're not gaining or losing any. It depends on what information you care about. Is maybe you care about the previous formatting, and that is information. But like you know. But when you assemble something, you are destroying information that someone looking at the thing maybe cares about for sure, right? You are destroying all your comments for one thing. You are destroying all the names of symbols, which is another thing. The cat is fed and back in the lab. I hope our feline friend did not take the betrayal too hard. I'm glad you have your tea again, party cat. So let's take this tree and generate the world based on the tree. Let's also make a guy. Let's call him world set HT create. What I'm going to do is I want to keep track of, I want to know if the rooms are overlapping. They should not be overlapping. If they are overlapping, however, I would like to know, because this probably indicates a bug in our splitting, right? We have an off by one error in the splitting. The borders of things are overlapping each other or something like this. So what I would like to do is we're going to keep track of all the, this is going to be a hash table, but it's basically just going to be a set, right? We're just going to set, you know, like a hash table is just kind of, or a table or a map in general is basically just a set augmented with some additional data for each key, right? But we can just we're just going to throw trues as the values and just throw the keys in, and then we can check and see this. Symbol names are sometimes not destroyed. Yes, of course. But like in, usually this is especially creating a Game Boy Color ROM from assembly, right? This is going to necessarily obliterate a lot of interesting things you might want to know. Interesting structure. Yeah, you can do this, right? I mean, like fundamentally, you need something that is more guy. You need kind of a guy for this, right? You need this is guessing the symbol names is something you cannot do with a mere algorithm, maybe, right? Because you need kind of domain knowledge, right? You need the scope of human linguistic experience, right? To be like, oh, that's called this, right? It's not something you can do kind of trivially. Right? You can put a person on it. You can maybe if we make person like robots, you can put a person like robot on it, but you can put those probably on anything you can put a person on. So like, yeah, Demir algorithm. We're keeping things. What's the Demir guy's name? Lavos? No, that's the guy from Chrono Trigger. Something like this. I don't know. They got him on there. Let's generate the world then. Kaito? I don't know about that. That's like the plane. What's the... Who am I thinking of? Who's the guy? Lavaz. Lazav. This guy. Lazav. The fucker. Bring him up. Bring up the fucker. The fucker guy. I don't know. Can we... the multifarious. Yeah, MLTech might be able to align code with known library routines. Yeah. But fundamentally, like, you need to make good names, you need a lot of outside context, right? Which either humans or robots are probably good at doing. Or big things that have or big databases full of known functions with names, right? Like, you need some way to inject. You need something. The guy like bit is you can't just like write a simple. You need a lot. You need some external source of information to pull in. Estima? Yes, it works. So here we're going to generate the world from tree. So what are we doing with this? What's this then? We need to say CL case car tree. Reload page, make latency not so shit. Yeah, it really does. It really does do that sometimes. It really does love doing that sometimes. It loves to implode. Okay. What are we saying here? There's three different options. There are three different options here. There is horiz. There is verts. In fact, I don't think we even care about these things. We're just gonna say region and then T. Because if it's not region, it's horiz or vert, and we don't care if it's horiz or vert. We only care about the regions. Yeah. Yeah, you can't squeeze blood from a stone. It's against the rules of the world. You can't do it like that. If we are a T, what do? We say K gen world cadder tree. K gen world cadadder tree. That's all we wish to do. If we are region, however, we have, a greater task ahead of us. Eventually with these guys, in fact, you know what? I am going to make this horiz and vert explicitly because they're going to dictate the direction in which we draw the corridor. So it does kind of matter a little bit. So yeah. Otherwise we're going to say T error invalid tree. Tree type, tree node, car tree. Hello, Undgalive. Hello, welcome in. Good to see you. Hi. Hello. I should say too, if you like this stuff, Discord IRC. I don't know. Kloger. And Nicola Hristov, welcome too. Wawa, indeed. So, what if we were to draw a bit of a square on here, then? What does that look like? Closure? I mean, this is not closure. This is Emacs list, but it has a similar syntax to closure for sure. I do not get FP. It is like thinking backwards. Do you have an example? I'm not doing FP right now, but I kind of naturally think this way for sure. It's kind of my inclination. So I could maybe help out a little bit. Janet Carr does closure. She does do closure. She's a friend. She's been around. She's good with this stuff. Closure is pretty nice in general. We've done a little bit in the past. Where do we go? We want to draw a square, right? How do we draw a square? We draw a square. We draw a square. How do we want to do it in a way that does not involve overwriting the guy? How do we do it? I think probably what we want to do is we want to compute the coordinates. We want to compute the coordinates that we wish to set, and then we can just map over those coordinates and set them all versus trying to do it kind of in a mixed and matched sort of way. Losing the original names is an improvement. Yes, for sure. I think before we do this though, I'm realizing I have been sitting here motionless for 6 hours. I'm gonna run real quick and get water and stuff. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Area I do not go, please do follow. I'm not sure what you are saying, but I will see you in one. We're back. I sprinted. We made a sprint across the house furiously. Hello, we're here again. What are we doing here? I barely touched it. Did I broke it? I'm unsure. What is this in reference to? Is this your code? It is compile. I don't know what you are. Are you talking about what we're doing or what you're doing? What is your what is the query? I'm unable to parse. I cannot parse this. Who is talking? I've been here for so long. What's this? This is hello. This is LCOLONQ. I don't know. I don't. I don't know what you are saying. Underscore live. I am unable to parse so here's what you have come and said on Glive. You have said, I do not get FP. It is like thinking backwards. Okay, that makes sense. I'm comfy in area that I do not know. Please do follow. Okay, I don't really know what that means. Shit, did I broke it? I barely touched it. I don't know what that means either. I don't know what you're referring to or what you mean you broke. It is compile question. I don't know what that means either. IGK, all caps. Well, I don't know I do not know what you are talking about in any way, but I would like to find out soon. Quick. Hello, Mickey Noon. And Prodsy Pod is here too. Holy moly. Going for the wine in the shop. Good luck. He passed the wrong data type. It happens maybe. Hello, the pragmatic programmer. Welcome in. Okay, we gotta sort this business out. Well, yeah, I mean, it'll do it to you. A little too much F sharp. A little too much OCaml. It'll do it. I don't know, maybe. But they said that about did they break it around when you left right? Maybe. Yeah, I mean maybe it was I assume that as well, that it was like the BRB kind of situation. Hello, Sen Shizuko again also. Hi everyone. I'm sorry, I'm awakening from my torpor. I feel like I've been in a state of is torpor? What does that mean? What is this? This is like you're in some kind of hibernation kind of. I feel like I've been in a state of torpor and we've only just awakened by the power of getting some water. By the power of getting water to drink. Okay, well, good luck with the wine, Uncle. I don't mean to be mean. I just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. a skill vampires had in HOM 5. It's kind of sick. That's kind of I feel like that's like pretty close to the top. I don't know. I used to think about this like when I was like young, I used to be like, you know, when you're living your Chunibyo fantasies, right? When I was like 10 or whatever, I used to think of like, man, I wish I could just like burrow into the core of the earth and survive, right? Like I wish I was just like a man made of metal and I could just like dig my way down into the center of the earth where it's probably like crazy hot, but like I would just be like, it would just be pleasantly warm for me, and I would just like dig my way down in there and just like go to sleep and just kind of like hang out there in the earth's core. This is an appealing prospect still even. The idea of torpor kind of evokes this, right? I just want to be, you know, if you're becoming a vampire or something, I want to become a vampire and then not do any kind of dastardly misdeeds. I just want to be like placed in a box or something and go into a torpor state in like buried underneath a mountain for 10,000 years. Core memory reveal, maybe. It's kind of an earth, yeah. It's core. It's pretty core. One of those grow in the water dinosaur things, yeah. Yeah, those are pretty good too. Okay, what are we doing here with region? We got region on this. Become a potato. A mail news to go with the Discord IRC. Yeah, that's kind of good. Public inboxes. Yeah. There should be. You can just, there is an email. You can email me if you wish. I was young, I was never want to be adult, and this is how I'll die. I'm unsure what to do about this situation on underscore live, because I want to connect. I feel that we need to connect with each other on Glide. You've come here, right? We've discussed things. You've come here in the past. We've been around. You've been around in the past in many days. I think you may have changed your name, potentially. I'm unsure. Maybe not. But I want to achieve mental linkage. I want to make sure we can communicate an idea. I'm Bardic. Okay, this is good. What is this? Can I Google this? A Polish given name and surname. Are you Polish? Do we have many Poles around here? Are any of the Polish people from here on? Is Prowcash here? Is who else is Polish? Brisdingle? We haven't seen Brisdingle in a minute. Is Brisdingle here? Is Kirsch here? Probably. They're probably mostly asleep. It's kind of late in Poland right now, I think. Dumb Moths, maybe? Is Dumb Moths living the nocturnal schedule? I don't know. How unfortunate. Okay, let's do this then. What does the generation inform? Also, do we have Toho in the background? Who has commanded the events to be such a way? Who has placed themselves in command of the event? Oh, it's Party Cat Laugh Out Loud. Is this Remelia Scarlet? What do you want to know about? Well, I just want to communicate. I feel like I don't know. In reverse Polish notation, yes. It's Flan. We have a Flandre Scarlet situation. Me is me. This is good. So what's the borders? What's the border of the thing? Well, we want to compute a bunch of things, right? We want to compute a bunch of things. We want to concatenate a bunch of sequences. How are we concatenating these sequences? We want to concatenate a bunch of them. What are they looking like here? We want to say this is kind of the awkward bit of the whole thing, right? Actually drawing the squares. What kind of game is it going to be? It's going to be, we can show like a little bit what it's like a top-down like kind of RPG thing. Kind of like a Pokemon kind of deal. With very simple like Dragon Warrior 1 style RPG battles, and we're trying to randomly generate a big map for it right now. Because the conceit is that there's a map generated at build time, basically. So each game is a unique copy. It's for a game jam called the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025. We're trying to we're doing it in a weird way where we're writing a Lisp program that generates a Game Boy Advance ROM that you can then run on an emulator or on real hardware. So if we say okay, let's see it. let's see it like this. You do all of it in Lisp. Well, we're writing this part is in Lisp, but the Lisp, there's kind of an assembler embedded in the Lisp, and then we write a lot of assembly as well. We're gonna say X. Do you keep calling that weird? Because it's a little bit strange, right? It's not what people expect, at least. I probably shouldn't be so hard on it, right? It's just not what. It's not. It doesn't. People. It's good to convey that it's a little, you know, it's because I think when you say write it in Lisp, the assumption would be it just runs on it. So the cool part, pragmatic programmer, is that the procedural generation does not actually know, it does not actually run on the console, right? It's kind of like it's kind of as if we did all the procedural generation in like a preprocessor macro or something, or in it's all happening at compile time, and then a different map gets baked into each copy of the game. So when you'll go to the download page for the game, you'll get a different, each person, like if you hashed their ROM, it would be a different file. But yeah, Ratchet and Clank works. There's Zork for personal computers. I mean, I think it's a little bit like, I mean, it's a little bit different in the sense that the Lisp usage here is explicitly our scripting of the compiler, kind of, right? So I don't know. Makes a new map very cool. Yeah, that's the intention at least. So we're trying to figure that out right now. Let's do this. Let's bind these guys. I think that should work, right? Let's do some mapping. So first of all, let's do the left wall. Or let's do the top of the thing, right? Let's say cons it 0, and we're gonna map this over iota width, right? We're trying to build a list of pairs where each pair is a position where a wall should be drawn, right? Then we will do the bottom. The bottom is the same as this, except this is h minus 1. Then we must do the left wall. We must do the left wall. When you come to Bulgaria, I will buy you pizza. This is very kind of you. I mean, I may take you up on this eventually. I don't know if I've opening offer. Thank you. I mean, if I ever am in the vicinity of this, how difficult for you it is. This project for me, I think, is probably roughly a maybe an 8 out of 10 difficulty. This is a pretty hard project. This is very, very well outside of my comfort zone. This is good, Party Cat. This is good. It's very outside of my comfort zone. For sure. But like this part is not. But like the whole project together is. Hello TGen 10725. Welcome. Let's say minus width 1. Does this do the trick? I think this draws a square, right? This is a square drawing type routine. I'm convinced this draws a square, I think. Are you convinced? We're never using X and Y. Well, that's a problem. That's a big problem, actually. Ah, because we're saying 0 here instead of... That's wrong. That's wrong. This should be Y. It should be X. This should be plus Y. This should be plus X. This. Okay. Doing 8 and talking at the same time. Oh, and we're doing it kind of leisurely. And I think this thing doesn't demand talking. Man, this disk is filling up so fucking fast. We gotta figure this out. We gotta solve that particular puzzle in the near future, probably. But I'm going to continue to not worry about it too much. Okay. Once we have the region, though, once we have this is not what we want to return, of course, right? We want to bind this to something. Let's say bind, I don't know. Open API returned error. Yeah, it happens during the whenever I delete that, it happens midway through because I've, for bad reasons. For bad reasons only. Okay. We just bind this guy to sets. And let's get all these guys in here. Get all these guys in here. Hello, Anyas Kylie also. Anyas Kylie, maybe this is the thing. Game-oriented assembly. Well, this is different, right? Game-oriented assembly Lisp. This is the scripting language that I think Rockstar used, right? Hello, CFG338 also. Game-oriented assembly Lisp is... This is like a... This guy is like a... Sorry, I'm just clicking profiles. Okay, maybe this is freakish. Or not, it's Naughty Dog, right? Not Rockstar. This is freakish, maybe. But whenever I see someone who has a strange name that's kind of like a human name, I just assume that it's like a streamer. And I'm like, oh, I'll click the thing. We'll check them out. We'll check. So apologies. I don't mean to be a weirdo. This is not my intention, but it's yeah. Okay, what is Lisp? Lisp is the language you're looking at right now. It's kind of a family of programming languages. They're most, you can kind of tell it's Lisp because of the parentheses, right? They have a lot of parentheses. They denote function calls with like enclosing parentheses. So we have two set here. Each two set, we want to say, I don't know, when ht get k world set it math. I don't think it's particularly math. It's Lisp is mostly, it's like anything else. It's similar enough to Python or Java. It's not super different, right? But no, the game-oriented assembly Lisp thing. This is, as far as I'm aware, maybe I'm wrong though. Let's check it. Let's check it for sure. Dialect of Lisp. I think this is just a Lisp that is compiled, right? The Lisp itself here is compiled in the same way that you could compile like SBCL down to something. Of course, it's lower level. But like here they have a Lisp, they have a compiler for Lisp running on top of written in Common Lisp, right? Our thing is slightly different in that there's no like extensive inline assembly. Yeah, I mean this is true, but it's still inline, right? Our assembly is not even inline. There's nothing but assembly, right? There's no other language. It's not possible to write any Lisp code and then have it run on the GBA. There's no translation of it at all. I think eventually, if we were to write the higher level language that we were kind of been working on a little bit, that would be similar to this. And then in that analogy, the thing that we are writing right now is the common Lisp in this example, right? But this could have just as easily be written in C++ or in Java or whatever. It doesn't matter, right? This is part of the build step, right? They have a compiler for this, and then that compiler spits out code, right? We don't have the equivalent of this yet at all. Our equivalent of this is just basically pure assembly written in S expressions, which I guess is kind of but it's not really a Lisp, right? But we basically just have the compiler bits. No Lisp interpreter. Yeah, for us there is no interpreter on the GBA, but for them there wasn't either. They were compiling to native. But we are not even compiling Lisp to native. We are only using it to basically script the bones of our compiler together. So if we get this key, we say error location cell. I feel stupid. I don't think that's the case. I'm still not quite parsing what you're saying because I think this is just the language barrier. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. But I think it's rarely worthwhile, I would say, to think of yourself as stupid or like, because first of all, it's not really true. And I think it just in general, like, looking at things like, oh, some people are smart and some people are stupid is just not very useful in general. It's not a useful way to see the world, right? Like, what does that get you? Right? It gets you very little ever, right? Like, at best, it gets you a fleeting feeling of superiority, maybe, or like the ability to pity yourself. But like it's rarely an effective mechanism, right? For right? Like thinking like, oh man, on the one hand, you can be like, oh man, I'm so smart, these other people are dumb, right? But then like if you're thinking that just makes you like you'll tend to just come across as a jerk, right? Like it's just like that's not very useful. And then like on the other perspective, if you're like, oh man, I'm so dumb, everyone around me is so smart, you're just going to discourage yourself from trying. You're just not going to try as hard as you would, right? So like I think it's best to just think like, Well, probably whatever. It probably doesn't matter very much, right? That's what I maybe whether that's true or false. It seems like the most useful thing. Okay. Was already set. Okay, we'll say that. We will say that. Okay. And we'll pass in it, and then if it was otherwise we're gonna say set it. HT set. K world set. It T. And we're also gonna say K. Oh, do we have this overloaded? Worlds coords set. Hello, Acruxia. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. PS2 games can be on CD versus compared to DVD. If anything, watching programming streams, you can see that streamers make. Yeah, I hope that's a part of it, right? For this, coords sets. That's my hope a little bit, right? Like I am certainly not the best programmer in the world. I am far from this. I am not even the best programmer in this community. Like in this little group of people that we have here in the Discord IRC or whatever, right? I'm probably like, I don't know, like I'm, but this is not even, not even AO. Like I'm all here for it. Well, I'm glad you like this. Hello, hi. Like I'm far from this, right? But I think I'm okay, right? I'm confident enough. I've been doing this long enough that I feel like, I'm not gonna be falsely modest about it, right? I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm a novice, I know nothing, right? Like I know quite a bit about this stuff, but I really want to convey that I am a buffoon, right? I am on here making absolute buffoonish mistakes every day, and it doesn't matter. That's just part of the thing, right? Everyone does this. It's just the whole deal, right? That's how it is, right? You can't be nervous about this. Hello, thank you for the sub to row your goat. This is hell yeah. Thank you, goat. Thank you. I'm gonna call you. No, I'm not gonna. We're not gonna move. We're moving on from that. We're moving on from that soon. Car it, cutter it. Car it, cutter it, 0. Set it to make it a wall. Make that shit a wall. Run this whole thing. Why is this a global variable? Well, I guess it is because we're trying to avoid passing it through the recursion. That's fine. Puppet dies. Yeah, he dies sometimes. Why did I say fucktopia in the... I was kind of feeling that this morning. I don't know. There's something about the concept of fucktopia that really amuses me as a word, as a concept. Saying just the suffix topia in general. I think either the phrase fucktopia or swagtopia, which I really shouldn't, because I'm not really attached to this idea of swag or like, but I just... Something hit me in my late 20s as I became old and addled, and I've started thinking about swagtopia all the time. I have the impulse. The impulse is within me. Thank you for water also. Parkourtopia. Dubsteptopia. I think it works better with one word. But I see your vision. I see your vision for sure. Okay, can we gen world? What if we were to gen world a little bit? And what if we were to even K gen world tree 0 0? What if we were to in fact place this call someplace where we can actually like use it for something? And what if in fact we were to go over to calamari world.el and we were to world gen.el, excuse me. York cornucopia. Yeah, like that. Wait, this is not right. This is not right. We're never calling Gen World. See you soon. You need to go. I'm out of buzz. We'll see you later. Unglive. Enjoy. Stay safe out there. Stay safe out there. I guess we just say it. We're already saying extract chunk. What if we just call it here when we load this guy? I think that's fine. Oh, I hear something out there. I hear her screeching out there. I hear a screech on the wind. My book bag was in the way of the lamp. I see. You got ice cream. Did you travel for ice cream? Damn, that's crazy. It's time for a little bit of a treat. That's good. Okay, we're doing this by hand right now. We're gonna do this not by hand any longer. We're gonna say times. How much longer? Think of the what an attitude is that? I'm thinking 12 more hours now. I'm thinking we're going for 12 more hours. This is my one time a week. It's my 2 time a week when I get to have fun. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh. You're rude.
No, I'm being evil.
Hi.
I'm being evil. Sorry.
No, you can
I'm just being
as long as you want,
I'm just being a little bit
obviously.
evil. I'm just being a little bit evil.
That
Sorry.
was very funny.
I'm trying to be a little bit evil about it.
It's
Okay, does it work? Cell 01 was already set. Well, that's not an auspicious start, I'm afraid, my friends.
Hi.
And in fact, is that the only one that is set?
Hi, Fred.
Hello. Hi.
I need this inconsequential bickering in my life.
Have you been manually gotta get the okay, Protello Protonic. I've tried Paretic, I've tried Lispy in particular, but I manually close them all. I've been closing them all manually. These have been organic artisanal hand closed parentheses for going on 15 years probably. This is this is I don't know, I'm just used to it. I'm just used to it. Milky Mew. This is not Minto. This is
subbing for
yeah.
uninterrupted.
This is the thing that triggers me the most on this channel. Hello, Tac Tensor. Yeah. The PS2 has a misaligned lens assembly or something. They can only focus on disc with certain physical properties, but fortunately those happen to match the properties of the DVDs produced at Sony's Thank you, Tensor Clock, for the follow.
Do you need a little break?
No, I actually got up and sprinted to get water.
Hi.
I sprinted to the restroom. I had to pee.
Okay.
I had to pee. I don't like to.
Water.
I had to go powder my nose. I had to powder my nose. I'm sorry.
This just in. LCOLONQ wears.
I had to go to the powder room. I had to powder my nose. I had to go to the laboratory. He went AFK for at least 3 years. Yeah. Hello.
I've been
Mickey
gone that
Mouse.
long.
Okay. Is that really the only? Okay, we gotta test it.
Fun,
Hello, thank
everyone.
you. Thank you. When she does that, she puts her you're like putting your chin on my forehead.
I push you out of the way so that I can have have the microphone.
Well,
I push you.
This is not a good start here, gamers.
Oh my gosh! I wish people could see
It's
what
sort
I
of
do to do that.
It's sort of a shocking image. I don't know if we can show that on television. Move out of the way. No, I'm just being headbutted. Okay, what? Okay, this is not a good start for us. Oh, it's because we're calling error, and error is terminating us. We are being obliterated. We probably just want this to be a message. Are they all being overwritten? Is that the consequence of our actions here? What if we were to unset this? What if we were to reset this? It looks like quite a few guys are being... It looks like almost every cell is being written over. So we're going to have to see what happens with that. Pokemon? Hello, Stoic Mom. Oh, it just says Pokemon because your emote contains pal. I see. It's Palm. I got you. Thank you for this. You can't complain. Okay, run this thing. Stopping animation, motion probably too. We did successfully link ROM. Run it again. Oh, cool. Wow. That's kind of good, but they do overlap like fucking crazy. Can we turn off the checks? We don't want collision. Turn on no clip, please. Get no clip. Get no clip up. Mode game. Where's no clip? Walkable. Bring up no clip, please. Please. Get this. Get this. No clip. This is no clip mode now. We're still, yeah, we are still in medicality mode because I have not bothered. Can we actually just do that before I forget another time? We bring back bible.txt instead of medical.txt. Can we go to chat.el? Or what is it, chat? What are you doing? You're sighing over there? She's dramatically sighing. And like, oh my god. She's being a goober. Missing like half of the ground, or there are wall textures. They are those rocks. You should. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You're good. You're good. I'm being a goober. This is because we didn't reload the Bible. If we set this back and we call W populate Bible table again, that'll load. Miku will populate Bible table. Miku will load for a second here. Is this a little Cowmoji guy with 2 guns? That's kind of epic. That actually goes crazy. Look at that. Look at him go. Jesus, yeah, it takes a now we're good. Now we're good. Now we're back in Bible territory. We just need to restore nasal clarity and we'll be back at parity. A forlorn mod, yeah. She's over there. She's good night, Code, before I go. Good night, 0x539. Thank you. Back from corner show. Equity Lord Finance. What the heck? What the heck? We had someone else too who we forgot about here. It was Topiary Hedge. Topiary Hedge clone. And also the 0x539. 539 Lordship. This is huge. This is huge news. I don't know why we just say have prowl cash. Topiary Stomper, yeah. Sleep well, 539. Well, thank you for hanging out. It's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure. Okay. Back to this then. If we were to turn on no clip, rerun this. We got no clip. Okay, that doesn't look right. That doesn't really look right at all, actually. It seems to me as if the regions that are being split off here are not in the correct positions at all. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff here. Yeah. Like they're like overlapping in like crazy ways. Like this is like a big one overlapping this little guy, right? And that's not going to be good. That's not going to be good at all. So why are we fucked? What is the fuck that we have here? Clearly we're splitting wrong, right? I think probably what's happening is that the whole regions are wrong. I think we've written this same code like maybe 4 times. Vibe coding. I mean, this is not vibe. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Is our 2 set thing right also? That's also possibly wrong. Very possible that this is wrong too. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is wrong. Yeah, it's totally wrong. Yeah, it's totally fucked up. It's like insanely wrong. Clearly. Have you ever used AI? Not meaningfully, I think. Why is this plus it 1? Oh, because it's the wall. Yeah, sure. Plus y it 1. Y it 1. Plus x this. Okay, is this better? That's a little bit better. Why indentation is different? What do you mean? This is normal. This is the normal. This is normal because it's inside of a, this is inside of a let binding, so it's part of this form. Yeah, I thought assembly was all 0s and 1s. Yeah, so say hell 10. There's kind of a distinction people could, because it's indented from here, right? It's because this is saying like a variable binding for this thing. It's so there's a difference between machine code and assembly. Say hell 10. Assembly is kind of comparatively higher level. So we can talk about what this is, right? The actual code that your computer runs, it's just bytes, right? It doesn't know about code, right? All it knows is about addresses, right? So it knows that, okay, I'm trying to run things at this address, and it tries to read bytes from that address in memory, and then it tries to run them, right? So like, and it's just bytes like any other bytes. I don't know how much experience you have programming, say, HAL 10, but you can think of memory as just like a big array, right? And so it's just like the thing the computer actually understands is just like numbers in a big array, right? You can think of it as being like a big huge array of numbers between 0 and 255, right? 8-bit numbers. And it just tries to grab some of those numbers, and it interprets what they mean somehow based on some rules that it has like built into the hardware. Hello Z4 and Bon. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. So it reads what those numbers mean is defined by the CPU. This is what they call, this is instruction set architecture. Instruction set architecture, right? This is the thing. And this is not related to like assembly necessarily yet. This is still just like the numbers that the computer reads, right? And you know, there are various things like x86 is this, ARM is this. Like x86 is probably what's in your computer, ARM is probably what's in your phone, right? They define how the numbers are interpreted. And there's all kinds of different designs for these things. We are building an assembler, or our assembler targets an architecture called ARM. In particular, it targets version 4 of ARM. And it does this because ARM v4 is the instruction set architecture that runs on a chip called ARM7 TDMI. This is a particular CPU, right? And this one, it says right here in this paragraph, it was used in the popular video game console, the Game Boy Advance, right? So there's this chip, the ARM7 TDMI. The Game Boy Advance has one of these in it, right? If you look at the Game Boy Advance motherboard, I think this site has a nice image of the thing, right? If you look at this guy, there is, I think this is the guy right here in the middle, right? We have a big ARM logo on it. This chip, I gotta go assemble my bed sheets. It's almost 5 a.m. Good night. Thank you. Good night, Party Cat. Thank you so much for hanging out. This is it's good to have your company. Thank you. This is the ARM7 TDMI chip, right? So it's the physical chip, right? This chip, right, implements the ARM v4 architecture, right? Which means that it's going to try and read its bytes from memory and interpret them according to this architecture. So what does that architecture actually mean? Right? How do we know what the numbers mean? What do the numbers mean? ARM, the company that makes these chips and does these designs, releases documentation, right? So there's a manual that was made by ARM, right? This is from back when this thing was made, right? And there is information about all of the instructions, right? So if we want to know like how a certain thing happens, like let's find the architect, like where's something? Add. This thing does addition, right? This thing adds numbers. They include in this thing a breakdown of, this is, you see how this is labeled 0 through 15? This is 2 bytes, right? This is a thumb instruction, so it's a 2-byte instruction, which is you can just think of it as like, it's going to read, the computer is going to read these 2 bytes and do something based on detecting this particular value, right? So what's saying is, if it looks in the 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, and 9 bits, and it finds 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, like here's where the zeros and ones you were talking about live. And then it finds, a certain, like, it can be any bits here, any bits here, any bits here. It's going to interpret this as do addition of certain registers, which are like small little numbers, like little kind of memory bits that live inside of the CPU itself. It's going to be like, okay, if this is 3, it's going to use register 3. If this is 2, it's going to use register 2 here, right? But ultimately, this is how it works, right? There's just like numbers, they mean things, and then, the CPU, yeah. So how do you go to assembly from this, right? Well, just writing the numbers by hand is pretty tedious, right? You could, of course, like write like kind of what you want to do in your program on paper, and then, convert this to the numbers by hand. but pretty, this is really shitty, right? It sucks to do this. So what people do instead is they work with assembly, right? Assembly, like an assembly is just kind of like the language that a tool called an assembler speaks, right? So an assembler is a program where you give it text, right? And it spits out the numbers, right? And of course, there's more logistics that can, but essentially this is what it is, right? Reese's Pieces, thank you, Pablo. So they include like this thing up here that says this is kind of like what the assembly text would look like, right? But this doesn't actually mean anything to the computer, right? This just means something to a particular program called an assembler, right? And the assembler turns this into this number, right, based on this. So our program does that too, right? We get to write things that look like, if we look at one of our assembly things, we get to write things that look like, do we have an add in here? Here's an add that look like this, and then we have our tool turns this into the numbers, and we can in fact look at that, right? If I say W, or if I say UGBA thumb assemble ints, this is a function that we wrote. If we call this and we pass it add, I don't know, R0, R1, 3, something like that, a simple addition, this spits out some numbers. Do you see? And if we look at that first number, that 200, right? 200. So what is UGBA? This is just a name prefix that we use. It's like a name spacing thing for our thing. It stands for upside down cake GBA. Is there a difference between compiling and assembling? It's a little loose, right? I got most of it. Okay, good. I'm glad. If you have questions, please do ask. The difference generally is when you're assembling things, there's a pretty close to one-to-one correspondence between the things the text you write at some level and the machine code. It's not always true, right? There's things that are a little bit strange sometimes, right? Like for example in ARM, right? If you're using an ARM assembler, there are things that actually, it doesn't look like a memory load, but it gets translated to one because of this literal pool concept. But in general, there's a pretty close correspondence between, like, okay, I'm writing one line of my assembly, and this gets turned into one machine instruction, right? A compiler usually means something that has a little bit of a looser correspondence, right? So like something like a C compiler, right? Like C. If you think of like what C is, like C source code, right? What does it look like, right? It kind of has a more structure to it, right? Like if I'm writing C, I can say things like, can we embiggen? I can say things like, I don't know, int x equals like let's say foo int I, right? I can say like I times 4 plus 10, and then I can wrap all of this in something, and I can say, you know, divided by 15, right? Divided by 6, like things like this, right? You see? This is like a complicated kind of tree structure, right? There's a lot of stuff happening in this one line, right? And this could be translated if you have to actually like write this in assembly. This is going to be potentially many instructions. It's going to be, you know, at least 3, right? At least 3 instructions, probably, maybe more if you need to like shuffle some things around or free up registers or things like this. I don't see a tree in it. Well, I can show you the tree exactly, right? This is what they call a parse tree or an abstract syntax tree, right? The tree structure kind of looks like this. It kind of looks like this a little bit. Hello, the one rook. Thank you for the follow. We get a bigger thing. We get a bigger thing, right? We might have, like, what's the top level thing that's happening here? Division, right? Division has two operands, right? It has 16, and it has another expression, right? This is addition, right? And addition has 2 operands, 10, 10, and another expression that's doing multiplication. And this has 2 operands, I and 4. Right? You see there's kind of this tree structure here. And you can kind of break this up in like expressions are naturally like this, and then statements, you know, maybe the tree looks a little more like a linked list, but there's like this higher level languages, I would say. The difference between a higher level language and a assembly language, right, is the leaves go to the top and the root on the bottom. Yeah. Computer scientist. Hello, Max Sylvester, right? Like the different, I would say that this kind of tree structure is like the main thing that defines a higher level language, right? Something that's not an assembly language, right? It's the fact that these trees exist at some depth that is not very limited, right? Like, of course, like assembly languages also, especially things for like more complex architectures, often have like there's like quite a lot of stuff you can cram in an instruction, but still like there's like this direct correspondence, right? The structure fundamentally the structure of like what your computer reads, right? What a program is to your computer is a linear sequence of bytes, right? It is a big block of memory, and there are bytes in that, and it runs them going, you know, proceeding in order, right? And then there are occasionally things that tell it to go somewhere else and proceed in order from this, right? It's not aware of any of this like nesting structure of like, oh, or like order of operations, like it doesn't know about this. It doesn't care about this. This is irrelevant to it. Way better at multi-step things. It doesn't make it one-to-one. Yeah. Like a compiler or a higher level language in general lets you express things like this far more simply, right? Like you'll this stream in particular, we've like, I mean, and God forbid over the last 2 days, I've been writing a lot of things that it takes me fucking 20 minutes to write this, right? It takes me 20 minutes to write things of similar complexity to this when it would be very simple to express in this kind of way. So like, yeah. I mean, maybe I would say real nice and even in a language like C, there is kind of an unlimited depth to the tree, whereas in something like an assembly language, there's a finite depth. But maybe this is a academic kind of distinction. I don't know. But this shit's cool. It's like, yeah. Compilers are like high level languages are useful. They are super useful. But this is how at the end of the day, your computer doesn't know about them. Your computer knows about bytes. Right? Your computer knows about sequence of instructions. Okay. Back over to worldgen.yield. Did we fix it? Did we? I think we may have fixed it. Or we got sidetracked. Okay. Does it run? More wine to get it? Oh, cool. Well, that seems more promising then. Okay, cool. Well, we fixed it. Well, that looks just like how we want it to be. It's kind of annoying that all walls are too thick. Oh, please say Hell 10. This is not at all the case, right? Like this is, you are main tracking, right? This is, we're here on stream to talk, right? Talking to the computer is the primary goal, right? The secondary goal is anything we might get done, right? Talking is, especially talking about computer stuff, this is the primary thing. You don't reference addresses in ways that annoy them. Yeah. I mean, you can write arbitrarily large constant expressions in most assemblers, right? Because you're just evaluating them at assembly time, right? It doesn't matter. But this is also like, you know, you could break these things up into multiple, I don't know. There's like the boundaries between these things are not firm, right? They are not firm, and they are not well defined in any sort of formal way. And anyone who tells you they are is kind of, this is not correct, I think, right? It's these are terms of war, right? These are terms that are used in order to convey certain things that mean things, but it's not like incredibly like, you know, I don't know. They're not hard definitions set down in stone tablets or something. Can we make the walls more thin? Get the walls thin in this. Make the walls a little bit thin on that, please. How could we thin the walls? Does this also not complain anymore? It does. Oh, it still complains. Oh, it still complains majorly. Why is it still complaining? Oh, it's complaining because we didn't unset this. Does it complain if we don't? Okay, good. It's perfect. It's perfect now. It never overwrites a cell. So what if we just don't write some of the walls? The screen tearing an issue on the emulator, or is it just the recording? There are multiple layers of this. It depends on what you mean. Some of the screen tearing is on the emulator's side, I think. Some of the screen tearing is on our game's side. I think none of it is probably on the recording side. It's finding the object file format, so we don't have object files, so it's not defined at all. Yes. Yes. LG Robot says, Jesus, just stop talking about build tools and just play a game already. It's just like real LG is here. It's just like real LG. Can we shout out LG? We gotta hop back. We gotta play Myst at some point. Hello, Divorce John Zay. Okay, what if we were to only draw half of the walls instead of this? This is busted. What if we only draw one half of the walls? What if we were to only draw the bottom half of the walls instead of this? So, like, what does that look like for us? What if we don't draw this and we don't draw this on any of the walls? Does that produce satisfactory outcomes? I think it may. We did draft rooms with more doors. Yeah. Okay, it does, but we're off by one on the fuckers. We have a fucker off by one situation. We can resolve that also. We can easily resolve the fucker off by one. Instead of saying this plus 1, what if we say this minus 1? What if we don't add 1 to this? What if we go back here? What if we run this again? We run it back? We run it up? Okay, cool. Wow. We have, this is sure looks like a bunch of rooms. We could then connect these rooms by hallways. We could place hallways over top them. We just need to like if something is divided horizontally, we just need to like place something in this wall that removes him. Man, this is looking kind of nice. Now, I'm kind of feeling good about like we're cooking today. Improving the tile set is a boon, I think. Making it kind of look like something vaguely human rather than looking like some sort of hell thing. That's really good. That's really good, I think. Okay. Can we draw the corridors? Hello, Swan1. Also, good evening. Hello. Be also a size constraint on them. There is a size constraint already. There is a minimum and a maximum size on them. So you'll notice that none of them are too small and none of them are too large. Okay. Let's go over to, let's obliterate this then. And actually this is very simple too. Baba, is you like, or perhaps a survivor's like, what you're working on? We're making a Game Boy Advance game. It is a Dragon Quest like maybe. Nice ghost, thank you. It's a squid, but he does look much like a ghost. This has been commented on. What are you working on today, Lumi? Is it something cool? I mean, I'm sure it is, but I don't mean to imply otherwise. Looks adequate to my sobriety state. Okay. I think we can probably do this by saying we have an advantage in that the cadder of the tree is always on the top and to the left of the cadaver of the tree, which means it's the one that's going to draw the wall that is the border between them. So I think we're going to add an argument that says horiz here. In fact, I think we're going to say like this. Well, we'll do it like this. I'm fine duplicating the code. We'll duplicate the code. Wait, can CLCase take a list? He can, right? He can take a key list. Yeah. I can just say horiz vert. Think. And this can say car tree. Yeah. So then we'll make this guy will take an optional split deer. Returning V cards from a web service to display nice menus on iOS using shortcuts. Ooh, this is very cool. This is very cool. Is the V card stuff, is this like, I'm not familiar with this. Is it like hypercard kind of? No, this is different. This is like I see. Virtual contact file. But you're doing this is there some native it's for contacts, I see. Okay. Is there some like native support on iOS that you're kind of piggybacking off of to get the menus? Like why V card? If split is horiz or verts, generates a break. Well, the problem is a lot of the time things are going to contain Well, I think we'll have to do it. Let's do it in the lazy way. Let's do this in a lazy way. So I think we'll just overwrite the thing. Let's no longer do world coord set because we're confident that we're no longer fucking up. We're no longer fucking up horribly. We can just do this sort of thing instead. And we can instead draw. Let's draw some. Let's draw some corridors. Corridors consist of just drawing one. We need to basically create. We need to set one thing to floor every time we do this, right? We aren't using a laziness library though. We can construct our thunks by hand if we need that. Thank you very much. I won't let anyone else construct my thunks. Shortcuts is the name of the included automation app. It's like a badish. Oh, I see. It can display a menu from a vcard file. Nice. Oh, that's very cool then. That's kind of slick. I gotta go, but this was interesting. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye, the pragmatic. If you've, yeah, I should say, if you like this and you're new, do this. Yeah, we have a Discord channel and an IRC. That's our main spot. That's the thing that I'm like, damn, I don't know. Like I feel like I, you know, like other, you know, maybe the thing I am shilling should not be like, hey, join my little like friend group thing, but like that's what it is. Yeah, so yeah. Traumatized by GHC, yes. So once we've generated both of these, we know where the split is. The problem is we don't necessarily know where the split of the split is, right? We could kind of run into another wall. We're going to just not worry about that very much. We're going to just try our best, I think. So what do we care to do? So assuming, let's say we've split the thing horizontally. So there's a vertical line, right? The vertical line, we should probably say where it is. Well, no, we don't need to say where it is. We know where we know what the width is of the first guy, right? So if we say let's go like this. Let's go like this. Of cat or tree. Right? If we bind these guys a little bit, we need X and Y as well, of course. Then we can maybe say something like K world sets. What are we setting? What's the X? Well, the X here, we're splitting horizontally, so the X is the thing we modify. X plus H plus 1. Or maybe just X plus H. This is where the wall is. Yeah. X plus H. And then the Y coordinate, we want a random Y, right? We want plus, well, this is plus width, excuse me. We want plus y random h, I think. Maybe. This might occasionally place things at like the top or the bottom of the room. It's kind of annoying. The wall is always being placed in the let's say random h minus 1. Minus h1. We do that, and we'll set this to 128. So this is floor. We could maybe try setting it to a different thing, so we know if it's there. Let's set it to, I don't know, 129. So it's like a doorway. Just for now. We're gonna eventually randomize between these tiles and like place additional things, I think, probably, but like this is good for now. Why are you not doing the right thing? What's your dysfunction? Okay. Similarly for vertical, very similarly, except this is going to be plus x random minus w1 plus y h. I think it's like so. Okay. Cool. Back to calamari. We run it again. Region. What's this? What's this? Random -1. Okay, that's hell. That's hell for sure. Cool. Cool. Why is width 0? Plus region 14. Why is region 14? What? Okay. Oh, because it could be a... I see. We're being foolish. We're being very foolish. I see. I think we need to keep track of other things here. I think, in fact, what we need to do is have these guys have a return value, maybe. That seems maybe useful. I think we maybe want them to have a return value where they return their size, right? That seems really good. Or alternatively, they could return... They could return their horizontal and vertical walls. That's kind of good. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, very cool. This is really exactly the thing. Okay, so here we're gonna say the horizontal wall. The horizontal walls are which ones? Which ones? These ones. Here's the horizontal walls. The vertical walls. The vertical walls are exactly these ones. The things to set, it's the same. It's just the concatenation of these things. Horiz walls, vert walls. We're gonna say return a pair of lists of the horizontal and vertical walls placed. So what we're gonna do now is we generate those walls and we return cons, horiz walls, vert walls, right? There's our guy. But then in these guys here, we just get lists back, right? The GBA processor would only work on an emulator. This will only work on an emulator, and specifically because, I mean, you could potentially run the code on another ARM processor, potentially. But the GBA, the way it interacts with the hardware is very specific. The GBA doesn't have an operating system, right? Kind of your thing is the operating system to some degree, right? You have direct hardware access. So a lot of the things that the GBA wants to do, for example, to like write to the screen or something like this, you just write to like a random address, right? You just like chuck an address, you just like write to some address somewhere, right? So like, for example, like we have a bunch of these addresses written down, right? Like I have them in my documentation. Let's see, right? Like if you want to write to the display control, you just like write to this address, right? If you're writing C, you would just like throw this thing in a pointer value and then write to it. Yeah, it can run on a real GBA though. I have tested some of the small programs we've written with this on a GBA with like a flash cart. So like the eventual goal here, say hell 10, is I want to, when this is done, I'm going to go to some cons and I'm going to hand them out to people. I'm going to make some carts. Hello Ultra Hacker, thank you for the follow. How were old games made like that? I think back in the day they probably had dev kits. I suspect they probably also had emulators as part of the SDK, at least limited ones. But they definitely had dev kits that made it really easy to like load the thing up and test it and debug it on real hardware. There's no way they did not have this. Okay, so we have horiz walls, we have vert walls. Let's bind some things. Let's f horiz dot f vert. This is bound to this gen world. Yeah. And then this guy, let's call this horiz 0, vert 0, horiz 1, vert 1. Also, we're generating this for the same, should be cadaver tree. Okay. We build on a host system and put, yeah. So you would have like in the ideal world, you would have like the actual device or like a modded version of the device, that you'd plug into the workstation. In fact, you can still get this now. Like I think there are GBA like flash cards you can get that you can just like keep plugged into your PC with USB. And then like, yeah, I think you can do this because I think you can also trigger a reboot in software in the GBA. So like you can probably just make a thing that like you push a new thing and you have some harness that I don't know. It's or you just flip the switch and try it. But yeah, the debugger is the real thing that you need. And that's kind of harder to get with something like that. Okay, we have this. This is now much easier. It's much easier. For this, we just need to pick one random coordinate inside of this, right? Because horiz 0 is all of the horizontal walls, and vert 0 is all of the vertical walls, right? So if we split horizontally, we drew a vertical wall here. So we want to take. Oh, the problem is internal walls. Fuck. That's easy though. We just exclude the internal walls because we know the relative orientations of these things. Ha ha. We know for certain then. We're going to return 3 of these, and the other one of them we're going to add a hole to and not include in the return. We're so okay. This method is actually very good. The thing we're going to return, we split horizontally, right? So we're going to return concat horiz 0 horiz 1 because we have the whole. You can think of it like this, right? Can we ace spread again? We have a room, like let's consider this case, right? We split horizontally, which means we kind of drew 2 things like this. So we always draw 2 lines, right? Where this is like A and this is B. So we want to get like we want to keep as we keep continuing these splits, right? Maybe we have another split down here where like this was split with the whole thing. This is now C, right? So we're trying to keep track of like the outer border of every region, so we know like where to draw the corridor, right? So we want to return this wall and this wall also, which are the 2 horizontal walls, and this wall also. But we don't want to return this wall, not this guy, right? Because he's an internal wall. We wouldn't want to think like, oh, we can make a door into this guy by breaking this, right? So this is it, I think. So how do we? I mean, this is going to be vert 1 is the outer wall there. Vert 1 is the outer guy. This is what we are returning. And we need to break something in vert 0, right? So to do that, OS, we're on NixOS Quasti _. It's, do I have a thing that's called like NixOS? Do I have a thing that's called setup? Do I have any commands? What are my fucking commands at? They go off the screen now. But you can scroll. I have a link to all. Oh, specs. Specs. Yeah. That's how we live. How do you rate NixOS? It's pretty good. It's the best thing I've ever used for sure. But it's very different. It's a little unconventional, but it has been a boon for me, I think. Despite complaining about it and fighting with it a bunch. Okay. Do we have we need to pick a random fellow. We'll just do it by hand, I think. Let's let door. We'll say the doorway is nth vert 0 or nth nth random. We're running. This is one example of Nix being a hell guy. Hello, Ricardo Strikey. Welcome. Run your thing. Nth random length vert 0. This is where we draw the door. We're going to draw it like this. Car door, cutter door. You were lurking. Thank you. I appreciate it. We were talking about this earlier. How I say learn programming. I think it's probably one word. Yeah. Yeah. Switching from Windows to NixOS. Have you used Linux much before, Quasti? This might be a big change if you're not comfortable with Linux. My wife actually recently did the Windows switch. She went over to Mint, which I think she's had a pretty good time with so far. Yeah, it's been pretty seamless. And she's a bit of a gamer, so it's been maybe not the worst. She's a bit of a gamer from time to time, so like you can't. She is gaming. Okay. Put all this behind us. We have to use. I used Arch before. Yeah. Okay. Then this might be good. Okay. We got the other form now. It's a different form. This is now Horiz 0. Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn on this shit. And this can now be. This is now concat vert 0. Vert 1. And this is now Horiz 1. And this all works because we know the exact order of all of these things. Does this work? I'm kind of shocked if this works, but I think this feels so clean that I really want it to work. Oh shit. Wow, we got doors in here. The doors are not quite well placed. This is one of the aberrant cases that we need to consider, this corner here. A little Arturek 21, but in general, I think we got doors on this. We got doors being placed on here. Doors are around. Is the thing well connected? I think it's trying to be, at least, maybe. I don't know how we escape from this little bottom prison section. How do you get out of... Oh, you get out of here. You get out of it here. Your life is not a video game, says LG Red Form. I don't know. The LG Red Form always is scathing. We got doors. We got doors on here. It's a bot, yeah. I wouldn't speak so... You know, LG would have my... You would have my bacon if they were here. I wouldn't speak so frankly about it. This is looking really cool. Thank you. Okay, so the thing we need to avoid is we need to avoid the corners. The corners are fuckers. The corners do fuck you. This is well known. It's well known. It happened right here. You see this. This is trying to draw. It should be over here or something like this. This thing. But instead it's being placed on the corner, and that's simply won't do. So how do we get rid of it? How do we banish the corner forever? I think the way we're going to banish the corner forever is to treat the corner specially. Let's go over to gen. What it's going to mean is when we generate this horiz walls and vert walls, we're going to say minus width 1 here as well. Do you see? Yeah, we need to not return that corner. And then in addition to this, we'll do an extra world set just for the corner itself, which is just at position, you know, minus width 1 minus height 1, right? Minus width 1 minus height 1. Of course, it's also, we have to add x plus x plus y. And this is then 0, right? That should solve the corner issue. Because now we return the thing with no corner. Does it look good? How's it looking? Bring it up. Okay, that looks kind of good. Are these levels able to be navigated? Maybe so. I think it sure looks like it. They're kind of boring and shitty though. They're kind of boring and shit ass. They have a sort of a shit ass nature to them. But I think that's fine. It's kind of okay. One corner though. There's only one corner. We only draw each room. We only draw the, you know, you sort of think of it like, because we don't want double thick walls. Each room we only draw the bottom and the right. So only the bottom right corner is worth considering. And it kind of makes it all work nicely because something was broken in the bottom right. Oh, fuck. Oh, yes, this is a different, oh yeah, sorry, I'm screaming, oh fuck. Hello, Aspic Enjoyer, thank you also. Okay, this is a different aberrant case though. This is not the corner. This is the fact that we're including walls that are like aligned with a split. They're aligned with a split, right? How do we exclude that? We have all the data. What's happening here? What's happening here is like, you see Miku, this whole rectangle here, or maybe a larger rectangle. It's not a corner, I think. It looks like this because this is right here, but this is the bastard here is that we placed a wall between these two regions, but it happened to randomly fall in a region where there's another internal wall like this, right? So that's kind of a tricky business to it. I don't know how we address that. We could maybe awesome way to get attention. Yeah. I mean, the Miku cursor kind of provides practical utility because it makes the cursor really big for the stream. It's much larger than the usual cursor would be. So it kind of like, hey, we're hanging out. We can put Miku on Squid Guy's head. We're hanging out. Hey, whoa, we're over here. It's good. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good stuff. Okay. Yeah. Hello, office_plants. Yeah, exactly. So, how do we? The problem is this wall could be nested arbitrarily deep. This could be from a split that's like 4 layers down the tree. So we can't just look locally and be like, hey, we're here. Hey, we're on here. Perhaps what we could do is we know where the split is. So we can just like recursively exclude that, right? As we go back up the tree in the returns, right? So like we have no knowledge of the split in a given region. A region is not split aware, but in a horizontal or vertical, right? We're saying concat horiz 0 horiz 1. The split occurs. The split line, like the wall that is being drawn, for that split is where is he? Well, the problem is it can be on the other side of it too. Yeah, I think this really is hard to know. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to cheat. When you can't win, you have to cheat. And we are going to cheat by improving our selection process. We are going to cheat by improving our selection process. And we are going to cheat by randomly re-rolling this until we find one that, or like we're gonna take all of the options, we're going to filter them to find only ones that have at least like that have sufficient surrounding, you know, have at least 2 adjacent open spaces maybe, or something like this. such that the thing is a valid door, and then and then we'll okay, that's kind of fucked. It's kind of fucked. But we're gonna go for it. Okay. Is valid door, or let's just say valid door question mark. X Y. So how do we? I mean, we're gonna. Why are we doing this? Let's just call this C's. Check if the coordinates C's represent a valid door placement. Okay. So what's all this then? We can say let X is car C's, Y is cutter C's, of course, as we do it over and over and over and over and over again, 1,000 times, writing this exact thing. To see if there's a wall. We're trying. Yeah. What Lisp is this? This is Emacs Lisp office plant. We're writing the goal of the thing. We wrote an assembler for ARM and Thumb for the Game Boy Advance in Emacs Lisp, and now we are writing a game in this assembler inside of Emacs Lisp, and we're currently doing level generation for the game that happens at compile time. This is all for the Spring Lisp Game Jam 2025. We're trying to make a Game Boy Advance game for the jam. So all of this eventually turns into data in a Game Boy Advance ROM. Yes, like this. Hello, Cargouche. Thank you for breasts reference. Thank you for a reference to human breasts. Use macros to, yeah, we definitely could do this. I could probably write a guy, but have I wanted to? No. Because a lot of the time I want to avoid the nesting by putting it inside of a let star with other stuff. I don't know. There's too many edge cases, you know. Okay. This guy, this is a color code. It should be a. What do we need to do here? What do we got to do here? We should pass in a deer as well. For deer, sure. Let's say this. CL case. Thank you for the 15 months, Cargouche. I appreciate it. CL case deer. If deer is horiz, let's also say error invalid direction. NS deer. Okay. If we are going horizontally, which means this is a vertical wall, we need to check x minus 1, x plus 1, right? So here we need to say equal. Yes, Diablo Project has been very, very generous in the past, for sure. I think I have encouraged themselves to take care of themselves by this point. But yes. Can we say k world get minus x1 y? We want to check if this is. We don't really care about checking if this is. Well, I guess we're gonna place corridors before we do anything else. So I'm just gonna be lazy. I'm gonna say 128. We could check the. We could do the same kind of bitmask thing. Oh no, we will. Okay. Let's check if it's walkable in general. Let's say if this is greater than or equal to 128, which means it is walkable. And plus x1, similar thing. And then for vert, it's the same, but it's wise. It's the same, but it's wise. X plus y1. We go like this. We check valid doors, and then it's as easy as when we're doing this randomization. We say doors. We say let star. Doors equals what is doors here? Doors is filter. K valid door. on Vert 0. And then this is all doors. Hello, Dream Deck up. Similarly down here. Except this is now Horrors 0. Yes. Okay, good. Good. Back to calamari.el. Run the whole thing. Huh? What is this? Oh, we're passing in. Yes. Yes, and we don't live in a nice curried world, so we have to do hell things. We have to accomplish hell tasks. You are Horus. Are we casting spells yet? Not quite yet. We are soon to be moving around a labyrinth. Azrael.io. We have made quite a lot of progress on that front. We have made quite a lot of progress on that front. Okay. As you can see. Okay, cool. Are we observing? I mean, they would be kind of rare, so it's kind of hard to know if they're still happening. But I assume this should obliterate. This should obliterate any problems that we were having. Okay. Can we generate a much larger world? What if we make like Big Town? Can we make Big Town and does it fit in the like? Is that possible? Let's go to Big Town for now. That should just be a matter of saying we can just increase the world width and height. Like we literally only have to tweak these things. That grass texture, yeah, that's going in the final game. Dream Deck up. We took effort to copy those 64 pixels and move them to a new position in the sprite sheet. Those guys are going all the way to the bank. 15 months. I want to ask. What's up? What's up, Cargoosh? Hello, the Linux developer also. I found the dongle for my Red Dragon 60% keyboard. It's an older model that was junk without it. So happy. I'm glad. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Very good. Linux developer. Also, hello, Geop. Thank you for 15 months as well. How goes the world gen? We're about to see. We're about to see when game finished. This is a different game even. We got to shout out the Linux developer and Geop also. How's it going, Geop? How's the stream? How was the stream earlier? I think I saw you earlier. Do we know? Can we go? We're doing a game jam, Geop. We're trying to make a GBA game here in the next 2 days. It's our wish. It's our wish. Oh, we're out of bounds. Okay, we need to. Why are we out of bounds? We're out of bounds because we have. What produces this warning? What produces this warning that we're out of bounds? We're going out of bounds after number fucking 15. Are we? Oh, you know what it is? We're not making our ROM big enough, I think. We're telling this that our ROM is only this big. What if we multiply that by 10? Does this take far longer to spit out? Oh no, it doesn't at all. It's actually really fast. In the morning. I mean, if you wish. Okay, now the world is huge. We've created huge world. We've created huge world. Consider that this is also going really. We're scrolling this really fast. Okay, we got huge world in here. Sick. How big is this ROM actually now? Calamari.gba. We've increased our ROM size to 2.3 megabytes, but of course that's just like most of it's empty. That's just like the size. It's mostly just zeroed out, right? That's just the size we've decided to spit out. Okay, we got huge world in here. Okay, sick. So now, like, if we just like put things in these rooms, we can maybe have an interesting game, right? Because like all of the rooms, the tearing normal is that the tearing is the emulator, I think. Some of it is the emulator, some of it is the game. I don't think it's the stream. I think it's mostly the game. Yeah. It's our fault, not you. Okay. Terrible VRAM rates. Yeah. We are doing evil things. Finished a game in 15 months. We made that little thing, right? What's the fucker? Seller? We made this guy. That's a game, kind of. Maybe this is the volume is crazy on this. I haven't checked it, very much. It might be crazy. It's kind of a game, right? I think this kind of fully counts as a game. It's not very fun, but like it has game elements to it. I spent a day on it or so. Okay. So let's first of all, how do you win? You don't. It's sort of a high score type of game. It's appropriately loud, very good. Okay. What if we make the doorways a little bit different? What if we were to... No, not that. What if we were to do a little bit of this stuff? Maybe they have like little flowers on them. Maybe they have little flowers on them sometimes. Present your actual game on Tuesday. Yeah. Let's go over to let's kill. Let's go over to assets. Reload the tiles. Make these look a little bit better. Actually recompile, please. Go back over here. Wow, we got little. This doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very good. It kind of looks like shit, but it's kind of fine. It's kind of cute. I want to place. You can play the link above, Gargoosh. You can click it and play it. It's there. Sparkle doors, yeah. But like, another problem with this is that the game is this is currently totally linear, or it's not linear. There is no there's no looping in this at all. I'm not sure what to do about that. One thing we could do is just like, let's start by, let's just place the, where are the guys that are being called 128? Let's go to World Gen. Let's do better at selecting floors. Let's do something along the lines of like K gen floor. Return a random floor tile. 128, where's the rest of them? Yeah, true. Why do we not have a... let's just say... We'll say something like... We really want like a pick random function, don't we? Let's make K pick random. Pick random X's. We have this already in Wasp Utils, right? Pick... I'm stealing this. I'm taking this now. Okay, can we just say that instead? Door is K pick random that. Please, that's good. Do that, please. And similarly here. K pick random. Do the thing. Get that. Okay, good. 7, 8, 9. Yeah. Okay, we can use pick random in other places. Are we calling random elsewhere? Where are we calling random? That's not okay. These are all otherwise sensible cases, I guess. This is just K pick random. 128. Well, let's see this. Well, how do we actually want to do? I don't think we actually want to pick random. We probably want to say something along the lines of let's roll random 20. Hello, Sith Owl. Yeah, 7, 8. Haha. Yeah. We can hit him with a little bit of a con. We could say equal 0 roll. If this is the case, we're going to be a little bit of a 129er. Otherwise, I think we're going to be a 128 kind of person. Nothing quite like waking up and seeing news that makes me understand what an ex-Bungie dev told me. It's okay if Marathon flops. Half the game was cheap, the other half was cheaper a month ago. Are there layers or a z-index for things? So there are layers built in, Big Game Mikey. There's a layer prioritization system for background layers, and then there's also sprites which go on top of that. And then there's windows that go. It's a whole It's built into the hardware. Hello, Brace for Haste. Also, welcome. Hi, Brace for Haste. Yeah, I saw the thing with Marathon that they were just like stealing shit blatantly, which is kind of nuts. Like they just like extremely blatantly plagiarized. Like it's I don't know. I don't know. What's the LCOLONQ takeaway on this? If you're gonna steal, do it good. If you're gonna steal, at least get away with it. If you don't at least get away with it, don't ask me about it. That's not like the sprites can do it. Yeah, there is prioritization of this as well. Computer, how to steal. There's priority on them too. Yeah, you can load them all up. LCOLONQ, what do you call the information super flyway? I see. Cargouche asked a question, but I'm unsure what it means. They said, what do you call the kid-safe network at the Bumblebee Company's HQ? The information super flyway. Like, I would get if that was the... Like, I really don't understand... Is it? What's the relation between Fry and bees? Half of it is a Destiny 2 asset flip, which itself has stolen art on average once every 2 years since release week, and the other half was stolen from an artist. Yeah. Like Bumblebee Tuna? Are you how do you tuna? Oh, how do you tune a fish? There is no verb. There is no verb. That's what we're talking about. Because Hellpie said, nothing quite like waking up and seeing news that makes me understand what an ex-Bungie dev told me. It's okay if Marathon flops. Half the game was cheap, the other half was cheaper. A month ago. Oh hello, LG. Do you like fish sticks? I don't know if I fuck with fish sticks. I don't think I've ever had a fish stick. Hello, LG. A fish sticks. LG, look at what we got now. Look at this. Look at this. Look how we have worlds. We have worlds. It's procedurally generated. There's big world. There's a little guy on it. He's going in Big Town. He's down here. We have a huge zone. It's loaded in and out as we move. I'm moving really fast right now for testing purposes and also no clipping, but we could be clipping. Where's his gun? That's TBD. I think what we're gonna do, we could do gun attack. I think we're gonna have like random encounters like Dragon Warrior that pop up, but they're just gonna be images that we rip from Wikipedia and scale down. And maybe like draw smiley faces on. Like images of like anglerfish and shit. Sound too. I think we need to do. Okay. Sound may have to be DLC. I don't know if I'm gonna get there on sound between now and the jam deadline. If I'm also doing all this combat shit, but I think the GBA has built-in support. Are you familiar with the phrase "stinky MIDI"? Are you familiar with? I think this is what people say. They say stinky MIDI, a MIDI that it stinks. They're making it stink. Is that real or is that evil? Stinky MIDI. Is that not a thing people say at all? Mod. Have you heard the expression stinky MIDI? I'm Googling this and I don't know where I've heard this term. That is not a thing. I have the impression in my head that like it's like when you're talking about like yeah, MIDI audio, right? Have you heard of this? Right? No, I'm not. We're not saying slurs around here. This is like we're talking on stinky mid from Bit MIDI. You listen and probably say, no, it's not like that. It's like I thought this was like a general expression that people said when there's like if a game like Toho, right? Like the Toho soundtrack, this is a stinky MIDI, right? And it's an expression of like good, not bad, right? It's like it stinks good. It's not that it's literally not a thing. Did we dream of this? Is this a dreamt up? If I Google this in quotes, stinky MIDI, stinky MIDI, we have weekly beats. Is this really not real? I think this is literally not real. There's only 2 pages of Google. There's like 4 Google search results for quote stinky MIDI. This is what you want? Oh my god, what the fuck? A lucid dream? Okay, we're gonna move on. I don't think it is stinky MIDI. Probably it's something else. We're gonna call it that. I had this so firmly in my head. I had a whole stream planned out before I was like, okay, it's probably higher priority to do the world and the music, so we're gonna do world theme instead of. I was like, the theme of the stream is gonna be odor. It's gonna be stench. We've never done a stench stream. It's gonna be I had this literally like laid out on paper. That like the thing was, it's gonna be and the whole thing was haha like stink. No, not for real. But I was gonna be like, we're talking about the sense of smell because it's stinky MIDI. The whole thing was because of the term stinky MIDI, but I don't think that's real. like I could have no, it's not never. You know I would never. But I could have, like, if you asked me yesterday, I would have bet blind. I would have bet $10,000 that stinky MIDI was like an epic thing people talk about on Twitter all the time. They're talking about getting. I don't know, man. It's over for me. I'm at least like 10x more online than you. I'd take that bet. I need to be vindicated. I've definitely seen this before. Okay, this shit though, where are we putting 128s? Are we dropping 128s on here anywhere? Oh, it's here. This make vector is kind of evil. This is a slightly evil make vector. How do we deal with him? What's this? Can we deal with him in a way that is better? First result. Yeah, I really don't think it's. Maybe I'm confusing the term somehow. Can we shout out G up also? G up. It's cool. And my friends. What's the man? Maybe I'm thinking of something. Fuck. Is it stanky MIDI? Is it different? Is it modified? Oh, it is, I think. Ah, it's stanky MIDI. It's stanky MIDI. It's stanky MIDI. It's a jazz term. It does mean great. Yeah, this is what we're going for. We're going for stanky MIDI, I think. Stanky MIDI also only has 2 pages of Google search results. But at the very least, there is a Reddit thread on r/Nostalgia Critic that is a cover. It's a cover of the Pink Floyd's The Wall, edited to be the Nostalgia Critic, and a commenter, Smawman788, 5 years ago said, "Now remake the whole album in stanky MIDI form." There's also a Twitch clip from Yonk Bonkers, with 9 views, titled "Stanky MIDI." And also a thing on 3dmm.com forums for 3D Movie Maker that says how to turn an MP3 into stanky MIDI. Since 3dmm uses stanky MIDI for the pre-made songs, I want to try and use my own custom music, but I need to turn it into a stanky MIDI. How do I? And it's by Dr. Groper. This was in 2019. And everyone else just talks about this like this is a normal MIDI, but this person only calls it stanky MIDI. Link the Nostalgia Critic one moment, please. One moment, please. Hello, Lion Straight. Where's this? Here's this one. Here's this one for you. The Bootsy Collins. Let's get this stank on here later. Good luck on the stanky game. Can we get it up? Good night, Airs the Witch. Stanky is a star, mono neon. This is pretty good. This is making you want to do like one of those dances that they do in like the Charlie Brown movies. It's pretty good. This is pretty stank, I would say. They're making it stink a little bit in here. Okay, that's good. Thank you for that. Thank you. That actually does rock. A certain je ne sais quoi to it, a bop, a vibe even. You could say that there's an X factor. It's probably the best funk bassist alive at the moment. That's pretty sick. That is pretty sick. Is a pretty big deal. Was the last bassist to play with Prince before he died, even though he looks like just some guy. I mean, he's got a cool thing on there. It's stanky MIDI and it's back in town. There's a cornucopia in fruit of the loom. Like people, like there's people using this as a generic term. This is straight up like Mandela. Like I'm being pulled into some kind of other dimension on this. Can make vector. Oh, fine, fucking fine. Let's seed the world. Let's seed the world with alternative kind of things. If I say iota, where are we? Where are we? Eaching here. Are we eaching anywhere? We are. Can we each somewhere else? Your Eulilia adjacent. Probably just assume MIDI is the default song type. It happens. Yeah, maybe. Maybe true. I don't know. Pull you into the real world of stank. Just hold on. Okay, can we do this on the X's and on the Y's also? Let's do it on the X's, on the Y's. Let's say for all of these, we're gonna be saying world. Let's do it right after we make world set. Or let's just do it in gen world, like a sensible person with a brain. What if we were to, instead of doing this in a psychotic way that no one likes, what if we do this in a good? Is your platform masters? It is. Oob is kind of my platform masters. The GBA thing is sort of my. What's the book? Legend of the 10 Elemental Heroes. That's kind of my, for me, that's the stream. The LCOLONQ stream is my Legend of the 10 Elemental Heroes. X, Y, K, Gen, floor. Can we randomize the floors a little bit on here? Let's do it. Let's run that. It's taking 100 years to run now. It now takes 100,000 years to run. Why is it taking 100,000 years to run now? Oh, because we're doing this every iteration of the tree. Of course, we can't do it here. That doesn't make any damn sense. That's insensate. That's freaking insensate. Okay. Now we got flowers going. Whoa. They put little flowers on here on the game. That's pretty sick. We could also randomize the tiles, the grass in other ways. That's kind of good. I like that a lot. It's really good. And we can eventually like make some rooms and stuff that do things, but I think we're not worried about it for now. Can we turn no clip off to make sure like we can actually navigate the world? What's up with that? Let's go back to mode game. Let's disable no clip, please. Turn this back on. Also turn back on mash to move. The infamous mash to move feature. ModClonk. 2 muffins were sitting in an oven. The first muffin looks at the second muffin and says, "Man, is it hot in here?" What did the second muffin say? ModClonk is gone. I see. This is maybe a classic. They love these at the nerdcore hip hop concert. They love doing these at the I don't know. Okay, cool. We can't walk into walls, but we can navigate. Wow. See, I'm mashing down. I can't walk down. Sick. Fuck. Sorry, that was really awful. I'm sorry. I just like am full on screaming into the mic, coughing, scream coughing. I need to. Okay. Can we not place the flowers always in the doors now too? Let's also make it so there's a little more variation. You're still sick then? I think I'm just a little bit gunched. I'm just like, I haven't been able to shake the gunch. It's difficult. I quite enjoyed the difference in audio. Thank you. Where is Are we hitting any 129s on here? This should be a K gen floor then. And this should be a K gen floor also. We run all of these guys. It runs, okay. Is a gunch. Kind of what it sounds like. Can we make some additional variations of this? Like, can I edit this so it isn't the exact same floor pattern also? That seems kind of good. That seems vaguely good. Okay, and can we make additionals also? Can we get extras? Extras now? Let's see. Let's see it. I just want a bunch of these floors, man. We can get as many as we want now. And I don't know, maybe 4 of them. Maybe 4 of them is good, and we could rearrange these so we have the let's put the rares at the end. We can put some rares at the end, and we can put the commons first. Let's say select deselect, please. Fill these guys in. Fill these guys in. Place some more fuckers for grass. Place a bunch more grass type fuckers. Cool. We saved those, and now instead of any of this, we're gonna say, like, I don't know. We're gonna random 20. If equal 0 roll, we do, what's this now? 28, 129, 130, 131, 132. 132. If less than 5 roll, we do 128. Less than 10 roll, less than 15 roll, less than 20 roll, which is just T. We do 128, 129. Maybe we go backwards. 131, 132, or 130, 129, 128. 10, that's a metric year. Welcome back, JD Does Deb. And Wazi Kamawada as well. Thank you for the resub, JD. I hope you're well. Hope you're doing okay with it. We're trying our very best to make something instead of nothing. I have my reputation would perhaps dictate that I would make nothing, but we're going to instead. We didn't load the tiles. Load the tiles. Go here. Run this. Started a new job this week. Good to be back on the grind. Well, congratulations. I hope it's going well. Okay, cool. Now there is a bunch of different guys, but there are many of the same guy. There are many of the same fellow. Perhaps just I'm noticing them more because they have that very distinct pattern to them. Can we go back? Can we remove that very distinct pattern? Can we get rid of this a little bit? Yeah, get out of here. Just laid off 6,000 people. Was nuts to watch. This is unfortunate, maybe. Let's rerun Calamari. Back to business. Okay, cool. Wow, it looks we have some randomized grass now. It still feels like there's a lot of like the same. Like literally all of these tiles are the same. We have like one difference. What's the deal with that? Why is it like that? We're saying random 20. Shouldn't this bigger pool of tiles needed? I mean, it's just like picking. It's almost always that one tile, like almost exclusively everywhere. No, it's not. Maybe I'm just getting it confused. Good night, Nicola Arfistov. Thank you. I think it's fine. I'm not going to sweat it too much. It clearly does something. We can adjust these things as we go. So cool. Where do we go from here? I think we've accomplished goal 2 on the docket today, which is level generation. The next goal will be text generation also. This is next on the list for us, I think. Bad guys, yeah, this too. We need to have battle. We need text rendering before we can get battle. I think text rendering we're gonna do super lazily. I'm gonna make another background layer. I'm gonna make a font that is just like shoved into a tile set, and I'm going to just throw shit onto the backgrounds. Which should probably produce decent results. The text will not be transparent. All text will have a black background or some solid colored background on it. But you know, all of this being said together, I think it will produce a decent effect, maybe. Are you sure? Oh, of course. Given the thing we were talking about before. Well, we could make it transparent if we wished, but I think I don't want this. I think I kind of want the look of it being like I want this intentionally. Versus We'll figure it out, I think. I think for now, I just realized I was looking up at the clock and I was like, damn, it's probably been like 5 hours. It's been 7.5 hours. So I'm gonna go get food and call it for the evening, I think. First off, who are we raiding into? Who's around on here? Who do they put on this? Who do they have on here today? Thanks for the clonkening. Thank you everybody. It's a pleasure. Thank you for hopping on. I think we raid into who's around today? Who do they got on here? Got here late? No, it can't be helped. Oh, Doohoo is on playing Factoria. We haven't raided Doohoo in forever. Let's raid over in that area. Doohoo underscore. Stinkiest? I don't know about that. We're gonna stay away from stinky middies from this point forward. Thank you for coming by. Have a good night to you as well, Trap Exit. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good today. Thank you, Yellowberry, also. Hi. Thank you for 17 months. Discord IRC, Oops All Stinky stream. We'll be back again on Tuesday when we have declared victory or defeat. We will see the results of the game jam. I may, if we are having hours, we may do something over the weekends, depending on progress, including, I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Until then, though, we'll see ya. We'll see. I don't know. Like, yeah, thanks, EXO. We'll see ya. Thank you, EXO. Enjoy. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know, man. Thanks. Love you, computer. Bye. I misclicked the button.